Welcome back to the deep dive, where we take complex, really high-density source material and turn it into something you can actually use, actionable knowledge. We're not just summarizing here. We're trying to find those crucial pressure points, the aha moments that really unlock the whole topic.
And today, we are definitely tackling a foundational framework. We're diving into the world of digital assurance. For anyone in governance, risk, or compliance, it's critical. Our mission for this deep dive is to unpack the fundamentals of the Certified Information Systems Auditor Certification, or CISA.
Right, CISA. And we're drawing specifically from the 28th edition official review manual.
That's the one.
We're going to be focusing pretty heavily on the exam structure, some preparation strategies, but most importantly, that very first domain, the information system auditing process. We're basically looking at the auditor's roadmap.
Precisely. And the timing for this couldn't be better. Why does IS auditing matter so much right now? It's because every single facet of modern business logistics, finance, customer interaction, you name it, it's completely dependent on IT. If that IT structure fails, the business fails. Simple as that.
The stakes are
Yeah.
they're astronomical.
Absolutely. So the IS auditor, they're the essential checkpoint. Their job is to assure the stakeholders, we're talking the board, regulatory bodies, shareholders, that the organization's financial, operational, and ethical health is, protected.
When they do that
By formally examining and testing whether those mission-critical systems are properly protected, controlled, and, this is the important part, delivering measurable value back to the business.
Okay, so it's not just technical troubleshooting. It's a really strategic role that translates system integrity into actual business trust. So, speaking of strategy, let's look at the CISA exam structure itself. You mentioned Domain 1 is our main focus, but how does that piece fit into the bigger puzzle?
Well, the CISA exam is comprehensive. It's designed to evaluate a candidate's practical knowledge and, crucially, their ability to apply their experience across 5 major domains. Domain 1, which we're covering today, is the information system auditing process. It carries an 18% weighting.
18%. That's a pretty healthy chunk. It works out to roughly, 27 questions on the exam?
Yeah.
It really sets the framework for the entire job.
It does, but it's interesting to see how the other weightings are distributed. Domain 2, governance and management of IT, that also comes in at 18%. It focuses on that high-level strategic oversight.
Okay.
Then you have Domain 3, IS acquisition, development, and implementation. That's the lightest at 12%. And it deals with how you build and integrate new systems.
And then we get to the heavy hitters.
Exactly. The real bulk of the exam and, arguably the bulk of an auditor's day-to-day work is in Domains 4 and 5. Domain 4 is information systems, operations, and business resilience. That's a huge 26%.
Wow. So that's everything from daily processing to making sure the business can survive a major disaster.
Right. And Domain 5, protection of information assets, is also 26%. That covers all your security controls, the mechanisms you need to safeguard data and infrastructure.
That breakdown makes perfect sense, actually, when you look at it from a business risk perspective. Domain 1 gives you the methodology, how we audit, but that combined 52% in Domains 4 and 5, that ensures the focus is on the biggest operational risks, staying up and running and staying secure. It really confirms that CISA isn't just theory.
That's a key takeaway before we even dig in. The exam tests application and professional judgment, not just, memorizing facts.
All right, so having set the stage on the importance of the auditor's role, let's shift to how you prepare for this, starting with the official study material. If you're studying for the CISA, the official review manual is your guide, but our sources are very careful about managing your expectations.
And this is a really critical point. The manual is there to assist candidates, but it explicitly states it is only one source. It is not, and it really can't be, a comprehensive collection of everything you need to pass. The exam is built to evaluate experience-based knowledge in these complex, applied situations.
So the message is clear. Don't treat this manual like it's the holy grail of knowledge. If you hit a topic where you feel weak, or if your own experience doesn't quite line up, you absolutely have to seek out other references and ideally get more hands-on experience.
Absolutely. The manual gives you the framework and the terminology, but the real nuances, those are learned in practice. And to help with that, the manual uses a really consistent structure in every chapter, which is designed for efficient studying.
Let's break that structure down, because understanding the architecture of the book is kind of step 1 to mastering the content.
Okay, so every chapter kicks off with an overview section. This gives you a summary of the chapter's focus. It lists the specific domain content areas the exam covers, and it gives you related task statements that define what a certified auditor should be able to do.
So it frames the goal right from the start. Then you get into the main content section, which is the real meat of it, the job practice areas and definitions.
Exactly. And then you get to what I think are the most strategic parts for a learner, the supplemental features. You have suggested resources for further study and the self-assessment questions. These aren't just filler. They are your self-diagnosis tools.
I want to pause on one of those features, the glossary, because it does something much more strategic than just defining words you've already read.
It really does. The glossary is designed as an extension of the text itself. It has terms that apply to the material in the chapter, but it also includes terms related to areas that are not specifically discussed in the manual.
Wait, hold on. So the glossary isn't just a memory check. It's an active study guide that's pointing you towards your own knowledge gaps.
Precisely. If you find a term in that glossary that wasn't really explained in the core text, ISACA is basically flagging an area for you. They're telling you, hey, you need to know this, go look it up. It forces you to acknowledge the limits of your knowledge and find that external practical information.
That's brilliant. It turns a passive resource into an active study tool. And of course, there's the acronym list.
Oh, you need that. In a field that's just drowning in acronyms, ISA, ISAC, AXCIA, SDLC, that list is vital for understanding the material and the exam questions.
And finally, the self-assessment questions. Let's be realistic about what they're for. They're good for practice, but they're not a crystal ball for the real exam.
Correct. Their main purpose is to get you familiar with the question structure and to test your ability to apply knowledge. They are explicitly not meant to be a reflection of actual exam questions. You shouldn't expect them to be similar. They're a practice tool for application, not recall.
Okay, so moving from the study materials to the actual exam, the way you approach the questions is almost as important as the knowledge you have. Our sources stress that all the questions are multiple choice, and they're designed to find the one best answer.
And this is the hurdle for a lot of people. CISA questions are designed to measure practical knowledge. The challenge is, in the real world, you might have a few different correct solutions, right? But the exam forces you to find the single best answer that aligns with those global ISACA standards.
It requires a really structured, critical way of thinking. Our source lays out a three-step process for tackling these questions. It's basically how an auditor should approach a problem in the field.
Okay, step one. Read the entire stem the question or the incomplete statement. You have to immediately find those crucial keywords. Best, most, first, or sometimes least, or except. Those words tell you exactly what priority to use. And you need to spot the terms that tell you what domain is being tested. Is this about control risk? Governance.sdlc.
Okay, step two. Read all four options, then immediately reread the stem. Use that first pass to just get rid of any choices that are obviously wrong or irrelevant. It narrows the field and really increases your odds.
And step three is where that professional judgment comes in. You reread the remaining options, maybe 2 or 3 of them, then you apply your own experience. But, and this is key, you filter it through the principles from the manual to figure out which one is truly the best answer in that global IS auditing context.
That filtering, applying your knowledge through the lens of a global standard, that seems critical. You might have to adjust your own local perceptions or experiences to fit that broader international position.
That is non-negotiable. Information security management is an international profession. The manuals, the exam, they're all written for that global community. If you work in a place with very specific local regulations, you have to be flexible enough to understand that the best answer on the CISA exam reflects a globally accepted standard, one that's been vetted by an international group to make sure it's universally understood.
So it makes the exam less about memorizing local rules and more about understanding universal risk principles. It definitely raises the bar. Now, beyond the official manual, ISAC provides a whole ecosystem of other tools to help you prepare. It's clear they really want candidates to focus on iterative practice and application.
They absolutely do. The review manual should be used with other key resources, like the CISA Official Questions, Answers and Explanations database, that's a huge one, the CISA Official Online Review Course, and then various review courses from local ISACA chapters.
Let's spend a minute on that Q&A database. 1,000 questions designed to test application. That sounds like essential practice.
It is the ultimate drill sergeant. That database has 1,000 questions, and it gives you detailed explanations for why one answer is best and why the others are wrong. But the best part is, its features let you target your specific weaknesses.
How does it help you focus on weak spots instead of just memorizing answers?
It has these built-in functions that help you avoid that trap. You can take random sample exams, and the results get broken down by domain. So if you know you're weak in, say, Domain 3, IS acquisition, you can just focus all your practice time there. And, even better, you can tell it to omit questions you've already answered correctly.
Oh, that's vital.
Yeah.
It forces you to keep revisiting the concepts you struggled with, making sure you actually master the knowledge instead of just recognizing the question. It's designed for real learning.
That's exactly the intention. The database, when you use it with the review manual, helps you pinpoint the exact topics where you need more reference material, more knowledge, more practice to really get those principles of professional judgment down.
So it all comes back to that central message. Reading the manuals and doing review questions is foundational, but it is not enough. The exam demands that you apply practical, experience-based knowledge.
The exam is a final gate of professional competence. You've got to bring the professional baggage of application with you.
We've established how to study. Now let's apply that thinking to the core of the CISA role itself, the information system auditing process. And it all starts with phase 1, planning. What's the fundamental goal here?
The planning phase is really where strategy meets execution. The goal is twofold. First, you establish the overall audit strategy defining the scope and objectives. Second, you detail the specific procedures and logistics for the engagement. It's the blueprint for the entire assurance process.
The sources outline the whole audit process in 3 major high-level phases.
That's right. The first is planning, which is all about risk assessment and resource allocation. The second is field work and documentation. That's the execution, part testing controls, gathering evidence, and thoroughly documenting everything you find.
And the third phase?
Reporting and follow-up. People often group them as one, but you can break it down into the report writing itself, the issue follow-up where you track management's remediation, and then the formal audit closing. The names might change a bit from company to company, but the procedures have to comply with ISACA standards.
So when an auditor goes through these phases, what are they ultimately trying to confirm? What is the audit really determining about the systems?
An IS audit is trying to determine 4 main things. First, is the system compliant with all the relevant laws, regulations, contracts, and industry guidelines? That's your regulatory baseline.
Oh.
Second, is the system compliant with the organization's own governance criteria, policies, and procedures? That checks for internal discipline.
And the operational objectives?
Third, and this is probably the most famous one, is the system meeting the foundational security metrics: confidentiality, integrity, and availability, the CIA triad. And fourth, are the IS operations being done efficiently, and are they meeting the organization's business goals?
Before we go any further, we absolutely have to clarify a distinction that gets confused all the time. The difference between IT, information technology, and IS information systems.
Yeah.
The CISA exam demands you know this.
This distinction is fundamental. IT, information technology, that's the concrete stuff. The hardware, the software, the networks, the physical facilities you use to process and transmit data. You could say it's the plumbing.
And IS?
IS Information Systems is the whole combination. It includes all the strategic, managerial, and operational activities. It includes the IT component, sure, but it also includes the people and the processes. So an IS audit looks way beyond just whether the server's running. It looks at whether the people are following the process rules, using the technology correctly to achieve the business objective.
So the scope of an IS audit is much broader than just a simple IT health check. That makes perfect sense. Now, to be credible, the IS audit function can't just make up its own rules. It has to follow universally accepted standards. ISACA provides this framework through its IS audit and assurance standards and guidelines.
Right, and the organization's credibility relies on this hierarchy. It's important to know the weight of each level. At the very top, you have the standards. These are mandatory. They're the requirements for audit and reporting. You must comply.
And below that are the guidelines, which is where professional judgment comes in.
Exactly. Guidelines give you guidance on how to implement the standards, but they recognize that the real world is messy. An auditor has to use their professional judgment, and if they decide to depart from a guideline, maybe because a local rule or a unique business situation requires it, they have to be ready to document and justify that departure.
So standards are the law, and guidelines are the best practice, which you need a good reason to deviate from. And the third level,
That's the tools and techniques. These just provide examples and specific info on how to meet the standards, but they don't set requirements. They're resources, not rules. This whole structure ensures consistency and quality across the profession worldwide.
Complementing these standards is the ISACA Code of Professional Ethics. The exam tests the application of this code. What are the core ethical duties here?
The 7 mandates are basically the auditor's moral compass. They require you to support good governance, perform duties with objectivity and due care, serve stakeholders transparently, maintain confidentiality unless you're legally required to disclose something, maintain your competency through ongoing education, inform the right people of your results, and, this is a big one, disclose all significant facts that, if you left them out, might distort your report.
That last point about disclosing all significant facts, that underscores the massive responsibility here. The auditor has to tell the whole unvarnished truth.
It's the core of trust. But the code gives you the moral foundation. Where does the official power to conduct these audits come from? That brings us directly to the audit charter.
The audit charter. That's the foundational document. Why is its approval level so critical?
It has to be approved at the highest levels, the board of directors and/or the audit committee. This is what guarantees its independence and authority. The charter clearly states management's responsibility for controls, the audit function's objectives, and, most critically, the delegated authority given to the IS audit function.
So if a question on the exam asks what grants the overall authority to perform an IS audit, the answer is always the approved audit charter. Not a request from management, not the annual schedule. The charter is the ultimate mandate.
Exactly. The charter gives the IS auditor the explicit right to access any records, personnel, and physical properties they need for the audit. It gives them the right to demand explanations and timely responses. It basically ensures that no manager can obstruct the audit because it's backed by the authority of the board.
Now, in the real world, we often see IS assurance services being outsourced. Things like digital forensics or highly specialized cloud security reviews. If an organization does that, how does the liability shift?
This is a really tricky point, and the sources are definitive. Even when you outsource the audit work, the IS auditor or the entity that hired the expert retains the professional liability. You cannot just delegate away your ultimate responsibility.
So if an outsourced expert misses a massive flaw, the internal IS audit function is still on the hook professionally.
That's the reality. So the entity has to set up a rigorous monitoring process. They need a formal engagement letter that clearly communicates the objectives, scope, and methodology. And they have to actively monitor the work, reviewing the external provider's planning, their documentation, their final reports to confirm the scope was followed and the evidence was good. The burden of quality control stays internal.
The audit function covers a lot of different types of formal assurance, right? We have IS, compliance, financial, operational. They all serve the same goal, but with a different focus.
They do. We know the IS audit looks at safeguarding resources and meeting goals. You can contrast that with a compliance audit, which is very narrow. It just tests adherence to specific regulations like GDPR, IPAPE. A financial audit assesses the accuracy of financial reporting.
And an operational audit.
An operational audit looks at the internal control structure within a specific process, like application controls in the supply chain system, for example. The goal there is efficiency and effectiveness for that operation.
And the integrated audit is the combination of all of those, providing a single, comprehensive opinion on controls. We'll get more into that in a second.
We also need to draw a line between formal audits and things like assessments. Readiness assessments, for example. They usually carry less of a negative stigma because they're designed to help management get ready.
So assessments focus on control design and adherence to standards before a formal audit happens. They often give you a list of things to fix before the big audit team shows up.
Exactly. They're proactive and often result in suggestions for improvement, whereas an audit gives a formal opinion on effectiveness at a specific point in time.
Okay, let's drill into control self-assessment, or CSA. This feels like a truly revolutionary approach because it fundamentally changes the cultural dynamic of risk management.
CSA really shifts the focus. It's an assessment of controls made not by auditors, but by the staff and management of the unit being assessed. It's all about promoting periodic, proactive reviews where they assess their own risks and controls in a documented, collaborative way.
This objective is one of the biggest takeaways from the CC manual. What is the primary objective of a CSA program?
The primary objective is to leverage the internal audit function by shifting some of that monitoring responsibility over to the functional areas. This makes business managers much more aware of the importance of internal control and their personal responsibility in corporate governance. It fundamentally reinforces management ownership of internal controls.
That's the political shift. Instead of audit being the police force that comes in and points out what's wrong, management is forced to become the owner of their own control environment. That has to lead to stronger accountability.
It creates a shared understanding of risk. Other benefits include catching risks earlier, designing more effective controls, and just a tangible increase in employee awareness. It also reduces that common resistance to control improvements because the ideas are coming from the managers themselves.
So what's the IS auditor's role in this process? It sounds like they're not the detective anymore.
They're absolutely not the detective. They're the expert guide. The IS auditor acts as the facilitator and internal control professional. They guide the auditees, the management and staff, in assessing their own environment using risk assessment principles. They're basically teaching them how to fish, not catching the fish for them.
So the auditor designs the process and sets the risk parameters, while the manager provides the operational context and insight.
Precisely. For example, if managers who are focused on speed suggest getting rid of a manual reconciliation step, the IS auditor is there as the control expert to explain the potential increase in control risk and how that might impact compliance. They offer insight, not judgment.
But CSA isn't a cure-all. What are the major disadvantages an organization needs to watch out for?
There are 4 key risks. First, it can be mistaken as a replacement for the audit function, which it is absolutely not. It supplements it. Second, it can be seen as just more burdensome work for managers who are already stretched thin.
And if management isn't fully committed?
That's the third and most crucial one. A failure to act on the improvement suggestions that come out of the CSA will destroy employee morale and trust. Why bother if nothing changes? And finally, a lack of fundamental audit knowledge among the staff can limit how effective it is. You still need the auditor's expertise to interpret complex controls.
That discussion on CSA and control ownership is the perfect bridge to our next section, the engine that drives the whole audit plan risk-based auditing. The fundamental principle here is resource allocation.
That's the core idea. You only have so much time, budget, and people. Effective risk-based auditing uses a formal risk assessment to drive the audit plan and allocate those limited resources to the areas that pose the greatest risk to the organization.
This brings us to a huge point, one the sources highlight as the ultimate strategic decision in planning. Of all the planning steps, what is the most critical step when you're planning an IS audit?
It is, without a doubt, performing a risk assessment. And this isn't a suggestion, it's a mandate required by ISACA standards. Without a rigorous objective risk assessment, you're basically flying blind. You could completely miss high-risk areas, which just invalidates the whole purpose of a targeted, efficient audit.
And this planning can't be static, right? The tech landscape is always shifting.
Absolutely. The analysis of short and long-term issues has to happen at least once a year. You have to account for new technologies, new regulations, market changes, all of it. And the results of that risk analysis have to be formally approved by the audit committee or the board to make sure everyone's aligned on risk tolerance.
The first step in this cycle is building the audit universe. How does an organization even define that?
The audit universe is the blueprint of everything that could be audited. It's a list of all the relevant business processes, systems, and controls in the enterprise. Once you have that list, each item goes through a risk assessment where you evaluate the relevant risk factors.
What counts as a risk factor in this context?
It's anything that influences the frequency or the business impact of a potential risk. We're talking about things like reputation risk, financial loss, regulatory exposure, or even just the complexity of the technology itself.
Let's use the sources example for reputation risk to show how you can quantify something that seems subjective.
Okay, so if you define reputation risk by how long it takes to recover from a damaging event, you can create objective criteria. A high rating could mean recovery takes more than 6 months. A medium rating could be 3 to 6 months, and a low rating, less than 3 months. By assigning these timeframes, you turn a subjective fear into a measurable risk factor that you can compare across the whole audit universe.
That quantification lets you build an audit plan that includes everything rated high risk. At least that's the ideal. But as you said, resources are rarely sufficient.
And that's the strategic challenge. The risk analysis becomes a critical tool for communicating that resource gap to top management. By showing them which high-risk processes can't be audited due to resource constraints, the audit function can demonstrate exactly how much risk the organization is choosing to accept. It turns a plea for more resources into a formal risk acceptance report.
Finally, let's just run through the key steps an auditor has to perform in the planning process. This is a vital framework.
It's the sequence for success. You start by gaining a deep understanding of the organization's mission, objectives, and processes, including all the CIAS requirements. Then you have to understand the governance structure and analyze changes in the business environment.
And the auditor also reviews prior work papers and policies to leverage what's already been done.
Crucially, they then perform a risk analysis to formally design the audit plan. Only after that risk analysis is done do they set the scope, objectives, and logistics. The whole process also includes looking for opportunities to use computer-assisted audit tools, or CIAs. The key takeaway is, understand the business first, assess the risk second, and then design the audit.
We've established that modern business risks are inseparable from IT. This means an integrated audit approach is often necessary, combining different audit disciplines, IS, financial, operational, to assess controls across an entire entity.
And the focus of an integrated audit is always on risk as it relates to the business process, not just the tech layer. Since almost all financial and operational processes rely on IT, financial and operational auditors have to understand IT controls, and IS auditors have to understand the broader business controls that IT supports.
What's the IS auditor's specific role on that integrated team?
The IS auditor is the expert on IT risk. They're responsible for identifying, understanding, and assessing risk in those highly technical areas: information management, IT infrastructure, governance, operations. They work very closely with the financial and operational specialists to make sure the scope is holistic and not stuck in silos.
And the process for an integrated audit is more involved.
It is. There are 5 key steps. First, the joint team identifies the overall business risk. Second, they identify and understand the key controls. Third, they test the IT system support to make sure the tech controls are designed right. Fourth, they test the operational effectiveness of those controls in practice. And finally, they issue one combined report and opinion on control risk, design, and weaknesses, giving the board a single source of truth.
The benefits are clear. One comprehensive report, better understanding of how controls link together. But how does this specifically help top management with resource allocation?
Top management gets a much clearer picture of the direct link between better control effectiveness and better allocation of IT resources. Instead of seeing IT spending as just a cost center, they see how better controls directly translate into measurable operational benefits, reduced risk, and smarter resource use across the whole company.
Okay, now let's move to the core concept of quantification. Audit risk. This is what the auditor is constantly trying to minimize. What's the formal definition?
Audit risk is the risk that the information collected during the audit contains a material error that goes undetected by the auditor's procedures. The whole point of the audit approach is to limit this overall risk to a sufficiently low acceptable level.
And the IS auditor has to consider factors far beyond just financial loss when defining that risk.
Absolutely. You have to consider customer data exposure, privacy breaches, service availability, and damage to the corporate image. Especially for public companies, reputational damage can be way more costly than a simple monetary error.
And audit risk is made up of 3 distinct components. Let's break down the relationship between inherent risk, control risk, and detection risk.
Let's use an analogy. Imagine your job is to audit an extremely complex machine that handles sensitive data.
Got it.
Inherent risk is the risk level before you consider any of management's controls. It exists just because of the nature of the business itself. It's the risk that, because this machine is incredibly complex, it's just naturally prone to error.
Makes sense. It's the unavoidable risk.
Next is control risk. This is the risk that a material error will not be prevented or detected by the company's internal controls. It's the risk that the machine's built-in safety mechanisms, the pressure gauges, the emergency stops, are faulty or just poorly designed.
The sources give a great example of high control risk with manual reviews, right?
Yes. If a control requires a person to manually review thousands of computer logs every day, the control risk is high. You're almost certain to miss something because of the sheer volume. On the other hand, an automated data validation control usually has very low control risk.
And the third type, the one the auditor has the most control over, is detection risk.
Detection risk is the risk that material errors will not be detected by the IS auditor's own procedures. It's the risk that you, the auditor, fail to catch the failure of the control systems. Everything from your sampling methods to your use of CAPTAs is aimed at driving down detection risk.
So the auditor assesses inherent and control risk, which belong to the system and management, and then they manage their own detection risk to keep the overall audit risk below an acceptable level.
That's the formula. Now, moving from risk to its impact, we have to talk about materiality.
Materiality is basically the concept of importance.
It is. It's the importance of information relative to its impact on the organization as a whole. An auditor has to assess the materiality of control weaknesses. If a weakness, or a combination of them, leaves the company susceptible to a severe financial loss or a long business interruption, that weakness is highly material.
This brings us to the inverse relationship between materiality and acceptable audit risk. Candidates really have to get this.
The relationship is definitive. The higher the materiality level, the lower the acceptability of the audit risk. If you're auditing the company's main ERP system and an error could misstate billions in revenue, that's highly material. So you have to drive your acceptable audit risk of failing to detect that error to an extremely low level. That means extensive testing and rigorous verification.
Whereas if you're auditing a petty cash system capped at $500, the materiality is low, so the acceptable audit risk can be a little higher, allowing for less rigorous testing.
Exactly. You allocate your efforts to mitigate detection risk where the materiality is highest. It's a pragmatic, risk-based approach.
The ultimate goal of all this planning and risk assessment is to make sure effective controls are in place. Let's just restate the clear definition of an effective control.
An effective control is one that prevents, detects, and/or contains an incident and enables recovery from a risk event. Internal controls are there to provide reasonable assurance that business objectives will be met. They ensure risk events are either prevented or detected and corrected.
We have a perfect practical example from the sources to distinguish between control types. So let's analyze this scenario. An organization does a daily backup of critical data and stores it off-site. That backup media is used to restore files if there is a system disruption. What type of control is this?
This is a classic, definitive example of a corrective control.
Let's walk through why it's not preventative or detective.
Okay, so it can't be preventive because it doesn't stop the problem from happening in the first place. The system disruption, the failure, the data loss has already occurred. Preventive controls are things like firewalls or user training that stop problems before they arise.
And why isn't it detective?
Detective controls flag and report problems as or after they occur, like an intrusion detection system or log monitoring. The backup process itself doesn't help you detect anything. The backups are used after the problem is detected, usually when the system fails.
So it must be corrective.
It has to be. Corrective controls help to correct or minimize the impact of a problem. Restoring files from that offsite backup is the strategic action that minimizes the business impact of the disruption. It's the recovery function, and that makes it corrective.
That distinction, preventing the fire, detecting the fire, or cleaning up the damage from the fire, that is absolutely fundamental to Domain 1.
And we have to ensure that management is adhering to high-level IS control objectives across all their IT processes. These objectives are what turn the CIA goals into actionable requirements.
What are some of those key high-level requirements?
They include things like ensuring you have effective change management to maintain system integrity, safeguarding information assets with secure access, making sure the system development lifecycle, or SDLC, is effective and aligns with business objectives, ensuring availability through good business continuity and disaster recovery plans, which rely on those backup processes, and, of course, maintaining compliance with laws and regulations.
And within the actual processing itself, control objectives ensure three things are met for transactional integrity.
Right. The transaction flows have to ensure proper authorization of the input, so only approved transactions get in, validation of the input, so bad data doesn't create errors, and guaranteed accuracy and completeness of transaction processing, so the data is recorded correctly. Those are the granular applications of integrity.
This has been an incredibly extensive deep dive into the information system auditing process, the very core of the CISA designation. To quickly synthesize the key takeaways for you, the learner, the exam requires you to demonstrate applied professional judgment, not just, memorizing definitions.
The entire IS audit process is structured around three key phases: planning, fieldwork, and reporting. and it's all governed by strict adherence to ISACA standards. And we confirmed that the approved audit charter is the ultimate source of authority.
And we learned that performing a risk assessment is the single most critical planning step. It's what strategically allocates those limited audit resources to the areas of greatest business risk. And remember that inverse relationship. Higher materiality means lower acceptable audit risk.
We also emphasize the revolutionary nature of control self-assessment, which shifts responsibility to reinforce management ownership of internal controls, with the IS auditor acting as the professional facilitator. And finally, that textbook example of daily offsite data backup, that's your classic corrective control.
Now, for our final provocative thought that builds on this essential risk-based planning model. Since the risk-based approach focuses so heavily on existing business processes to determine the audit plan, an IS auditor's program often targets known, tangible risks.
But the mandate is to look at both short and long-term issues. This raises a constant, really complex challenge. When you're faced with immediate, highly visible control weaknesses, like a severe security vulnerability that demands all your resources right now, how can an IS auditor ensure that emerging risks from future technologies or large-scale market shifts are adequately prioritized in the short-term audit plan?
It's that tension, isn't it? The tension between the immediate liability that's demanding your attention today and the slow-burn strategic risk that's going to define the company's survival 5 years from now. That balancing act, managing the known fires while preparing for the unknown future climate change, that is the ultimate test of strategic risk management for any IS auditor.
It's a question worth considering as you integrate these foundational principles into your professional practice.
That is all the time we have for this deep dive. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome back to The Deep Dive, the show engineered to transform your complex source materials into clear, actionable, and truly fascinating knowledge. I'm your host, and today we are charting a course into the often overlooked architecture that keeps our digital world from collapsing. Information systems controls and modern auditing.
And I'm ready to guide us through those frameworks, the ones that enterprises use to manage, all of that digital risk. Our sources today are dense, I'll admit. They're very heavy on governance, compliance, and the technical mechanics of assurance.
That's right. And our mission here is pure synthesis. We're going to tackle the foundational taxonomy of controls, let's call them the digital bodyguards of any business. We'll look at how these controls have to be applied to these high-stakes, real-world applications, everything from customer-facing e-commerce platforms to, life-critical SCADA systems.
And then we pivot. We move to the present and really the future of assurance. We're going to explore how the audit methodologies themselves are evolving. We'll spend a good amount of time on the math of assurance statistical sampling and how concepts like agile and continuous auditing are basically eliminating that traditional time lag between a failure and its detection.
The goal for you, the learner, is to walk away with a structured framework. Not just a list of definitions, but the strategic understanding of why certain controls are chosen and how auditors strategically deploy their resources.
Okay, so let's unpack this. We're starting with the bedrock, the 3 general methods of control that absolutely have to coexist to keep a modern business running reliably and, of course, securely.
Right. So when an organization designs its security and governance structure, it just cannot rely on a single type of control. The key word here, the absolute necessity, is balance. We call this the concept of coinciding controls. If your controls don't properly overlap and reinforce each other, you create a vulnerable gap. And that results in what we call a false sense of security. That false sense of security has to be the auditor's absolute nightmare. It means management thinks they have addressed a risk because, they bought some expensive piece of technology, but they haven't touched the procedure or the human element behind it.
Precisely. That's it exactly. If you install a state-of-the-art technical control, but you completely fail to institute the managerial controls for its maintenance and, crucially, staff training, well, that technical control just becomes a liability waiting for human error. A sophisticated lock on a door is, completely useless if the key is just left under the mat.
Okay, let's break down the 3 pillars that have to work in concert. So, pillar 1, managerial or administrative controls. What's the scope of this pillar? What does it cover?
These are the procedures, the oversight, the policies, and the reporting structures. They are the operational and administrative rules that govern the day-to-day functions. They really set the tone from the top down.
So this is where the formal rule books live. the how-to guides for the company. What are some core examples we see in the sources?
The list is pretty extensive. It covers all the how-tos and who does what's. So it includes the implementation of formal policies and standard operating procedures. It's establishing robust accounting controls, like, say, daily balancing and reconciliation processes. And it's mandating continuous employee training and development on security awareness and that crucial function of accurate compliance reporting to both internal and external stakeholders. This pillar dictates how people interact with the system.
And then we step into the digital realm with Pillar 2, technical or logical controls. These feel like the tangible mechanisms of enforcement, the ones provided through technology.
Yeah, these are the ones everyone visualizes immediately. Firewall rule sets that explicitly deny or allow traffic, network or host-based intrusion detection systems, IDSs, that are scanning for anomalous activity, and of course the enforcement of strong, complex passwords and multi-factor authentication, plus endpoint anti-malware solutions. They basically enforce the rules that were set by the managerial controls.
And like you said, the rule for technical controls is that they fail instantly without the support of managerial controls. A system that auto-enforces a 20-character password policy is a technical control. But the policy that dictates when that password must be changed or who has the authority to reset it, that's the managerial control.
Exactly. The human element is never removed. Which brings us neatly to Pillar 3, physical controls. These restrict access to the actual physical infrastructure.
These seem straightforward, but are absolutely essential. We're talking about controlling access to the facility or specific hardware, locks, turnstiles, man-traps, and just ensuring the server room temperature is regulated.
Yeah.
That's all physical control.
And again, the interplay is vital. Physical access badges and electronic locks are the physical controls, sure. But the CCTV cameras monitoring the area, those are detective controls. And the managerial policy detailing the response time for an unauthorized access alert is the control that makes the entire physical security system effective.
So we have this general framework of 3 pillars, but modern IT, it requires a translation, right? A translation of these high-level ideas into the nuts and bolts of the digital environment. So how do these general methods become IS-specific controls?
You have to translate them for the sensitive or critical IT functions. A general managerial control concerning, say, resource allocation that translates into IS-specific controls governing the strategy and direction of the IT function, or, the overall organization and management of IT personnel, including segregation of duties.
And on the technical side, the IS-specific controls must cover the full life cycle of software.
Oh, absolutely. This includes rigorous systems development methodologies and change control processes. You have to ensure that any new or modified code is vetted and approved before it ever touches the production environment. It also covers operational procedures like robust logging and monitoring. And most critically, these controls have to include comprehensive business continuity planning and disaster recovery planning, BCPDRP, to ensure resilience. And finally, the protective and detective mechanisms against internal and external attacks have to be continuously tuned to the specific threat landscape.
It really sounds like the IS auditor is effectively checking that the architectural blueprints, the general controls, have been correctly translated into a fully reinforced digital skyscraper.
That's a perfect analogy, yeah. If the blueprints say the foundation needs rebar, which is the technical control, the auditor checks that the construction team, the managerial control, actually used the rebar and followed the correct installation procedure. That's the IS-specific control. Now let's apply this structure to some real-world complexity. Computerized applications, they introduce very unique audit challenges. You have limited audit trails, you have instantaneous transaction updates, which means data is, incredibly volatile. And then there's just the sheer volume of information auditors have to wade through. To do an effective audit, you have to grasp the application's unique risk profile and do it intimately.
This is where the context really determines the control. Let's start with applications that are inherently high risk just because of their connectivity, e-commerce systems. What's the primary vulnerability here?
Well, their constant exposure to the open internet makes them a prime target for attacks that exploit poor application security. Specifically, we worry about structured query language, or SQL, injection attacks. If an attacker can manipulate the input fields on a website to execute malicious code against the database, they can gain unauthorized access, modify pricing, or worst case, steal all the customer data.
So the controls have to be preventive, and they have to be focused on the code itself, before it's even deployed.
Precisely. You need mandatory, secure coding training for all your developers. You need rigorous code reviews within the system development lifecycle, the SDLC, and most importantly, mandatory form input validity checks, ensuring the system validates that the input is exactly what it should be and absolutely nothing else. You are preventing the processing of that malicious payload.
Okay, next up, electronic data interchange, or EDI. This is the backbone of so many supply chains, healthcare claims processing. The risk here seems to shift from input manipulation to transmission risk.
Correct. The data is moving between two or more parties, and often across public networks. The crucial control here is encryption, and not just any encryption, but robust, appropriate encryption to ensure the confidentiality, so no eavesdropping, and the integrity, so no manipulation, of that transmitted data package.
Then there's email. It's a ubiquitous threat vector, but the control is different again. It seems to focus heavily on the end user.
Email is the #1 avenue for social engineering. The control strategy has to be a layered defense against user manipulation. This includes high-efficiency spam filtering, systems for hyperlink verification to check destination URLs, and crucially, mandatory repetitive phishing training for every single user. The user is the weakest link, so that managerial control of continuous training is just paramount here.
Let's move to the most sensitive category, industrial control systems, ICS-CADA. Our sources really stress that a compromise here can literally impact human lives and critical infrastructure, things like power grids or water treatment plants.
The stakes are impossibly high, and therefore, the controls are isolationist and restrictive. You have to deploy stringent perimeter security controls, absolute network segmentation to isolate the SCADA environment from the general corporate network, and multi-factor authentication for any remote access or administration. Moreover, these systems often use legacy hardware that can't be patched easily, which means the compensating controls, that segmentation, must be exceptionally strong.
That distinction is so key. SCADA systems often run 24/7/365. You can't just take them offline for routine patching like you would a standard desktop. So the compensating control has to offset that inability to patch the internal system.
It creates a severe audit challenge. And finally, let's look at the cutting edge: artificial intelligence, AI, and expert systems. The risk isn't just external attacks anymore, it's internal system bias.
So how does the audit focus change when the system's flaw isn't a firewall vulnerability, but a flaw in its own learned decision-making?
The auditor's attention pivots completely to the data and the assumptions. The IS auditor has to confirm that the proper level of expertise was used in developing the basic assumptions, the formulas, and the training dataset that underpin the entire AI system. We're auditing the data's pedigree and the development process to ensure the AI isn't just replicating, or worse, amplifying inherent human or data biases. We are auditing the integrity of the logic, not just the network packet flow. #tag the control classifications. Purpose.
Okay, so we've categorized controls by what they are: technical, managerial. Now let's categorize them by when they act relative to a threat. This feels like the taxonomy of assurance: preventive, deterrent, detective, corrective, and compensating.
Understanding this taxonomy is how we evaluate the effectiveness of an entire control structure. A control structure composed only of one type is, by its nature, inherently weak.
Let's start with what seems to be the strongest: preventive controls.
Preventive controls inhibit or impede attempts to violate a security policy. Their primary focus is on reducing the likelihood of the threat event ever occurring. They are, generally speaking, considered the most valuable controls.
Give us some operational examples of that.
Sure. Encryption, which makes data unusable even if it's stolen. User authentication, especially multi-factor authentication, or MFA, which prevents a threat actor with a single compromised credential from gaining access. Physical examples are things like vaults and reinforced doors. They are the mechanisms that stop the train before it even leaves the station.
Okay, next, deterrent controls. These sound similar to preventative, but they seem to operate more through psychological or procedural influence.
That's the key difference, yeah. They don't stop the technical action, but they provide guidance or warnings to dissuade the attempt. This includes things like prominent warning banners on login screens, formally published acceptable use policies that all employees have to sign, and, visible security cameras. They appeal to consequences.
Third, we have the essential feedback mechanism: detective controls.
These provide warnings of violations, but they do so without actually inhibiting the action itself. Their focus is on discovery. They indicate that an event took place or is currently in progress.
So, if a preventive control fails, the detective control is the safety net that lets you know something has gone wrong.
Absolutely. Think of detailed audit trails and transaction logs, intrusion detection systems which alert you when a penetration is happening, or checksums which can detect unauthorized modification of data. If the lock, the preventive control, is picked, the alarm, the detective control, sounds.
And once that alarm sounds and the failure is confirmed, we need corrective controls.
Right. Corrective controls are the remediation phase. They're designed to fix or remediate errors, omissions, or intrusions after they've been detected. Their focus is squarely on mitigating consequences.
So these are your recovery tools. Data backups, error correction routines embedded in applications, automated failover systems that instantly switch processing to a redundant system after a primary failure. They reduce the long-term damage.
And finally, there's the specialized control that really requires management sign-off, compensating controls.
These are meant to offset a documented deficiency or weakness when a baseline control simply cannot be implemented, often because of technical limitations or just prohibitive cost.
The crucial rule here, and it's one auditors rigorously enforce, is that a compensating control must achieve the same result as the control it replaces. It cannot just be an easier fix. It has to be equivalent.
Let's revisit the example you mentioned earlier. If an old legacy application can't support individual user login accounts, which is a massive managerial and technical weakness, what would be an acceptable compensating control?
Well, a good one would be placing that entire unsecured system on a strictly isolated network segment with strong perimeter security and mandatory third-party challenge response access mechanisms before the user even hits the system. That isolation and that added layer of independent access control compensates for the weakness of shared logins, assuming it maintains the same level of confidentiality and integrity the original control would have provided.
That makes the distinction really clear. So the organization accepts the weakness internally, but then builds this kind of impenetrable shell around it.
Exactly. And to connect all this back to the overall strategy, if you look at the control-purpose relationship, it's often visualized in GRC literature, you see a strategic split. Preventive and deterrent controls, alongside risk and configuration management, they all work to reduce likelihood. On the other side, corrective controls, such as backup and recovery plans, work solely to mitigate consequences. A mature governance structure requires both sides of this equation to be robust. #tag control frameworks, prescriptive controls.
It seems like it would be exhausting for an enterprise to have to invent all these controls from scratch. Thankfully, they don't have to. They can rely on established authoritative frameworks to provide these prescriptive control sets.
Yeah, these frameworks serve as standard blueprints. They tell an organization what baseline controls they should implement to achieve a certain level of security and maturity or to meet a compliance mandate.
Let's look at the strategic differences between a few of these common frameworks, starting with the Center for Internet Security, CIS. 18 critical security controls.
CIS is highly valuable because it is both prescriptive and prioritized. It doesn't try to cover every single theoretical risk. Instead, it identifies the 18 most critical, impactful controls that, if you implement them, will address the vast majority of known attacks. It's a prioritization tool. It's designed for maximum risk reduction, bang for your buck. It tells you where to start when your resources are limited.
And you can contrast that with something like the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, PCI DSS.
PCI DSS is purely mandatory and legalistic. If you store, process, or transmit credit card data, this isn't optional guidance. These are contractual and compliance requirements. It's focused solely on protecting that sensitive cardholder data environment. Where CIS is a prioritized best practice, PCI DSS is mandatory risk avoidance for a specific business function.
And as organizations move to external platforms, they turn to more specialized guidance, like the Cloud Security Alliance, CSA Cloud Controls Matrix, CCM.
The CCM is vital because cloud environments introduce these shared responsibility models and new service paradigms, ISS, PAYS, SOS. The CCM provides a cybersecurity control framework that's tailored specifically for cloud computing. It helps guide both the vendors who provide the service and the customers who consume it, ensuring security across those complex boundaries.
So what's the strategic challenge when an organization has to use multiple frameworks? Do they sometimes conflict with each other?
They rarely conflict directly, but they often overlap, which can lead to significant overhead. The biggest strategic challenge is mapping. If you are using the high-level guidance of the CCM for your cloud functions, how do you map those cloud controls back to demonstrate you're adhering to the detailed, mandatory requirements of PCI DSS? That mapping process and demonstrating that the controls are equivalent consumes a significant amount of time and audit resources.
And the sources really emphasize a key procedural requirement here. If an organization chooses a prescriptive framework but determines certain controls just don't fit their unique business model, maybe because they use a vendor to handle a process, they have to formally document the reasons for that non-applicability.
That documentation is itself a crucial managerial control. It shifts the burden of proof. You aren't just ignoring a control, you are formally stating why it doesn't apply and what compensating controls, if any, you've put in its place. This acceptance and documentation must be reviewed by senior management to ensure the organization's risk tolerance isn't being exceeded.
Okay, we've established the controls. Now we move to the methodical process of assurance. How does an auditor actually check if these digital bodyguards are doing their jobs? We're entering the rigorous life cycle of the IS audit.
And this begins with a necessary clarification about purpose, the distinction between the audit objective and the control objective. Auditors cannot and should not confuse the two.
Right, so audit objectives are the high-level goals of the engagement. They focus on confirming that controls exist to minimize business risk and ensuring the confidentiality, integrity, reliability, and availability of all the information assets.
And the control objective, conversely, defines how a specific internal control should function to achieve those high-level goals. The IS auditor's core skill is translating that broad audit objective into specific, testable IS control objectives.
Let's use that translation example to really crystallize the difference. Let's say the general audit objective is to ensure that all financial transactions are properly posted to the general ledger, a classic financial audit goal.
The IS auditor has to drill down. They translate that into IS control objectives like ensure input validation controls detect erroneous transaction coding, or ensure system logging mechanisms track all failed attempts to modify ledger accounts. We are focused on the IT mechanism that supports the financial objective, confirming the data integrity rules are being enforced by the application itself. #tag the 4 phases of the audit process.
The audit process ensures consistency, objectivity, and thoroughness, and it's often broken down into 4 critical phases.
Phase 1 is planning. This is the foundation. We determine the subject, define the objective, set the scope, and determine the procedures. If you get this wrong, the entire effort is basically wasted.
Phase 2 is fieldwork and documentation. This is the execution part. Acquiring data, testing the controls we identified back in Phase 1, validating any discovered issues, and meticulously documenting every single step.
Phase 3 is reporting, collecting the report requirements, drafting the findings, reviewing those findings with the auditee for accuracy and context, and then formally issuing the final report.
And Phase 4 is follow-up. This is so critical for accountability. A formal process has to be in place to monitor management's remediation efforts on all the identified weaknesses until they're demonstrably closed.
And since planning is really the most crucial part, let's dedicate some time to its 5 detailed steps.
Okay, step 1, determine the audit subject. This sounds simple. Just identify the area, the system, the business function, the physical location that is under review.
Step 2, define the audit objective. This sets the purpose. For example, the objective is to determine if all program source code changes occur in a well-defined and controlled environment. That is specific, it's measurable, and it's relevant.
Step 3, set the audit scope. This is often the most contentious part of planning because it dictates resources. The scope identifies exactly which systems or organizational units are included. So if we are auditing code changes, the scope might be limited to changes in a single critical financial application between, say, January 1st and June 30th. A clear scope allows the auditor to accurately determine the exact technical skills, time, and budget required.
Step 4, perform pre-audit planning. This is where risk-based auditing really takes shape. We conduct a preliminary risk assessment to prioritize areas of highest potential risk. We interview the auditee to understand their concerns, not just our preconceived notions. We identify regulatory compliance requirements, and, critically, we allocate the resources, the budget, the time frame, specific technical skills, and we gather preliminary information like system flowcharts.
So if the risk assessment in Step 4 shows that a highly customized vendor-supported cloud instance has the highest risk of misconfiguration, that immediately guides the resources and technical expertise required back in Step 3, right?
Precisely. It turns the scope from just a broad area into more of a surgical strike.
And Step 5, determine audit procedures. So here, we select the audit strategy, identify the policies and standards against which we will evaluate performance, develop the specific methods and tools for evaluation, and write the detailed test scripts and criteria. This entire effort culminates in the formal audit program, #audit programs and work papers.
The audit program itself is the formal, step-by-step set of procedures and instructions. It must be repeatable. It has to meet generally accepted audit standards so that another professional could follow it and arrive at the same conclusion.
Its functions are both organizational and legal. It ensures the documentation of steps, creates repeatable procedures, formalizes the choice between compliance and substantive testing, and acts as the overall audit strategy.
And all of this work is permanently captured in audit work papers. These documents are the comprehensive record of all the plans, activities, tests, evidence collected, and findings. They provide that essential bridge between the initial audit objectives and the final report.
I think we need to pause on the security of these papers. The sources really emphasize how sensitive they are.
Oh, they contain highly sensitive data control weaknesses, proprietary system configurations, and often personally identifiable information, PII, or financial details used in testing. Auditors must apply the same stringent security requirements they audit elsewhere to their own work papers. This means controlling access, encrypting digital files, and establishing a formal retention and secure destruction process based on legal and regulatory requirements. Failure to protect work papers is a massive internal control weakness for the audit function itself.
Okay, moving into the fieldwork phase, the auditor has to decide how they will gather evidence, and that decision really rests on the type of testing they employ, either compliance or substantive.
Compliance testing, which you'll often hear referred to as the test of controls, is our initial focus. Its primary purpose is to evaluate the operating effectiveness of controls. We're checking if the control, as it was designed, is preventing, detecting, or correcting material weaknesses consistently.
So we're not looking at dollar amounts here, we're looking at the consistency of the procedure.
Exactly. For example, testing user access rights to ensure only authorized personnel have access, or confirming that the change control procedures for production programs are being followed every single time a change is made. It's testing the rule following.
And then there is substantive testing, the test of details.
Substantive testing aims to detect material weaknesses at the assertion level. It substantiates the integrity of the actual processing by providing direct evidence of the validity and integrity of balances and transactions. This usually involves checking for monetary errors that directly affect financial statements. For example, selecting a sample of complex financial accounts and recalculating the interest accrued to confirm the application's calculation logic is sound.
And there's a famous trade-off between the two, an inverse correlation that really dictates audit economics.
This is the foundational decision point in resource allocation. If compliance testing shows that internal controls are adequate and they're operating consistently, the auditor can significantly minimize the time and resources allocated to substantive procedures. The controls are reliable enough to mitigate the risk of error, so we don't need to manually check every transaction detail.
I understand the theory, but let's break down the economics of that for the learner. If a financial company processes, say, 1 million transactions a day, what's the cost-benefit analysis here?
Okay, so if the auditor spends 100 hours performing compliance testing and finds robust, well-documented controls over input validation and transaction posting, they might only need 20 hours of substantive testing to confirm a small sample of transactions. That efficiency is the real win. Conversely, if controls are deemed weak or even non-existent during the preliminary assessment, the auditor has to immediately pivot to extensive substantive testing, and that often leads to hundreds of wasted hours reviewing transactions manually just to alleviate doubts about the data's integrity. It's often cheaper to audit strong controls than it is to audit weak ones. #tag the rules of audit evidence.
Whether we're testing controls or details, the conclusions we draw have to be based on evidence that meets 3 criteria. It must be sufficient, relevant, and competent. But evidence has varying degrees of trustworthiness.
We evaluate that reliability using 4 key factors. The first is the independence of the provider. Evidence that's obtained from external sources like confirmation letters from a third-party bank or a signed contract with an external vendor is significantly more reliable than internal evidence, like a memo written by the subject of the audit.
The second is the qualifications of the individual providing the information. This feels like a two-way street. The audit staff providing the information has to have the functional responsibilities and technical skills required to perform the job they're describing.
And crucially, the auditor must possess sufficient technical skill to understand and challenge that information. If an auditor is performing a highly technical security test that they don't fully understand, the evidence they collect, regardless of how objective it seems, may be misinterpreted and is therefore unreliable.
The third is the objectivity of the evidence. We prefer facts over interpretations. Objective evidence data or facts that require minimal judgment is more reliable than evidence requiring considerable judgment.
Right. Reviewing a documented media inventory is objective. Analyzing the efficiency or effectiveness of an application based solely on subjective discussions with the various personnel about how they feel the system runs, that is generally not objective audit evidence, as it relies on interpretation.
And finally, the timing of the evidence. This is especially relevant in these dynamic IS environments.
The auditor has to consider when the information existed and whether it's still retrievable. In high-velocity systems, data changes constantly. Audit evidence that's processed by dynamic systems, like temporary files or complex spreadsheets, may not be retrievable after a specified period if controls over file preservation are lacking. The auditor needs to capture this evidence in real time or near real time, or rely on backups.
We use several techniques to gather this evidence. Reviewing the IS organization structure is crucial for confirming adequate separation of duties, or SOD.
And reviewing IS documentation like system specifications and procedures confirms whether integrity controls were actually planned and implemented. And of course there is observation, watching processes unfold.
The observation drawback is legendary, right? The moment you watch people, their behavior immediately changes. They become hyper-compliant because they know they're being watched.
Exactly, the infamous Hawthorne effect. To mitigate that subjectivity, we often rely on reperformance. The IS auditor physically performs the control under assessment in real time to confirm its functionality and effectiveness. This technique generally provides the best and most reliable evidence compared to observation alone because the auditor can't be misled by staged activity.
And before the deep dive into testing, auditors rely heavily on walkthroughs.
Walkthroughs are a technique used to confirm the understanding of controls. The auditor traces a transaction through the system with the control owner. It ensures both parties clearly understand the exact control being assessed, its purpose, and what evidence needs to be collected to validate its effectiveness. It aligns expectations before the fieldwork even begins. #, diving into audit sampling, the math of assurance.
Sampling is so essential because auditing every single transaction in a massive database is just impossible in terms of time and cost. We take a subset, a sample, to infer characteristics about the entire population. We really need to explore the math behind this assurance.
We use two general approaches. Statistical sampling is the objective method. It employs the mathematical laws of probability to calculate the sample size, select the items, and evaluate the results. The conclusion is mathematically quantifiable, meaning you can state with X% certainty that the population contains Y level of error.
This requires understanding the specialized terminology that governs the sample size. Let's start with a confidence coefficient or reliability factor.
This is the probability that the sample truly represents the population characteristics. Typically, 95% or 99% confidence is used. Here's an analogy. If you want to be more confident that your weather forecast is right, you need more data points, a larger sample. If internal controls are strong, the auditor might accept a lower confidence level, say 90%, because the control environment mitigates some of that risk.
And the inverse of that is the level of risk.
Simply put, this is the risk that your conclusion is wrong. It's just 1 minus the confidence coefficient. If your confidence is 95%, your risk is 5%.
Okay, next, precision. This one is a little tough to conceptualize without context.
Precision is, well, it's the acceptable range of difference between what the sample shows and what the actual population characteristic is. For attribute sampling, it's a percentage. For variable sampling, it's a monetary amount. Think of it like aiming at a target. Precision determines how tightly clustered your shots must be around the bullseye. If you require very high precision, a very small, acceptable difference, you need a larger sample size to achieve that level of certainty. Low precision means you accept a wider range of potential error.
And finally, the tolerable error rate.
This is also known as judgmental sampling. This relies on the auditor's judgment to determine the sample size and selection. The auditor uses subjective criteria, which items are the most material, which items present the highest risk, or which transactions occurred during a control change. The key limitation is that the results cannot be mathematically quantified or projected across the entire population.
And within that statistical approach, we have two primary models, attribute sampling and variable sampling.
Attribute sampling is what we apply to compliance testing. It estimates the rate of occurrence of a specific characteristic or quality. For instance, estimating the percentage of computer access request forms that lack the required managerial approval signature, a yes or no attribute.
And within attribute sampling, we have specialized types. Stop-or-go sampling sounds like an efficiency booster.
It is. It's designed to prevent excessive sampling. The test stops early if the results are already clear enough to form a conclusion, either positive or negative. Then there's discovery sampling, which is used almost exclusively when the audit objective is to seek out fraud or other irregularities. If the auditor finds even one instance of fraud, the conclusion applies to the entire population.
Conversely, variable sampling is used for substantive testing.
Correct. It estimates the monetary value or some other measurable quantity of a population. We aren't checking for a signature, which is an attribute. We are checking for the accurate dollar value.
And the models here include stratified mean per unit.
This is used to increase efficiency. The auditor divides the population into groups or strata based on value or other characteristics. For example, auditing all high-value transactions separately from the low-value ones. This usually results in a smaller overall sample size while maintaining the same confidence. We also use difference estimation to estimate the total difference between the audited values and the values recorded in the system.
But regardless of how precise the math is, auditors always face sampling risk.
This is the risk that the conclusion based on the sample differs from the conclusion we would have reached if we tested everything. This risk is managed, but it is never, ever eliminated.
And we have two major types of sampling risk, one of which is the auditor's biggest professional liability.
That would be the risk of incorrect acceptance. This is when the auditor concludes that a material weakness is unlikely when, in fact, the population is materially misstated. This is the failure that leads to significant external fraud going undetected. It's the nightmare scenario. The second type is the risk of incorrect rejection, where the auditor concludes a material weakness is likely when none exists. This leads to wasted resources and time, but it's a failure of efficiency, not assurance integrity.
That dense foundation gives us the structure. But the pace of change in IT systems, especially in these DevOps environments, makes traditional once-a-year audits feel obsolete before the report is even printed. We have to adapt the audit process to the speed of the environment.
The traditional IS audit was rigid. It used inflexible, slow methodologies like the waterfall method in software development. Agile auditing is the necessary response. It adopts core concepts from modern development, prioritizing individuals and interactions over rigid processes and focusing on fast, iterative delivery of assurance.
The benefits are pretty compelling. We see a reduced end-to-end planning cycle. Planning, which might have taken months, is now compressed into condensed sprint cycles taking weeks or maybe even just days.
And this leads to streamlined engagements. Instead of separate sequential phases for planning, field work, and reporting, Agile combines them into a single, cohesive engagement. Auditors are delivering small assurance packages continuously.
And here's where a critical tension arises: direct customer collaboration. Agile involves stakeholders, the customers, in the daily scrum or stand-up meetings. That collaboration is supposed to guide the engagement toward more beneficial outcomes, but doesn't this collaboration potentially compromise the auditor's required independence?
That's an excellent, necessary question. The audit standards, like ISACA's ITAF, the IT Assurance Framework, they mandate organizational independence, Standard 1002. Agile techniques complement this by leveraging the subject matter expertise of the auditee to minimize remediation timelines, but the auditor's reporting line and accountability must always remain independent of the area being audited. Agile's transparency ensures that any accepted risk is fully disclosed to executive management, which preserves independence while speeding up communication.
So the auditor is a collaborator on the remediation process but remains totally independent on the finding itself.
Precisely. And this agility facilitates a flexible audit scope. If 3 weeks into a 6-week sprint, the team discovers a new, unexpected, and high-risk vulnerability, the scope can be adjusted in real time, subject to audit management approval, instead of waiting for the next annual audit cycle.
And the final, and I think most impactful benefit, real-time assurance.
Instead of waiting 10 months for a draft report, customers are informed of critical findings and control weaknesses as they are discovered. This dramatically accelerates the time to remediation. We use the sprint retrospective, a standard Agile technique, as a quality assurance step to review the findings and ensure they meet our internal quality standards before we share them. Hashtag the continuous audit approach, CAAS, and real-time assurance.
So if Agile is about speed in the process, continuous auditing, CAA, is about eliminating the time lag between the event and the detection altogether.
Continuous auditing is the approach where the IS auditor monitors system reliability and performs tests and assessments in a real-time or near real-time environment. This is possible because the IT environment itself is automated.
This sounds very close to what management already does. So how is it different from continuous monitoring, CM?
That is a critical distinction. Continuous monitoring is the organizational side. It's what management does. It's the processes and systems observing their own performance, like a real-time antivirus or an intrusion detection system installed by the IT team. Continuous auditing is the independent assurance function.
So continuous assurance is only established when the independent CA is layered on top of management CM.
Correct. The key benefit of this combined approach is drastic timeline reduction. If an unauthorized withdrawal occurs, traditional auditing might find it 6 months later in a ledger review. Continuous auditing, using sophisticated automated tools, could flag it immediately, drastically improving system security and managerial confidence.
And those sophisticated tools are often called computer-assisted audit techniques, or CATs. They allow the auditor to work with production data copies on a standalone platform, ensuring they don't impact the live systems.
Absolutely. CATs provide the independence required by ITAF and the deep analytic capability needed for real-time testing, allowing us to perform tasks like duplicate checking, stratification, and mathematical computations rapidly across huge data sets. #tag 5 continuous auditing techniques, the deep dive into the tools.
The sources break down 5 specific automated evaluation techniques that are really the nuts and bolts of continuous auditing. Let's look at the complexity and the specific use case for each one, as this is where the operational reality of IS auditing lives.
Okay, number 1, SCARHOF, or Systems Control Audit Review File, also known as Embedded Audit Modules, EAM.
The complexity here is rated as very high. So what is it doing, and why is it so complex to implement?
A SCARF involves embedding specially written audit software, a monitoring bot, essentially directly into the host application system. It monitors and extracts data based on predefined, complex criteria, say, any financial transaction over $50,000, or a user accessing data outside of standard business hours. It's complex because it requires a tight integration with the application code, and any change to the application logic requires changing the audit module. It's useful when regular processing cannot be interrupted, such as in high-volume banking systems.
Number 2, snapshots, medium complexity. What's the goal of this technique?
The goal is explicitly to create an audit trail where one might not normally exist. It takes pictures of the processing path a transaction follows from input to output. The transaction is tagged with an identifier, and selected information about the processing steps is recorded for later review. It's useful when the auditor needs a detailed breakdown of how a complex calculation or data transformation occurred within the system.
Number 3, audit hooks, rated low complexity. This sounds like the fastest way to flag immediate issues.
It is the simplest and fastest. Audit hooks are triggers or logging mechanisms embedded in applications that function as red flags. If a transaction meets a predetermined criterion, say a payment file containing a certain employee ID, the hook generates an alert before the transaction is completed. They induce auditors to act immediately, making them useful when only select high-risk transactions or processes need to be quickly examined.
Number 4, integrated test facility, ITF. This one is rated as high complexity, similar to SCARF. What makes ITF such a heavy lift?
ITF involves creating dummy entities and files within the auditee's actual production files. The auditor enters test transactions alongside live transactions. These test transactions update the dummy records, not the real accounts. The auditor then compares the output of the dummy transaction against their independent calculation. It's highly complex because it requires maintaining dummy master records within a live production environment.
When would an auditor have to use ITF? Why not just use external test data?
You use ITF when it is critical to test the live production controls and logic without risking the real data. For instance, if you are testing a complex payroll system's tax calculation logic, you can run a test transaction through the ITF dummy employee account. This ensures the system handles fringe benefits and deductions correctly without ever affecting the paychecks of real employees. It provides the highest assurance of production control effectiveness.
Okay, that makes sense. And finally, number 5, continuous and intermittent simulation, CIS, medium complexity.
Yeah, so during a transaction run, the computer system uses a parallel simulator that mimics the application's instruction execution. If the transaction meets predetermined criteria, for example, it's a high-risk security access request, the simulator runs the transaction logic twice, once for the system and once for the auditor. If the results differ, or if the transaction meets the criteria, the simulator audits it. It's useful when only specific criteria-meeting transactions need examination, providing an independent check of critical logic paths. #tag the role of artificial intelligence, AI, in IS audit.
Whether it's agile speed or continuous auditing depth, the future of the profession seems intrinsically linked to artificial intelligence and machine learning, or ML.
AI and ML techniques are already revolutionizing fraud detection, data quality checks, and automated screening processes across finance and compliance. For the IS auditor, this brings two seismic benefits: massively increased efficiency and decreased audit risk.
Efficiency is the obvious gain automating the repetitive, tedious manual processes that previously consumed all the auditor's time, like organizing documentation, summarizing large sets of interviews, or just marking up work papers.
But decreased audit risk is the real strategic advantage. AI enables the auditor to increase audit sample sizes from a tiny fraction to analyzing 100% of transactions, or it simply frees up the auditor's time to perform more complex analysis, follow-up, and interpretation of the results, rather than data manipulation. This drastically reduces that risk of incorrect acceptance we talked about.
I imagine the automation opportunities are pretty broad.
They're expanding across the entire audit cycle. Automation is key for tests of transaction details, compliance tests of both general and application controls, and the preliminary time-intensive parts of network and operating system vulnerability assessments. AI is already used heavily in application security testing and penetration testing to identify anomalous code behavior that a human reviewer might easily miss. Essentially, AI allows the auditor to move faster, deeper, and wider across the audit environment, all at the same time. #outro.
That was a powerful journey through the architecture of digital assurance. We started with the foundational structure, the three types of control: managerial, technical, and physical. And we really emphasized that they have to coincide to avoid that dreaded false sense of security.
We then understood how these are classified by purpose. Preventative and deterrent controls, they focus on reducing the likelihood of failure, while detective controls provide the crucial alarm system, and corrective controls focus on mitigating the consequences. We saw their application in high-risk environments, demanding tailored solutions for e-commerce, SCADA, and even AI logic.
And finally, we leaped into modern audit practice. We highlighted how Agile streamlines the audit process into fast, collaborative sprints, requiring auditors to balance speed with independence, and how continuous auditing, enabled by sophisticated CATs like SCARF and ITF, provides real-time assurance, replacing retrospective paper trails with embedded monitoring bots.
At the end of the day, the big picture remains that the IS auditor's core challenge is consistent, ensuring that sufficient, reliable, and relevant evidence is gathered to form an impartial conclusion. The tools change from paper ledgers to statistical math to AI, but the need for integrity does not.
Which brings us to our final provocative thought for you, the learner. We spent some time discussing compensating controls, confirming that they are only acceptable if they achieve the same result as the control they replace. However, the sources note that management may formally accept a risk related to a finding if the residual risk, though higher than desired, is deemed tolerable, provided it is fully documented and reviewed by senior management.
So, given the extremely high velocity of transactions in a modern real-time environment like a high-frequency trading platform, what specific kind of control failure might a major organization be willing to formally accept as a residual risk, knowing that the failure is potentially instantaneous, but the business consequence is deemed manageable?
And more profoundly, if the organization maintains a large official registry of control weaknesses that have been formally accepted by senior management, does the formal acceptance of that documentation, that record of residual weakness, become the greatest, most insidious control weakness of all? Go explore the governance challenge inherent in the risk acceptance process.
Thank you for taking this deep dive with us.
We'll see you next time. Welcome back to The Deep Dive, the place where we don't just summarize information, we synthesize it. Today, we are undertaking a deep dive into the world of information systems auditing. But we're moving, I think, far beyond that old image of an auditor with, a stack of binders and a checklist.
Oh, absolutely. That era it's over.
Okay.
We are now firmly in the age of the automated auditor. The very systems we review, the enterprise's critical IT landscape, they're increasingly being monitored, assessed, and even audited by algorithms. We're really talking about a deep integration of artificial intelligence and machine learning into the core audit functions.
So our mission today, for you, the learner, is threefold. First, we need to unpack exactly how these technologies are revolutionizing the audit lifecycle. Second, and this is crucial, we have to define the critical human oversight that's required, because I think we'll argue that the human auditor is more essential than ever. And finally, we will place this entire function within the robust global structures of IT governance and compliance frameworks. It's really a shortcut to understanding the future of assurance and control.
Right. And we've drawn on some really authoritative guidance that defines the modern IS auditor's professional scope. We're covering everything from the mechanics of predictive modeling all the way to global regulatory pressures, GRC. Our focus here is all about applying deep critical thinking to automated results and making sure that efficiency doesn't sacrifice accuracy or integrity.
Okay, let's unpack this, starting with the automation of the audit itself and how technology is fundamentally changing the 4 phases of assurance. Our sources provide a fantastic roadmap. It's figure 1.2 that breaks the audit into 4 clear phases. But the real story here isn't just that we're using new tools, right? It's that the automation fundamentally changes the scope from a point-in-time review to something more like continuous monitoring.
That's the key distinction. It really is. Traditional sampling meant accepting a certain level of residual risk because, you just couldn't check everything. But automation, especially robotic process automation or RPA, it just changes the feasibility of checking 100% of transactions. It moves us so much closer to true continuous assurance.
Okay, so let's define those 4 phases of the modern audit. We have audit setup, then the audit plan, auditing fieldwork, and finally, reporting. Let's start with setup. What were the manual tasks and how is automation replacing them?
Well, audit setup is where the auditor defines the scope, pre-selects candidates for the audit, and really starts identifying risks and dependencies. Manually, this meant just hours and hours of time-consuming interviews and poring over old reports.
And now, what does the automation scope deliver in that setup phase?
Now, the system instantly generates a ready view of similar audits that have happened across comparable business functions, either globally or just historically within the company. It immediately provides risk-based audit assessment reports that are derived from continuous control monitoring systems.
So it's pulling live data.
It's pulling live data, and significantly, it auto-generates preliminary checklists based on known high-risk areas, and it finds those areas through linguistic analysis of, say, recent incident reports.
Wow. So instead of an auditor just kind of guessing where the problems might be, the system uses natural language processing, NLP, to understand the context of thousands of documents, plus predictive analysis to forecast risk severity. That allows the auditor to walk into the engagement, like 90% prepared?
That's a great way to put it. And RPA, of course, is the arm that pulls all this continuous control data from all these different systems. The human auditor's time shifts from that basic data compilation to a much higher level strategic review of the automated risk profile.
Okay, that makes sense. So moving on to the audit plan. This phase is about communicating the finalized scope, documenting risks and controls, and truly understanding the existing process landscape. The SOPs, the policies, all that documentation.
Right. And this phase historically involved the auditor reading hundreds, sometimes thousands of pages of really dense operational documentation. The automation scope here really targets that complexity and volume. Automated data synthesis, which is driven by NLP, can analyze and summarize these wordy documents incredibly quickly.
That is a huge time saver. Instead of days reading policies, the auditor gets a structured summary showing the defined control, the expected outcome, and potential gaps based on standardized frameworks.
Precisely. The system can pre-populate initial findings based on this analysis. It uses keyword-based analysis to connect concepts across different documents, so it can ensure, for example, that the access control policy mentioned in an HR document actually aligns with the provisioning policy over in IT.
So it spots inconsistencies automatically.
It does. And on top of that, rule engines can extrapolate outcome analysis. They can determine if the documented control language is robust or if it's potentially weak, just based on linguistic patterns it's learned from, say, regulatory compliance language.
So the focus for the human shifts from what does the policy say to something more like, does the policy actually work as intended, and are there inconsistencies across departments?
That's the critical insight. NLP and predictive modeling are the workhorses in the planning phase, and they create efficiency by converting all that complexity into defined data points.
Okay, now we get to the core of it, auditing fieldwork. This is the testing phase, right? Evaluating the as-is processes against the design processes to find the issues.
Exactly, and fieldwork is where RPA really shines. The automation scope here includes automating the audit tasks themselves, running the tests, performing complex data modeling, and, most importantly, enabling 100% data sample testing. We are moving away from taking a tiny 5% sample of financial transactions and instead analyzing the entire ledger for anomalies.
The ability to process 100% of the data, that must dramatically reduce residual risk.
Absolutely. The system uses advanced predictive modeling for anomaly detection, flagging transactions or log entries that fall outside the expected statistical distribution. It also aggregates and interprets these massive data sets with rule engines and enables really sophisticated fraudulent data detection techniques that look for subtle, non-obvious patterns of manipulation.
And the output of this field work, the findings, I've heard they're often drafted almost instantly. Is that right?
Yes, natural language generation dash NLG, which is a cousin of NLP, is critical here. It produces initial summaries of findings and observation statements that the human auditor then refines. This frees the auditor from writing the first draft of every single observation, which allows them to focus purely on analysis and judgment.
Which brings us to the final phase, reporting, preparing that final report and updating the risk profile.
Here, the automation scope focuses on communication and impact. NLG automates the text-based report generation. Predictive analysis facilitates dynamic data visualization of key issues and risk exposure. This is that transition we mentioned earlier, from a subjective description to intelligent quantification.
So instead of a finding saying, we observed a high potential for loss due to this weak control, the intelligent report says something like, the system predicts, based on historical transaction data and known vulnerabilities, a loss exposure of $150,000 per quarter if Control Y is not implemented.
Exactly. And that ability to provide immediate quantification, all driven by linguistic analysis and predictive modeling, it makes the audit infinitely more persuasive. It's more valuable to senior management because you are speaking the language of business impact.
This brings us squarely to the core engine driving all this automation. Algorithms. For anyone who finds this word a little intimidating, I think the simplest definition still holds true. Algorithms are just precise, detailed ways to solve a specific problem.
That's the foundation. Exactly. Algorithms are not mystical. They're finite sequences of defined tasks with clear inputs and expected outputs. They really do underpin everything we do.
I mean, we see algorithms everywhere. Think about something as simple as making coffee. That's an algorithm with specific steps. Or a doctor diagnosing a condition. They run through a diagnostic algorithm based on symptoms. Even driving involves a complex, constant algorithm of sensory input, decision-making.
If brake lights, then slow down.
Exactly, and execution.
And while the principle is simple, applying it in technology requires a real focus on efficiency and feasibility. Not all theoretical algorithms are effective when you scale them up to enterprise data levels. The feasibility of using AI in auditing really depends on choosing an algorithm that ensures the computation is fast and resource efficient. I mean, if it takes 3 days to audit a week's worth of transactions, it's useless for continuous monitoring.
Which means the IS auditor isn't just checking if the algorithm works, but how well and how efficiently it works within the organization's own constraints.
Precisely. And speaking of advanced efficiency, our source briefly mentioned something called homomorphic encryption. This is a fascinating development for auditing. It enables the manipulation and analysis of encrypted data without ever decrypting it back into clear text.
Wait, say that again. Why is that a game changer for auditing?
Because it fundamentally solves the privacy versus utility conflict. Auditors can now run predictive analysis or statistical trend detection algorithms on highly sensitive data like proprietary formulas, health records, financial trading strategies, while ensuring that the underlying sensitive data remains completely protected and compliant with global privacy laws. It allows the audit algorithm to get the comparison operations it needs without compromising security.
So if the audit itself is an algorithm, where exactly does the human judgment come in to break that automated process? Is it in deciding which controls to test, or is it in interpreting the statistical significance of a failure?
It's both, but it's primarily interpretation. The audit algorithm checks the as-is state versus the as-should-be state. The human defines what those states are, selects the criteria for comparison, and most critically, assesses the significance of the observed deviation. A machine can find an error. Only a human can determine if that error constitutes a material deficiency that requires immediate executive action.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Let's look at the specific AI and machine learning tools outlined for AS auditing. We have 6 core techniques. Let's start with document classification.
Okay. Document classification is the act of assigning documents to specific predefined topics or labels using models like decision trees. Its application in auditing is just foundational, understanding the universe of documentation. It's essential for making inferences from prior reports. If I can label an old report as a database access control review, I know exactly what controls were tested before. This is crucial for that auto-generation of preliminary checklists.
Next up, text summarization. Beyond just condensing text, how does it provide actionable audit intelligence?
Well, text summarization generates these natural language summaries by identifying the most frequently used words, phrases, and connecting topics across a whole set of documents. So if an auditor has access to, say, a year's worth of IT service desk tickets, summarization doesn't just shorten the text, it immediately flags the top 3 recurring system outage causes. That allows the auditor to instantly generate observations and tailor their checklists to those specific pain points.
Then we have topic analysis. This is often confused with classification. What's the key difference in an audit context?
That's a great question. Classification assigns a document to a known label, like policy. Topic analysis is more exploratory. It identifies unique, hidden topics that link documents or sections that might not share the same label or even the same language.
Can you give an example of how that helps an auditor find something that's missing?
Absolutely. Imagine you have a physical security policy and a document detailing data backup retention requirements. They're classified differently. Topic analysis might discover a strong link between remote site access control from the security policy and data destruction procedures from the backup policy. And in doing that, it might reveal that the necessary linkage, the policy on how to physically destroy media at a remote site, is missing entirely. It helps the auditor build keyword rule engines and find gaps in the control narrative.
That's powerful, finding the control that should exist but doesn't. Moving on, search and retrieval.
This is a bit more straightforward. It involves searching repositories of processed, analyzed information. In auditing, this is used for making similar audit report inferences. An auditor finds a flaw in the firewall configuration process for the New York data center. A search and retrieval algorithm instantly pulls up reports covering firewall processes in the London and Tokyo offices, allowing the auditor to quickly scope the risk across the entire global organization and determine if this is an isolated or a systemic issue.
Then we hit the quantitative tools, statistical analysis.
Right. This evaluates trends in terms, phrases, or topics. Its role is really aggregation and interpretation. It moves the auditor beyond saying, we found 15 unauthorized changes, to saying the rate of unauthorized changes is increasing by 8% per month, and this trend is statistically correlated with the retirement rate of senior security engineers. This provides the quantitative evidence needed to make a finding material.
And finally, sentiment analysis. Why would an IS auditor, who usually deals with bits and bytes, care about feelings?
It sounds strange, but sentiment analysis extracts and analyzes text to understand the author's tone, positive, negative, or neutral. And while it's often seen as purely qualitative, this is crucial for flagging high-risk areas based on behavioral data. If the system analyzes internal communication logs or chat transcripts or user feedback after a system rollout, and it finds pervasive negative sentiment about a new access control procedure, that flags a significant risk of user circumvention or shadow IT that purely functional auditing might entirely miss. It prepares the auditor for key issues and risks before they ever step into the fieldwork. But all these tools, as incredible as they are, they bring us to a really profound requirement. AI and machine learning results must always be interpreted, challenged, and validated by a person.
Okay, why is this non-negotiable? If the machine can process 100% of the data in an hour, why should the human slow that process down?
Because the accuracy is only as good as the input. The tool is useless if the data being ingested is incomplete, inaccurate, or biased. The IS auditor is required to validate the data inputs used by the AML-assisted audit tool, not just when it's first implemented, but periodically as data sources evolve. They have to verify that the tool's conclusions are statistically significant and truly representative of the entire audit universe.
So the auditor's core new function is to audit the auditor, or I guess to test the testing mechanism itself.
Exactly. The human must have access to the raw system data that the AI used so they can verify the conclusions when necessary. We cannot simply rely on the assumption that the output is correct just because it came from a computer.
Let's discuss the risks outlined in our sources. These AMR techniques are an evolution of older computer-assisted audit techniques, or CATs, but the scale of the risks is far greater. The first one is risk 1, testing inadequacy.
Right. If the underlying model or the controls built around the AI tool are inadequately tested, the results, no matter how fast or voluminous, are questionable. The auditor has to ensure that the test routines are robust, human-led, and substantiated by documented evidence showing the tool performs as expected under both normal and stress conditions.
Then there's risk 2, proprietary black boxes. This feels like the biggest practical headache. How do you audit something if you can't see the underlying logic?
It is a massive issue of transparency. AML programs, especially those you buy from external vendors, are often proprietary. The documentation they provide is frequently insufficient to explain exactly what the complex, nonlinear algorithm is actually doing.
Wait a minute. So if you're being paid to provide assurance on a system and the primary tool you're using to provide that assurance is a black box, doesn't that fundamentally undermine the whole concept of reliance?
It raises the auditor's liability significantly. We often encounter situations where our team has wasted weeks trying to validate a vendor's highly quantitative finding, only to realize the proprietary documentation was locked down or just overly complex. It feels like auditing a ghost. The auditor has to insist on sufficient detail, even if it means reviewing logic diagrams or simplified explanations of the core decision rules to prevent that sunk cost and legal risk.
The third major risk, risk 3, training data flaws, is critical, especially for ML systems that learn over time.
This is the garbage in, garbage out problem, but at a massive scale. The training data has to be correct, adequate, and robust enough to cover both usual cases and the crucial unusual edge cases. If the training data only reflect control failures from 5 years ago, the algorithm will be poorly equipped to detect novel threats appearing today. Poor data leads to algorithms producing incorrect results, and management can end up relying on a false sense of security.
Then there's risk 4, over-reliance trust. This speaks to human psychology, right? It's just easier to trust a machine that appears objective than to challenge it.
The tendency to trust the computer's answer is powerful, but that trust is only justified if the correctness and fairness have been exhaustively tested and verified by the auditor. Auditors cannot substitute professional proof and judgment with simple computer output. We have to always question the source, the sample size, and the statistical validity of the conclusion.
And finally, a risk that has significant real-world consequence. Risk 5, bias and stereotyping.
Right. Since these AI tools are built, trained, and guided by human data and human rules, they inherently absorb and amplify the ethics, judgment, and sometimes the unconscious bias present in that data. So if an algorithm used to flag high-risk accounts was trained predominantly on data from one demographic or geography, it will systematically flag similar accounts as higher risk, even if the underlying behavior is benign. This introduces unfairness and significant reputational and legal risk.
Our sources highlighted a shocking example related to this. Instances where a failure to understand caveats caused serious problems, like suspects being wrongly identified by facial recognition algorithms run on low-quality or blurry images. That failure to question the quality of the input data had immediate, damaging repercussions.
That is precisely why the human auditor's role is not replaceable. It is the final, ethical gatekeeper. They have to possess the critical thinking skills to look past the fast, high-confidence output of the algorithm and verify the logic, the fairness, and the underlying quality of the data before communicating findings that could result in personnel action, financial loss, or legal jeopardy.
We transition now from the mechanics of the audit to the communication of the results, the audit report. Effective communication is so crucial here, and the IS auditor has to be highly skilled in facilitation, negotiation, and conflict resolution to make sure findings actually translate into corrective action.
This is where understanding the concept of materiality is paramount. Materiality is the relative importance of an audit finding based on its business impact. The auditor has to tailor the report contents, the language, and the emphasis based on who is reading it.
Okay, let's review the 6 audit report objectives that frame the final deliverable. This is what ensures its value to the organization.
Okay, first, the report formally presents the results to the auditee and the client. Second, it serves as the formal closure of the audit engagement. Third, it provides statements of assurance and identifies areas needing corrective action. Fourth, it acts as a valued, defensible reference for anyone researching the auditee or the audit topic in the future. Fifth, it serves as the necessary basis for the follow-up audit program. And finally, sixth, it promotes audit credibility, which is essential for the auditor to maintain influence.
And regarding the report structure and content, what are the minimum requirements the listener should expect to see in a professional IS audit report?
Every report has to start with a clear introduction that defines the objectives, scope, limitations, and the period covered. Next come the findings, often grouped by recipient or by order of materiality. Crucially, the report must contain the overall conclusion opinion on the adequacy of controls, explicitly stating the risk identified due to any deficiencies. And if the auditor couldn't test something, they have to include reservations qualifications regarding the scope or limitations they encountered. And then finally, the detailed findings and clear recommendations have to follow.
Let's really nail down that materiality nuance. How does an auditor decide what to report to the local site manager versus, say, the CEO?
Our sources provide a perfect example. If you find a weakness in physical access controls at a small remote data site, that is extremely material to the local site manager. Their primary responsibility is the security of that specific location.
Right, it's their whole world.
Exactly. However, that same finding, when viewed by upper management at headquarters, might not be material to the overall financial health or risk profile of the entire multi-billion-dollar corporation. The auditor must exercise judgment to tailor the summary sections of the report to the perspective and focus of the recipient.
Which means the auditor's work includes strategic negotiation right through the final meeting, the exit interview.
The exit interview is where the human skills of the auditor really come into play. It's where they discuss findings and recommendations with auditee management. The auditor has to ensure three things: that the facts presented are correct and material, that the recommendations are realistic and cost-effective, and, most critically, they must negotiate realistic implementation dates for agreed-on corrective actions.
That negotiation can get tricky, I imagine, especially concerning the auditor's independence check. The IS auditor must never cross that line into consulting.
That line is sacred. The IS auditor reports to senior management and the audit committee, and they maintain independence by ensuring no lower management levels can limit the scope or findings of the audit. If the auditor assists the auditee with implementing a control, say, designing a new provisioning process, that could adversely affect their independence, making it difficult to objectively audit that same control later. The auditor identifies the problem, management solves the problem.
And the process doesn't end when the report is issued. It leads directly into follow-up activities.
Right. Auditing is about continuous assurance. The follow-up program is essential to confirm that agreed-upon corrective actions have actually been implemented and are working effectively. The timing of this follow-up is based entirely on the criticality of the findings. A critical finding involving financial integrity might warrant a 30-day follow-up review, whereas a minor documentation error might just be checked during the next scheduled audit cycle.
Finally, let's talk about audit documentation. This is the evidence, right? It protects the auditor and justifies a report.
Documentation is the written record that supports every single representation made in the final report. It ensures compliance with professional standards and provides the necessary trail of evidence should the conclusions ever be challenged in a legal or regulatory context.
What quality standards must these work papers meet?
They have to be clear, complete, and fully comprehensible to a third party who might be reviewing the work. Due diligence requires that all work papers be dated, initialed, relevant to the audit objective, and stored securely to maintain integrity. The reason they must be dated and initialed is twofold. It establishes accountability for the evidence gathered, and it confirms the evidence was collected within the specific audit period defined by the scope. Without that rigor, the evidence loses its professional and legal value.
We've established how the IS audit checks controls. Now let's zoom out to the enterprise level. What ensures those controls are strategically defined and implemented in the first place? That's IT governance, ITG.
Exactly. ITG is an integral component of overall corporate governance. Corporate governance is the system by which the board directs and controls the entire enterprise, establishing trust, transparency, and accountability. IT governance simply ensures that IT leadership, structures, and processes sustain and extend the enterprise's strategy and core business objectives. So if the business goal is global expansion, ITG ensures the IT infrastructure is ready to support that expansion securely and reliably. And if we connect this to the bigger picture, well, that brings us to GRC, governance, risk, and compliance.
Right, GRC.
Yeah.
It's often viewed as three separate acronyms just stacked on top of each other. But the sources emphasize that GRC is really about integration, making sure assurance processes don't exist in silos.
That integration is vital. GRC is the synchronized collection of capabilities that enables an organization to reliably achieve its objectives while simultaneously addressing uncertainty, which is risk, and acting with integrity, which is compliance.
Okay, let's break down the three components then.
Sure. Governance provides the strategic oversight managing policies, processes, and decisions to align IT with business goals. Risk is the proactive element, identifying, assessing, and treating potential internal and external threats, making sure the enterprise operates within its defined risk tolerance. And compliance is the adherence part, making sure the enterprise meets mandatory laws, regulations, and voluntary industry standards and policies.
Our sources use the COBIT framework, which illustrates that IT governance is a truly systemic endeavor. It's figure 2.1 in the source. It's not just a department, it's an ecosystem of interacting components.
Absolutely. The COPIT components show the breadth of ITG. It includes the defined processes, the organizational structures, who reports to whom, the principles, policies, and procedures, the foundational information itself, and the services, infrastructure, and applications. But two components require special critical attention from the IS auditor: culture, ethics, behavior, and people skills competencies.
That's fascinating. How does an IS auditor actually audit culture? I mean, that's not a checklist item.
It's not. It requires deep critical engagement beyond simple documentation review. An IS auditor audits culture by looking for evidence of behavior that either reinforces or subverts controls. Are they interviewing staff at various levels to see if procedures are actually followed? Are they reviewing internal whistleblowing logs or employee feedback mechanisms to detect systemic control circumvention or, a fear of reporting issues? If the culture punishes reporting errors, it fundamentally weakens the entire control environment, which is a major deficiency the IS auditor has to report.
That shows the human element of auditing extends far beyond technology. Now, all this IT governance has to comply with a complex web of global regulatory impact. These laws govern the entire information lifecycle: receipt, processing, storage, transmission, and destruction.
The IS auditor must constantly map the enterprise's data flow against the applicable laws, which fall into categories like protecting the privacy and confidentiality of personal data, safeguarding intellectual property rights, and ensuring the reliability of financial information.
A crucial point here is extraterritorial reach. So if a U.S. company only sells domestically, why should they care about POPI in South Africa or Pipeta in Canada? That sounds like unnecessary scope creep.
It's the data, not the location of the company. If Betatronics, our case study company, decides to use a cloud provider that has data centers in the EU, or if a Canadian citizen submits a support ticket, or if a South African partner shares intellectual property, those laws immediately impose compliance requirements on the US-based systems and processes. The IS auditor has to map the global flow of data against that entire regulatory patchwork.
The required list of global legislation confirms this complexity. We have financial laws like SOX in the U.S. and the FIEA in Japan, privacy laws like HIPAA, GLBA, and COPPA in the U.S., PIPETA in Canada, PIPEA in South Korea, PIPI in South Africa, and of course the sweeping GDPR in the EU.
This creates enormous pressure on the compliance function, which must be fully integrated into ITG. And to ensure this happens, the Institute of Internal Auditors, the IIA, provides a clear framework for auditors reviewing regulatory compliance.
Okay, so what are the key elements auditors must confirm exist within the organization?
There are 7 specific elements they have to consider. First, the organization must establish specific standards and procedures to mitigate criminal activity risk. Second, overall responsibility for compliance must be assigned to specific senior personnel. Third, reliable staff background checks must be conducted before granting critical access or authority. Fourth, procedures must be effectively communicated through robust training and documentation. Fifth, there must be continuous monitoring and auditing of compliance steps. Sixth, consistent enforcement and appropriate disciplinary action must be applied across the board. And seventh, there must be an appropriate response and reporting mechanism for offenses, ensuring they are reported to law enforcement promptly and action is taken to prevent them from happening again.
It's a holistic system. It's designed to ensure that IT not only serves the business, but operates within a defined ethical and legal framework globally. To bring all these abstract concepts, governance, risk, auditing principles into sharp focus, let's revisit the case of Betatronics. They're a mid-sized manufacturer with double the industry average growth and high employee turnover, facing new U.S. regulatory requirements. Their known problem areas are logical security and change management.
This raises a really important question. What is the IS auditor's absolute starting point? This really tests the auditor's understanding of prioritization.
The first audit dilemma is, we have narratives and process flows describing major IT activities, and we know our weaknesses, but what do we do first?
Even with known problems, the auditor must first perform an IT risk assessment. That's Q1, answer C. Jumping straight into testing known weaknesses is premature. You have to ascertain which areas present the greatest risk and which controls are critical to mitigating that risk based on current business objectives, not just historical problems. The risk assessment defines the testing priority.
And even before that assessment can begin, what defines the auditor's legal right and professional authority to conduct the entire process in the first place?
The absolute first priority for planning is studying the audit charter. That's Q5, answer B. The charter is the documented authority. It defines the purpose, authority, and responsibility of the IS audit activities. Without understanding the charter, the auditor can't define their scope or assert their independence effectively.
Okay, let's move to the critical deficiencies. When auditing logical security at Betatronics, we look for the most dangerous deficiency. That's Q2. What is it, and why does it trump other security flaws?
The most concerning observation is that the system administrator account is known by everybody. That's Q2, answer A. This is a catastrophic failure.
Why is that more severe than, say, allowing a network administrator excessive permissions, which is Q2, answer D?
Well, a network administrator with excessive permissions is a risk, but it's a controlled single point of failure. If the system administrator account, the superuser account, is universally known, then any user can perform any system action. They can delete logs, change permissions, override critical financial controls, or disable intrusion detection systems. It completely nullifies all logical security controls, making it a far greater and more immediate risk than infrequent password changes, which is more of a manageable detective risk.
Next, let's focus on the other problem area, program change management. That's Q3. When we're testing these controls, how do we select the sample to ensure effectiveness?
We have to sample in a way that verifies that the control was actually performed. The most appropriate method is tracing changes to production code back to appropriate authorizing documentation. That's Q3, answer B.
Why is tracing from the production change back to the authorization, the mandatory path?
Because if you trace from the document, like if you sample all change request forms, you only verify that the forms exist. You don't verify that every change that made it to production was accompanied by a form. By tracing from the controlled item, the change in the live system backwards to the documentation, you ensure that every single change was properly approved and documented. And that is the definition of control adherence.
This leads us directly to separation of duties, SOD, the bedrock preventive control. What is the most critical control over a database administrator or a DBA?
For a highly privileged role like a DBA, the most critical control is absolutely separation of duties, SOD, to prevent the combination of conflicting functions. That's Q8, answer B. SOD is a preventative control. It stops fraud and error from occurring in the first place, making it inherently superior to detective controls like reviewing access logs or performance reports.
And we need to confirm which specific roles are incompatible. For instance, security administration and change management are incompatible. That's Q7, answer A. Why?
If you combine those roles, it means the same person could both implement a system change and modify the security settings or the audit trail to conceal that unauthorized change. The fundamental conflict of interest is the ability to bypass oversight completely undetected.
However, the sources note that roles like system development and system maintenance can be undertaken by the same person, as long as the programmer doesn't have access to the production environment. The segregation has to focus on that boundary between development and live operation.
Exactly. The key separation required is that the programmer cannot migrate their own developed or maintained code into the live environment without independent oversight.
Okay, let's address the reality of a small enterprise like Betatronics. What if they can't afford enough staff for full SOD in their online system? That's Q9 and Q10.
Right. When full SOD is impossible, the critical compromise is ensuring that authorization must be separated from all aspects of record keeping, so origination, recording, and correction. That's Q9, answer B. This separation ensures that even if one person handles all the physical data entry, they cannot also approve the transactions, which enhances the ability to detect unauthorized activity.
And if the enterprise is too small, which is Q10, to hire additional staff for proper SOD, the IS auditor has to recommend compensating controls. What practical steps should the auditor recommend instead of staff increases?
We have to shift to a strong detective control to compensate for the lack of the preventive control, SOD. The appropriate recommendation is implementing procedures that detect changes to production source and object code, for instance, automated code comparisons, so that these detected changes can be reviewed regularly by a third party, maybe an external CPA or a senior executive. That's Q10, answer C.
That's a crucial distinction. Just logging changes, which is Q10, answer A, doesn't ensure detection of unauthorized modifications to the production code, which is the highest risk area. We need proactive detection. And who is that third party? If the change is minor, does the CEO have to sign off?
Well, the auditor should recommend that the review frequency and the seniority of the reviewer be proportionate to the criticality of the system. For a mission-critical financial system, the review must be daily, and the reviewer must be someone who benefits from the control but is not involved in IT operations, like the financial controller. For a smaller system, a weekly review by the IT manager's supervisor might be enough. The key is mandatory, independent sign-off on the integrity of the production environment.
Finally, a quick note on external services, which is Q6. When Betatronics uses a service provider for backup and batch processing, what should the IS auditor do?
The IS auditor cannot simply rely on the contract or the service auditor's general report. They have to conduct an independent review of the backup and batch processing controls that are relevant to Betatronics' specific data and risk profile. Only an independent review ensures control efficiency and effectiveness in that third-party environment.
We have completed an exhaustive deep dive into the world of the automated auditor. We tracked the process from the strategic automated setup using NLP and predictive analysis through the field work, where RPA enables near 100% sample testing all the way to the quantified final report.
We highlighted the critical, non-negotiable human necessity in interpreting AI findings, stressing the risks of black boxes, biased training data, and the need for human validation of statistical significance. We also integrated the audit function into the broader context of global governance, showing how GRC and frameworks like COBIT dictate security and compliance practices across continents, impacting everything from logical security to separation of duties.
The ultimate synthesis here is that the IS auditor's goal, supported by robust governance, smart technology, and detailed reporting, is to provide unbiased, well-supported conclusions and opinions on control adequacy. This entire ecosystem is aimed at promoting the continuous strategic improvement of the information systems within the organization.
And that leads to a final thought synthesis for you, the learner, as you move forward. You now understand that GRC ensures IT aligns with strategic objectives, and that automated tools carry inherent risks due to bias and the human tendency to trust the machine. N-word. So consider this. If an AI tool suggests terminating critical vendor contracts or flagging multiple high-ranking staff members for potential fraud, what single non-financial threshold based purely on potential reputational damage or legal risk should force the human auditor to veto the algorithm and mandate 100% manual validation before the conclusion is ever communicated to senior management?
Think about that moment when the irreversible consequences of AI failure outweigh the efficiency gains. We'll leave you to mull over that. Until next time, keep digging deeper.
Okay, let's unpack this. We are diving deep today into the mechanics of corporate control and strategic oversight, specifically focusing on how modern enterprises govern their most critical asset, information and technology. We call this Enterprise Governance of Information and Technology, or EG-UP for short. This isn't just a technical deep dive, though. It's really about answering the question: how do the people at the very top make sure the digital engine of the company is driving exactly where the company needs to go?
That's the perfect setup, because the sources we're drawing from, frameworks used by global governance bodies like ISACA and the IIA, they can be incredibly dense.
Oh, yeah.
So our mission today is really to extract the core structure of EGI. We want to create a clear, structured map so you can understand how the board and senior management actively steer that IT ship.
Right.
Making sure it aligns perfectly with business objectives, that it maximizes value delivery, and maybe most critically, that it manages risk responsibly. It really is the roadmap for control.
Let's start at the very beginning then. The essence of EG. The source material frames this whole thing as a fundamental issue of stewardship.
That's exactly the right word.
It's not just delegating tasks, it's about ultimate responsibility. And that responsibility, it rests with the board of directors and executive management acting on behalf of all stakeholders.
Exactly. And when we say all stakeholders, we really do mean everyone.
So who are we talking about, really? It's not just the shareholder.
No, not at all. Internally, you've got employees, you have functional business units, finance, operations, HR, they all rely on that technology to do their jobs.
Sure.
Then externally, you have the shareholders, of course, who demand a return on their investment. But you also have customers whose data you have to protect. And then there are the regulatory bodies who demand compliance.
So stewardship implies a kind of fiduciary duty to manage these resources intelligently and ethically for all those groups.
It does. The board is the ultimate steward of IT resources. Their job is to ensure they are used to maximize enterprise value while sticking to all those external constraints.
Okay, so if the enterprise is a ship, The board isn't just the captains setting the course. They're more like the group accountable to the passengers, the cargo owners, the port authorities for the entire voyage.
That's a great analogy. And EJI is the overall system, the maps, the compass, the rules of the sea designed to make sure the entire IT endeavor is strategically aligned with that voyage.
And what's its core purpose then?
It really revolves around direction. EJI ensures the realization of promised benefits from all those big tech investments. It pushes the company to maximize value by seeking out new technological opportunities.
Huh?
It makes sure resources are used responsibly, so efficiently and ethically. And of course, that all IT-related risk is managed appropriately.
And if that direction doesn't come from the top, from the board level?
No, they haven't.
Well, what tends to happen is that individual departments or, functional managers, they start managing IT based on their own immediate needs. You get this fragmented management approach.
Which sounds like a recipe for, well, for chaos.
It's a recipe for tremendous misalignment and organizational waste. You have marketing buying one tool, sales buying another, and neither of them talk to each other or align with the company's security standards.
That distinction you're making, governance versus management, that seems crucial. It's a cornerstone of frameworks like COBIT, right?
It's the cornerstone.
So if governance is setting the destination, then management is the crew executing the maneuvers to get there. What exactly defines the governance activities that management, that they can't undertake?
We call that the COBIT distinction.
Yeah.
And it's just critical for separating roles and responsibilities. Think of it this way. Governance is the what. Management is the how.
The what versus the how.
Okay.
So governance focuses on this continuous cycle of three main activities: evaluating, directing, and monitoring. Okay, let's ground those terms a bit. What does evaluating stakeholder needs actually look like in a boardroom? It sounds so abstract.
It does, but it's very practical. Evaluating involves assessing the landscape. It means looking at evolving external factors, like a new disruptive technology like generative AI, or a critical new privacy regulation like GDPR,
Right.
and understanding how that impacts the organization's overall risk profile and its future strategy. It also means determining balanced objectives. For instance, evaluating whether investing, say, $50 million in a new centralized cloud platform, does that balance the risk reduction you get from consolidated security versus the sheer cost and complexity of the migration?
So it's about weighing the options. Then once they evaluate, they move to directing.
Exactly. Directing is all about decision-making and setting priorities. The board sets direction by approving the strategic IT roadmap. They establish the enterprise-wide risk appetite, which is just a fancy way of saying how much risk are we willing to tolerate to chase after value.
Okay.
And they define the boundaries of policy and acceptable use. This is where they decide, for example, which major IT initiatives will get funded this quarter and which ones have to wait. They're setting the overall mandate for the management team.
And monitoring closes the loop.
Monitoring is that oversight function. It involves reviewing performance against the direction they set. They look at KPIs, key performance indicators, and KRIs, key risk indicators.
So are we on budget? Are we compliant? Are we getting the ROI we expected?
Precisely. This ensures that executive management is actually performing against that agreed-upon mandate.
And management, the how, then takes that strict direction and just figures out the logistics. They execute.
That's it. Management plans, builds, runs, and monitors the activities, the day-to-day operations, in alignment with the direction set by the governance body.
Can you give me a clear example?
Sure. Governance decides we need a new customer relationship management system because of a strategic necessity to improve customer retention. That's the what. Management then decides how to build, staff, and run that specific system, and they have to do it within the budget and the risk limits that governance prescribed.
So if the board's direction is weak or non-existent,
Management might build a technically perfect system that solves a problem the business no longer has, or one that introduces a risk the board would never have accepted.
that brings us sharply to the two fundamental concerns that EJIT really boils down to. Everything seems to push toward these two pillars.
Yes, every EJ mechanism you see, every control, every committee is trying to optimize or control two things at the same time.
Okay, what are they?
First, ensuring IT delivers measurable value to the business. And that is fueled by that strategic alignment we've been talking about.
And second?
Second, ensuring that IT risk is managed appropriately. And that is driven by embedding clear accountability throughout the organization.
The real insight here, I think, is that these two objectives are, well, they're often in tension with each other.
They absolutely are. That tension is the central battleground of governance. It's where all the tough decisions are made.
How so?
Well, achieving the greatest value often means being highly innovative, moving quickly, deploying disruptive technology, and that usually involves taking on increased or, novel risks like adopting a brand new, unproven AI platform.
Right, the high-risk, high-reward play.
Exactly. But conversely, if you prioritize maximum risk aversion, you become slow, rigid,
Yeah.
and you're unable to capture that competitive value. You get left behind.
So each IT's primary function is setting the dial, basically, setting the precise organization-specific tolerance level for that trade-off.
That's a perfect way to put it. It's the framework for calculated risk-taking.
So why the explosion of focus on EJ now? What are the key drivers forcing boards to take this so seriously? This really gives us the context for our whole deep dive today.
It's a combination of financial pressure and, frankly, existential threat.
Okay, let's start with the money.
On the financial side, boards are demanding better return on investment, better ROI, from their rapidly escalating IT expenditures. You have to remember, IT is no longer, 5% of the operational budget. In many companies, it's 20% or more.
A huge chunk of the spending.
A huge chunk. So they need proof that this massive spending is actually contributing tangible value to the stakeholders.
And then there's the regulatory pressure, which feels like it's become this unstoppable force.
It's significant, yes. Organizations have to comply with incredibly complex and often conflicting regulatory requirements. Think about the requirements for financial reporting controls under Sarbanes-Oxley, or SOX.
Sure.
Or the banking sector demands of the Basel Accords, or the massive global reach of the EU's General Data Protection Regulation, GDPR, when it comes to privacy.
And IT systems are where all that data lives.
Exactly. Since IT systems are the primary keepers and processors of all this sensitive data, controlling the IT environment is, it's non-negotiable for legal survival.
It also seems like the sheer complexity of the modern IT environment is forcing their hand as well.
Indeed. Managing increased IT expenditure is one thing. But how do you select and manage service providers when your data lives in dozens of different outsourced cloud computing arrangements?
That's a supply chain risk.
It's enormous. And then on top of that, you have the constant emerging risks related to cybersecurity. These factors require high-level governance oversight because if the IT control environment fails, the entire enterprise could face an existential threat.
Plus, you mentioned something that sounds a bit like peer pressure. Benchmarking.
Exactly. No board wants to be the one to discover they are lagging their peers in adopting essential controls and security measures. Benchmarking, assessing your performance against generally accepted standards and your industry peers, is a key driver for ensuring continuous improvement. And that's for both security and for cost efficiency.
Okay, so if that's the why, let's talk about the how. How do you actually implement an EGI framework? What practices does a framework need to provide that crucial feedback loop on value and risk?
Well, the sources outline 3 key processes that really facilitate this feedback. First is IT resource management.
So, knowing what you have.
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
It's about knowing what you have and how it's being protected. It means maintaining a living, updated inventory of all your IT resources, hardware, software, data assets, people, and continuously tying the risk management process directly to those assets. You simply can't govern what you don't track.
Makes sense. Okay, what's second?
Second is performance measurement. And this connects right back to that value side of the equation.
Right.
Performance measurement ensures your IT resources are performing as expected to deliver value. This is often measured through things like service level agreements or SLAs or specific project ROI metrics.
And it's also an early warning system.
Critically, yes. Poor performance, excessive downtime, constantly missed project deadlines. These aren't just operational failures. They are key risk indicators, or KRIs, that signal potential governance weaknesses. Any deviation from what you expect could lead directly to business risk or regulatory exposure.
And the third process focuses entirely on that regulatory burden we talked about.
That's compliance management. This process ensures that controls are embedded to address all those legal, regulatory, policy, and contractual requirements. And this goes beyond just, checking boxes on a form. It's ensuring that all employees, all systems, and all of your outsourced partners conform to the external requirements that the governance body has mandated.
So the board sets the course, management runs the ship, and the EG framework provides the map. Now we need the independent navigator to confirm we are actually staying true to the course. And this brings us to audit's significant role.
Audit provides that essential, independent, and balanced view. It's a qualitative assessment of whether the governance mechanisms are actually working as intended.
And because they operate independently.
Because they operate independently from the executive function, internal audit is perfectly positioned to monitor compliance and, more importantly, to provide leading practice recommendations back to senior management. This feedback loop helps improve the overall effectiveness and, the maturity of the governance framework itself over time.
Now, since audit often has to review top-level decisions, crossing divisions, functional areas, even international boundaries, they need some kind of official permission to operate at that altitude. That's where the audit charter comes in, right?
The audit charter is, for all intents and purposes, the auditor's license to operate. It is a crucial governance document.
And who approves it?
It has to be approved by the highest governing body, which is usually the audit committee of the board. The charter explicitly states the IS auditor's authority. It defines the scope of their work. It clarifies their direct reporting line to the audit committee, and it confirms their absolute right of access to information.
Why is that right of access so vital, especially today with the cloud and everything else?
Because of outsourcing. It's that simple. If you, listening, are running a company that uses a massive public cloud provider, AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, and you store critical financial or customer data there, your IS auditor must be able to verify the control effectiveness of that third party.
So they need to be able to look inside AWS's operations.
Not necessarily directly, but they need to be able to review their audit reports, like SOC2 reports, or rely on direct access stipulations in your contract. If the charter doesn't explicitly grant the auditor this right to look at third parties, the organization have a massive blind spot where a huge proportion of its risk now resides. Without this charter, the auditor is powerless.
Okay, so once they're chartered, what specifically are IS auditors assessing when they look at EG8? They must be checking the success metrics of governance itself.
They are. They're looking for evidence that the strategy is cohesive and that it's working. So first, they check the alignment between general enterprise governance and EG8.
What does that mean in practice?
It means, do the IT priorities actually make sense given the company's strategic goals? If the company says its #1 goal is rapid market expansion into Europe, but all the IT investment is focused on maintaining old legacy infrastructure in North America, there's a clear alignment failure.
Right.
Second, they assess whether the IT function aligns with the enterprise mission, vision, and strategy. Third, they measure success. Are performance objectives, both efficiency and effectiveness, being achieved? Are projects delivering the value they promised?
And finally, I assume they check the compliance and risk environment.
Absolutely. They assess compliance with all legal, fiduciary, security, and privacy requirements.
Yeah.
They analyze the control environment. Are the controls designed correctly and are they operating effectively?
Yeah.
And they review the inherent risk within the IS environment, making sure that the level of IT spending is appropriate for the risk being taken.
So if a company is spending billions on IT but still has, terrible cybersecurity controls.
That is a massive governance failure.
Okay, here's where it gets really interesting for me. This whole structure of control is best summarized by the 3 lines model, which I believe was developed by the IIA. This model clarifies risk management responsibilities across the entire enterprise.
It does, and this model is fantastic because it assigns responsibilities explicitly. It avoids that common corporate problem where if everyone is responsible for risk, it means
no one is.
No one is. Exactly. So at the very top of the model, you have the governing body, the board, which holds that ultimate accountability for oversight, for integrity, and for setting the tone from the top.
Then you break down the operational structure into these 3 distinct lines of defense. The first line is the action line, right?
The first line of defense is management, the
Yeah.
operational function. They own the risk, and they directly manage it within their day-to-day business processes.
So if a banking division launches a new mobile app, the management team of that division is the first line.
Precisely. They are the ones who implement the controls, monitor the metrics, and use those metrics to identify their own weaknesses and then propose necessary improvements. They're on the front lines.
Okay, so if the IT manager designs and implements controls for a new system, they're the first line, making sure it functions properly. But then who's checking the robustness of those controls? Who's watching them?
That's the second line of defense. This is your risk management and your compliance functions. This line provides crucial expertise, support, monitoring, and very importantly, constructive challenge.
Okay.
They are designed to independently evaluate known or emerging risks using specialized tools for identification, analysis, and treatment. They partner with the first line to make sure controls are designed correctly and implemented effectively to mitigate risk.
Hold on, if the first line manages and owns the risk, and the second line advises on the risk, doesn't that create friction or muddy the waters? Why do you need the second line to independently evaluate risk if management already owns it?
That's a fantastic question, and it cuts right to the core of the governance issue.
Okay.
The first line, they're focused on delivering value, on hitting their operational targets. So they have an inherent incentive to maybe downplay or overlook risks that might slow them down or cost more money.
Right, they want to get the project done.
They want to get it done. The second line, however, has mandated independence. Their entire job is to spot the blind spots and to challenge those assumptions. And crucially, the sources really emphasize this. The second line informs and assesses, but it should never replace or overrule management's ultimate decision.
Oh, that's a key distinction.
It's critical. The first line retains ownership of the risk. So if the second line warns that a new product launch is too risky, but management, after considering that advice, chooses to move forward,
Management is on the hook.
management is fully accountable for that decision. The second line's job is simply to make sure that decision is an informed one, not to make the decision for them.
Okay, and that brings us to the final line, the third line of defense, the ultimate, truly independent check on the entire system.
That is internal audit. They provide truly independent assurance and advice on all matters related to the organization's objectives.
And what makes them so independent?
Their independence is guaranteed by their structure. They set their own audit programs, they decide their scope autonomously, and they report directly to the audit committee of the board, which is separate from the executive management chain.
So they don't report to the CEO or the CFO.
Correct. Their goal is to provide assurance that the enterprise is mitigating risks effectively across both the first and second lines so that the organization's objectives can be met. In short, they are checking the checkers.
Let's pivot a bit now from the control structure, the navigational checks, to plotting the actual course. And this really starts with how IS strategy has fundamentally changed. The source material confirms that IT has made this crucial transition from being a mere enabler to being an integral part of the enterprise strategy.
That evolution is probably the single biggest change in corporate governance over the last 2 decades. It used to be that the board and senior management could minimize their involvement. They viewed IT as this specialized, back-office cost center.
The IT guys in the basement.
Exactly. But today, with total dependence on IS for every single core operational activity, from sales to manufacturing, that hands-off approach is a guarantee of failure. Strategic alignment between IT and enterprise objectives is now an undeniable critical success factor.
So IT can't innovate or manage risk or deliver value without that strategic guidance from the very top.
They can't. They'd be flying blind.
And the pace of change is forcing an evolution in the planning cycle itself. That traditional static 5-year plan feels completely obsolete.
It absolutely is. Developing a massive, detailed strategic IT plan every 3 to 5 years used to be fine. But today, with disruptive technologies, think about AI, quantum computing, or sudden market shifts, that lag time is lethal.
So what's the alternative?
Many enterprises now adopt what's called agile strategy or strategic agility. This means strategic planning is continuous. It moves with much shorter time horizons, maybe quarterly or even monthly check-ins, enabling faster, incremental responses to all these technological and market changes.
That seems like a massive governance challenge in itself.
Yeah.
How do you maintain stability and control while trying to be that agile?
It requires constant calibration. The strategic planning process has to balance developing new systems with the essential tasks of maintaining the ROI of your existing IT systems and planning for the eventual, decommissioning of legacy systems. It's a lot to juggle.
And the IS auditors, they have to confirm that these agile IT plans are staying synchronized with the overall business strategy.
Constantly. And here is a clear risk indicator that auditors always look for: the exclusion of the CIO.
What do you mean?
A major red flag for an auditor is if the CIO or senior IT management is not involved in creating the overall business strategy. If IT receives the business strategy as a done deal, as a document that's just handed to them,
It signals a severe governance failure.
and almost guarantees strategic misalignment.
Yeah.
IT leadership has to be at the table where the strategic direction is being plotted, not just brought in later to figure out the technical implementation.
Now, all this planning and agile execution, it requires immense rapid feedback. And that brings us to the crucial role of business intelligence, or BI. This is the source material for plotting the course, the star charts, if you will.
BI is absolutely central to making informed, rapid decisions. It's what transforms all that raw data you're collecting into what we call knowledge capital,
An actual asset.
an actual strategic asset. BI tools help businesses identify specific trends and patterns, for instance, spotting that customer churn is spiking right after a specific product update. They provide better insights into customer behavior, not just what customers bought, but why they bought it, and how to predict their future profitability. Ultimately, BI provides the competitive edge by letting you leverage this knowledge.
And why the sudden surge in interest in BI outside of just, being more efficient?
There are three main drivers. First, the increasing size and complexity of enterprises means you can't rely on intuition anymore for operational decisions. You need serious data capability.
Okay.
Second, it's that pursuit of competitive advantage. The business that leverages its data capital fastest and most effectively is the one that wins. And third, there are legal mandates.
For example?
Financial institutions, for instance, are required to be able to report on all customer transactions and patterns to detect things like money laundering or fraud. That requires incredibly complex BI structures.
To leverage that knowledge capital, though, you need an effective, robust structure for the data itself. Let's dedicate some time to the data architecture, specifically the enterprise data flow architecture that ensures quality and usability.
This is a classic example of where good structure drives success. The architecture starts at the data source layer. This is just where the information originates. It includes your internal operational data, like from your transaction systems, external feeds, like market data, and non-operational data, like archives.
And that raw data is often messy.
Very messy. So it has to go through a cleaning process. And that is the absolutely essential data staging and quality layer.
This is a critical step.
The most critical step. It's responsible for copying, transforming, and cleaning the data into a format that's suitable for the warehouse. A process often called ETL extract, transform, load.
And the key function here is quality control.
Yes. Quality control. If data is unreliable, if there are missing fields or inconsistent formats, it has to be addressed here. This layer ensures that only reliable, validated data is allowed to proceed. It prevents that old garbage in, garbage out problem.
Okay, so once the data is clean, it moves into the heart of the system.
Which is the core data warehouse. This is the central repository, typically these vast relational databases organized for enterprise-wide analysis. And a key architectural principle here is the goal to store the most granular or atomic data possible.
Why is storing that atomic data so vital? Why can't we just store summarized totals? It would save a ton of space.
That's a great question. If you only store the summarized data, you effectively destroy your analytical flexibility for the future.
How so?
Imagine a grocery chain only stores the total dollar amount of sales each day. They can answer the question, how much did we sell yesterday? But if a year later, a new marketing manager comes in and they need to know, how often did a customer buy organic kale and beer together at 4 p.m. on a Tuesday?
They can't answer it.
They can't. The atomic data, the detail of every single transaction, is gone forever. Storing the most granular data guarantees maximum flexibility for future, currently unknown analytical questions.
That makes perfect sense. So the core warehouse is the complete historical record, but the individual business units, finance, marketing, they don't need all of that raw detail.
Correct. They use data marts. That's the next layer. These are smaller, focused subsets of information that are selected and organized to meet the specific needs of a particular business unit.
They're simpler.
Much simpler in structure. They might be optimized for quick reporting rather than massive, complex querying. They act as specialized reporting stations that draw clean data from that main source.
And the final piece, the context that makes the whole system usable for humans.
The metadata repository layer. This is the data about the data.
Okay.
And it goes way beyond just technical details like structure names and formats. It documents the business purpose of a data element, its context, and crucially, all the transformation and validation rules that were applied as the data moved from the source through that staging layer.
So without good metadata,
Analysts won't trust the data, or they won't even understand what they're looking at. It's the key to usability.
And to wrap up the architecture, the sources really emphasize that to make sure the architecture is actually useful for the business, the architects rely on visual models, but they absolutely must involve the business operatives.
Yes. They use tools like context diagrams to show major processes and external parties, or activity and swim lane diagrams to deconstruct business processes step by step. And if knowledgeable business operatives aren't involved in designing that data architecture, The IT team risks just replicating existing suboptimal configurations into a massive, expensive new data warehouse,
So you just automate the existing mess.
which is a massive failure of governance and a huge waste of money.
As we move into the next section, we're shifting from planning to accountability, managing the crew, and preventing mutiny, if we stick with the ship analogy. Risk management, especially in technology, it has to start with clear ownership. This is where we define information security governance.
InfoSec Gov is that crucial subset of corporate governance. It provides the strategic direction for all of your security activities, ensuring they're aligned with business objectives and risk management.
And its value drivers are pretty clear.
They are. They're often summarized by the old CIA triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. Plus, continuity of services and the protection of information assets. This governance mandate flows directly from the board.
And the accountability, this is key. It can't be outsourced or delegated away.
That's right. The board of directors and the CEO are ultimately accountable for InfoSec governance. Now, the CEO discharges this through executive management, but the board must approve the foundational policy, ensure continuous monitoring of key security metrics, and review the risk posture regularly.
It's all about the tone at the top.
It is. If the tone at the top is poor, if senior management is constantly bypassing security protocols to get things done faster, you cannot expect adherence lower down the chain.
Now let's look at the formal structures established to manage this. The IT governing committees. It's really essential to distinguish between the two primary types because they have different masters and different time horizons.
We have the IT Strategy Committee, which focuses on the strategic future. They are an advisory body to the board.
So they're looking out at the horizon.
Exactly. They provide insight into the relevance of emerging IT developments. They ensure long-term alignment between IT and business direction, and they analyze the risk, return, and competitive impact of major potential IT investments. They often prepare the strategy for the full board's eventual approval. They're looking outward and maybe 5 years ahead.
Okay, so contrast that with the IT steering committee.
The steering committee focuses on implementation and oversight, the here and now. They are the ones who approve specific project plans and budgets. They set project priorities and milestones, acquire resources, and relentlessly monitor project progress to ensure that expected value is delivered on time and within budget.
So they're more tactical.
Very tactical. They are the decision makers who manage resource and priority conflicts on a day-to-day basis. And it is highly desirable that a board member, particularly one with a deep understanding of technological risk, actually chairs this committee to ensure effective escalation when problems come up.
Let's break down the individual roles now, and I want to focus first on the crucial difference between data owners and data custodians. This is something I think is often misunderstood.
It is. So data owners are the business side personnel managers and directors. They're the ones who possess the necessary business knowledge.
Okay.
They are accountable for the data security throughout its entire life cycle. They're the ones who classify the data public, internal, confidential. They authorize who gets access. They review access controls periodically. And they determine the protection mechanisms required. In short, they make the rules.
And the data custodians, then, are the ones who follow the rules.
Exactly. They are the IS personnel systems analysts, computer operators, database administrators, or DBAs. They are responsible for storing and safeguarding the data, following the rules set by the owners. They implement the physical and logical controls like backups and system hardening.
A really critical role is the Chief Information Security Officer, or CIOs. And the source material really emphasizes the absolute need for organizational separation from the CIO. Why this organizational friction? Why is that so important?
This is a classic governance tension point. The CIO, the Chief Information Officer, is tasked with efficiently providing continuous IT services and usually reducing operational costs. Their performance is often measured on uptime and budget adherence.
Right.
The CISO, however, is measured on the quality of protection and managing security risk. Their goals can be fundamentally opposed.
Give me a hypothetical scenario where those interests would clash.
Okay. Imagine the CIO wants to use a new, inexpensive cloud service for storing some non-critical customer data because it saves, say, 20% compared to the existing private infrastructure.
A clear cost saving.
Clear cost saving. But the CISO assesses this new service and determines that while it's cheap, it doesn't offer the necessary multi-factor authentication or the data encryption in transit that's required by the company's security policy.
So the CIO argues the cost savings are essential. The CISO argues the risk is too high.
Precisely. Now, if the CISO reports directly to the CIO, the pressure to conform to that cost-saving mandate becomes overwhelming. And the security risk is often accepted implicitly, without proper review.
But if you separate the CISO function,
If you separate it organizationally, having the CISO report either directly to the CEO or maybe even to the audit committee, you prevent that conflict of interest. It ensures the cost versus risk trade-off is made by a neutral body, like the governing committee, not by the person who is primarily focused on cost reduction.
we should briefly touch upon SCADA and OT operational technology. That is a highly specialized risk area that needs its own governance focus, doesn't it?
Absolutely. SCADA, which stands for Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition and Industrial Control Systems, or ICS, these are the systems that govern our critical infrastructure. Power plants, water treatment facilities, manufacturing lines.
And historically, these were totally isolated systems.
Completely. They were air-gapped, totally separate from...
Welcome back to the deep dive. If you stop and think about the modern enterprise for a second, a global bank, a massive retailer, or even a company that just trades in customer data, their entire success hinges on efficiency and, well, trust.
Exactly. But that trust, it's built on a hidden foundation, a really sophisticated, almost you could say military-grade structure that manages risk, that defines control, and ensures compliance with all these global laws.
It's the engine room of governance, isn't it?
It absolutely is. It's not just about having strong firewalls or things like that. It's about having a complete organizational blueprint, one that dictates who can do what, when they can do it, and how, especially when you're talking about sensitive data and critical systems.
And without that detailed structure, that global enterprise, no matter how profitable it seems on the surface, is really just operating on borrowed time.
Oh, for sure. Legal liability and just pure informational chaos are always waiting in the wings.
And that pressure is constant. It's driven by technology evolving faster than regulations can even hope to keep up, and legal mandates shifting globally almost, monthly?
It feels like it. So the big question for managers and, of course, for auditors is, how do these massive organizations actually maintain control over their systems, manage the inherent risks of their own people, and, rigorously protect that sensitive data?
And that is precisely our mission today.
Yes, it is. We are undertaking a deep dive into the core frameworks that guide all of this organizational control. We're going to dissect the rules, the whole policy to procedure hierarchy. We'll map out the crucial enterprise architecture that acts as the IT blueprint.
Then we'll get into the nuanced world of enterprise risk management.
Right. And after that, move into what are really the non-negotiable requirements of data privacy governance.
Our source material for this is comprehensive. It's tailored specifically to understanding how world-class organizations structure their controls, how they manage IT assets, and how they meet the strict requirements that information systems auditors expect.
Our goal here is to take what often seems like dry, compliance-driven jargon and really turn it into a clear and, I hope, fascinating map of organizational control.
Okay, let's unpack this. We have to start where all control really begins, with the rules. In any serious enterprise, rules aren't just, general suggestions. They're structured into a very strict governance hierarchy.
Right. They move from that high-level strategic intent all the way down to precise daily instructions.
And understanding this four-tiered hierarchy is fundamental, isn't it? Because it directly links what's decided in the boardroom to what's actually happening on the front lines.
It's the only way to do it. At the very peak, you have the policy. This is the non-negotiable highest level mandate. It sets the strategic intent and the overall organizational stance on an issue.
Okay, so let's take a highly sensitive area like data security. What would a typical policy actually look like?
A policy statement is broad. It's foundational. It might say something like, all sensitive information resources must be protected using appropriate encryption methodologies to effectively prevent unauthorized disclosure, both in transit and at rest.
So that's the strategic what and the why. The organization must use encryption.
Exactly. But once that broad objective is set by policy, you then have to ask, how do you translate that into a mandatory action across, thousands of systems?
And that's the next level down.
That brings us to the second level, the standard. Standards are the mandatory rules that enforce that policy statement. They define the minimum acceptable level of performance or configuration.
So if the policy mandates encryption, the standard gets specific.
It gets very specific.
Yeah.
The standard specifies the how and which technology has to be used to meet that mandate.
Can you give us a standard that would enforce that encryption policy we just talked about?
Sure. A standard might state, the enterprise has adopted the AES 256 cryptographic algorithm as the minimum acceptable security standard for all data classified as confidential or proprietary. Any data transfer must use TLS 1.3 or higher.
So it's a mandatory measurable rule. It removes discretion.
Completely. And it ensures that strategic policy of using appropriate encryption is met consistently across all the different departments.
That connection between the strategic intent and the specific technology choice it's just so crucial. So how does that mandatory standard translate into the daily work of, say, an IT admin or a developer? That moves us to the procedure, right?
Exactly. Procedures are the detailed step-by-step instructions. They're designed for specific tasks and are the tactical manual for how the standards are consistently met. They leave absolutely no room for ambiguity.
So the procedure takes that AES 256 standard and dictates the administrative steps.
Precisely. A procedure for a database administrator might read, Step 1. Before deploying a new database instance labeled confidential, verify the database configuration settings.
And then step 2.
Step 2. Navigate to the Security tab and ensure that the Always Encrypt feature using AES 256 is enabled. And maybe a step 3. Document the encryption key storage location in the security log following the approved naming convention. That level of detail ensures it's repeatable and, importantly, auditable.
And sitting below all of that is the 4th level, the guideline. This is where you see some discretion allowed, but best practices are still encouraged.
Right. Guidelines are recommended advice. They are non-mandatory, but they often cover things like due diligence or maybe edge cases that don't really merit a firm policy or standard.
Can you give an example of a guideline?
Yeah, so if a standard dictates all servers must be patched within 30 days, a guideline might suggest, when applying critical security patches, it is recommended practice to test the patch deployment on a non-production staging environment for a minimum of 72 hours before deploying to production.
So it's helpful advice, but if you don't follow it, it's not an automatic violation of policy.
That's it. It's a best practice, not a hard rule.
The major takeaway here, for you, the learner, is that this hierarchy isn't just paperwork. It's a guarantee that the strategic intent decided by senior leadership, the policy, translates directly into mandatory, measurable, and repeatable actions that are executed daily via procedures.
It really is the spine of corporate control.
So once you have the rules, you need the map. And that brings us to enterprise architecture, or EA.
Right, the EA. It's the structured documentation that defines the entire IT landscape of the organization.
So if we think of a business as a giant functioning city, the enterprise architecture is like the city's master plan. What's its primary purpose beyond just, documenting what servers they own?
Its purpose is really rooted in strategic planning and financial transparency. EA facilitates understanding, management, and long-term planning for all IT investments.
So if the enterprise is going to spend, say, $50 million on a new system,
the EA provides the context to determine the expected return on that investment, or, on the flip side, how much is being lost on inefficient legacy systems. It allows management to make really informed decisions about their technology debt.
This concept was really formalized by John Zachman, who gave us that famous analogy of IT construction mirroring building construction. Let's stick with that analogy to visualize the Zachman framework.
The analogy is perfect, because building a skyscraper moves from a very abstract vision to a physical reality. Zachman created a matrix that maps this progression.
So instead of architects' blueprints, we're using IT artifacts.
Exactly. Things like diagrams, data models, and flowcharts. And these artifacts convey different aspects of the system at progressively greater levels of detail. The whole goal is to fill in every single cell of that two-dimensional matrix.
Let's focus on the rows for a minute, which represent the different levels of abstraction that you need to complete for any IT system. We start at the top, which is the most abstract, the scope.
Right. The scope is the highest, most abstract view. That's the planning level. Think of it as the initial sketches and conceptual goals of the client and the architect. It defines the enterprise context, often using just high-level lists and text descriptions of the business goals.
Moving down from there, we hit the enterprise model. This is the perspective of the business owner.
And this is critical. The enterprise model defines the business functions, the processes, and the definitions of data, completely independent of the technology being used.
So if we're building an e-commerce platform,
the artifact here is the process flow diagram. It shows how an order moves from checkout all the way to fulfillment. It defines the logical operation of the business itself.
Then we get into the actual system design with the systems model.
This moves from business processes to the information system logic. This is the designer's perspective. It defines the logical design of the application and the data models. The artifact here might be a detailed entity relationship diagram, an ERD, that shows how the customer table connects to the orders table. It defines the required functions of the system.
And the technology model is where we start talking about the actual physical components.
This is the builder's perspective, or you could say the engineer's view. This defines the physical requirements and constraints. If the systems model defined the customer data structure, the technology model defines where that data actually lives.
For example,
It specifies that the database must be a specific version of SQL Server running on a Linux cluster in the North America cloud region using virtualization technology. It's that specific.
and finally, the most granular level, the detailed representation.
This is the detailed level of implementation. This row contains things like the specific lines of code, network wiring diagrams, configuration files, and installation guides. It's the view of the actual technicians or programmers who are making the system work.
And the whole point is that by defining all these artifacts across all the rows, the enterprise has a complete, consistent map of its systems.
A single source of truth.
So when an enterprise commits to EA, they usually approach this monumental task from one of two angles, which is primary.
Well, the initial choice really dictates the focus. The first is the technology perspective. This approach tries to clarify the complex technology choices that are facing modern enterprises. It focuses on the machinery.
So using the construction analogy again, this perspective is saying, okay, we have a ton of materials. Should we use Java E or .NET for our walls? Should we host our infrastructure in the basement, or should we rent space in the cloud?
Precisely. It provides strategic guidance on when to adopt technologies like virtualization or cloud computing, or when to use specific networking protocols. It's driven by the desire to standardize and rationalize the existing technology stack.
And the alternative perspective, which I think is much more powerful, is the business process perspective.
This is generally the more effective approach because it focuses first on the core reason the enterprise even exists, its value-adding, and its supporting processes. Instead of starting with technology, you start with the enterprise model, that second row of Zachman. You ask, what is the process we need to support?
And only once those business processes are mapped out, then they select the technology to support them.
Yes. The processes are mapped to the upper rows of Zachman. Once that map is complete and management understands the inherent inefficiencies in the current process, they can select the optimal mix of technologies to support the future desired process.
Which ensures IT investments are directly serving clearly defined business goals.
Instead of just chasing the latest technical trends. Exactly.
We should probably mention that while Zachman provided the conceptual model, other frameworks exist for implementing EA.
Oh yeah, definitely. You have the Open Group Architecture Framework, TOGAF, which is very widely used. It's a high-level procedural approach for governing the architecture, and it provides a detailed methodology for designing and implementing change.
And there's one specifically for security.
Right. There's the Sherwood Applied Business Security Architecture, SABSA, which focuses exclusively on building security into the architecture from the ground up rather than trying to bolt it on later.
And for the IS auditor, this entire EA documentation set is foundational.
It becomes their primary source of information and truth. The auditor's role is to ensure that new systems, changes to existing systems, and even technology procurement all align with the overall EA. If a system deviates from that blueprint, that indicates a significant control breakdown.
Okay, so we have the rules laid out in the policy stack, and we have the blueprint in the EA. The next logical step is dealing with uncertainty, which is constant in the IT world. This is Enterprise Risk Management, or ERM.
ERM is the formal, repeatable process of identifying threats and vulnerabilities to all the information resources an enterprise uses to achieve its business objectives.
So it's the mechanism through which management decides what controls to implement.
Exactly. And ultimately, it's about reducing risk to an acceptable level. That remaining risk, once all the controls are applied, is what we call residual risk.
Now, it's really crucial to draw a clear line between ERM and the audit function. Why is that?
Because they have fundamentally different roles and different reporting lines. ERM is a management advisory function. It's forward-looking, it's strategic, and it advises senior leaders on risk strategy.
Whereas internal audit is independent.
Completely. Internal audit is retrospective and confirmatory. It tests whether the controls implemented as a result of that ERM strategy are actually working. So ERM advises on the strategy, internal audit tests the execution.
This strategic advice hinges on a distinction that trips up a lot of people. Risk appetite versus risk tolerance. They sound interchangeable, but they are critically distinct concepts in governance.
They are, and it's a huge distinction. Risk appetite is the strategic amount of risk the enterprise is willing to take to achieve its primary objectives. It's a high-level, almost philosophical decision made by the board and senior leadership. It defines the culture of the enterprise, how adventurous or conservative it's going to be.
So it's the enterprise-wide setting.
Exactly. Risk tolerance, then, is the tactical application of that appetite. It's the acceptable deviation from the enterprise risk appetite, measured at a specific departmental or project level. Tolerance is quantifiable, often measured in specific amounts of financial loss or, say, acceptable system downtime.
Let's elaborate on the example from our source material to really cement this. A technology enterprise in a fast-moving market.
Okay, so imagine this tech company. Because the industry demands constant innovation, their board sets a high-risk appetite for new product development and market entry. They are willing to fail fast and spend significant R&D funds on untested concepts. That's strategic.
But that innovation doesn't excuse them from financial stability.
Right, of course not. Simultaneously, the CFO and leadership recognize that investor trust is non-negotiable. So they set a much lower risk tolerance for financial losses related to operations or compliance failures.
So how does that play out?
When a new product is being developed, the high appetite gives permission for the venture. But the low tolerance dictates that the financial models must demonstrate that the cost of failure won't exceed X dollars, and all financial reporting systems associated with that product must have tested controls.
So the strategic appetite justifies the risk, but the tactical tolerance contains the loss.
Got it.
So once management understands its appetite and tolerance, they face an identified risk, and they have 4 fundamental strategic choices for how to handle it. The 4 A's.
Right. When faced with risk, management has to choose one of 4 paths. The most definitive is avoidance. This just means eliminating exposure by not pursuing the activity, technology, or venture that creates the risk in the first place.
If the risk is unacceptable and you can't mitigate it, you just walk away.
You walk away. Now, if you can't avoid it, the most common path is to try and fix it.
Which is mitigate.
Or reduce. This involves lessening either the probability of the risk occurring or reducing the magnitude of its impact, typically by implementing controls. This is the bread and butter of any security team.
Then you have the option to spread the burden.
Share or transfer. Sharing spreads the potential impact through partnerships or joint ventures. Transferring places the financial burden on a third party. The classic examples are buying cyber insurance, transferring the financial impact to the insurer, or establishing contractual agreements that shift liability to a vendor.
And the final choice? Acceptance.
Acceptance. Here, management formally acknowledges the risk and decides to move forward because the potential negative impact falls within their defined risk tolerance level.
But this is a crucial formal step.
It is. When a risk is accepted, our sources emphasize that formal monitoring must be implemented. This ensures that if the circumstances change, management is notified and can revisit that decision.
That formal aspect is the key differentiator, because the major red flag for any auditor is when management chooses to reject risk.
Oh, absolutely. Rejection means ignoring the risk entirely, just hoping it goes away, or simply failing to document its existence or the rationale for dealing with it. An enterprise can avoid, reduce, transfer, or accept, but rejecting it is a total failure of governance and oversight.
We also noted that risk isn't monolithic. It operates at different organizational levels, affecting different parts of the enterprise.
It does. At the most immediate level, you've got operational risk. This concerns the daily execution of business activities, things like internal fraud, human error, system efficiency, or the possibility of existing controls being bypassed. It also includes failure to comply with daily laws and regulations.
Then when the enterprise initiates something new, they face project risk.
Project risk is linked to complexity and change. It's the risk that that complexity is poorly managed, leading to late delivery, systems that don't meet their objectives, or, significant budget overruns. It focuses on the success of discrete endeavors.
And scaling up to the highest level, you have strategic risk.
Strategic risk is all about long-term survival and alignment. Is the enterprise positioned competitively? Is the IT strategy supporting the overall business strategy? Does technology change pose an existential threat or a massive opportunity?
And these aren't isolated.
Not at all. We have to remember that a sudden increase in operational risk, say, a major system outage, can instantly trigger strategic consequences if it damages market share or reputation.
This structured view of risk is managed through the IT risk management lifecycle. Let's walk through the 4 steps, starting with step 1, identification.
Right. Identification requires the enterprise to list and classify all of the assets that require protection. And this goes way beyond just hardware and software. We have to identify information and data, personnel and their knowledge and skills, clients, customers, documents, buildings, and critically intangible assets like brand reputation and goodwill.
And a threat is just anything that can harm those assets.
Correct. Any event that could result in destruction, unauthorized disclosure, modification, or denial of service is a threat. Classifying these assets based on how critical and sensitive they are is usually the first step to prioritizing the assessment that comes next.
So step 2 is the core of the analysis, risk assessment. How do we start structuring the threats and vulnerabilities?
We begin by looking at defined classes of threats: errors and omissions, malicious damage, fraud, theft, and equipment failure. Then we look for the vulnerabilities, which are the specific weaknesses in the system or process that these threats can exploit.
Give us some examples of common vulnerabilities.
They range from the technical to the human. Technical vulnerabilities include things like untested technology or a lack of security functionality. Human vulnerabilities are things like a lack of user knowledge, poor password practices, or systems that don't properly enforce segregation of duties.
And we also have a design list of threat actors who exploit these vulnerabilities.
Yes, and we often classify them by skill and motivation. We start at the lowest level, novices or script kiddies. Then you have the politically or socially motivated hacktivists. Next are highly skilled, financially motivated criminals. And at the top end of skill and resources, you've got nation-states, state-sponsored groups, and sometimes terrorists. We also have to account for internal human threats like riots or civil unrest.
And we can't forget the forces of nature, the environmental threats.
They're absolutely critical for business continuity planning. We have to consider the impact of floods, lightning strikes, tornadoes, hurricanes, fires. Any thorough risk assessment has to incorporate the likelihood of these events.
So once a threat exploits a vulnerability, the result is the impact. How is this measured beyond the obvious financial hit?
Impact is multifaceted. It includes direct and indirect financial loss, sure, but also breach of legislation, loss of reputation, and potentially, in sectors like healthcare, the tragic loss of life if critical patient data or life support systems are compromised. The impact varies greatly based on the severity and the duration of the event.
And we also have to factor in the speed of the attack, the velocity.
This is a really modern refinement. Risk is typically calculated as the probability of occurrence multiplied by the magnitude of impact. But in the age of rapid data dissemination and automated attacks, velocity, the speed at which the risk may pervasively impact the enterprise, is becoming more and more important.
So an immediate wide-scale worm infection has a much higher velocity
Than a single internal fraud case that's detected after 3 months.
Exactly. So step 3 is risk response and mitigation, where we apply the controls or countermeasures.
Controls are the implementation of the reduced strategy. They can be people, like training programs, processes, like defined security reviews, or products, like software or hardware. And we judge their effectiveness based on their strength.
And where on that spectrum do the strongest controls reside?
The strongest controls are those that are preventative, automated, and formal. Preventive because they stop the event from happening in the first place. Automated because they don't rely on inconsistent human action. And formal because they are documented.
And the weakest controls.
They are the opposite, manual and informal. If a critical control requires a human to manually review a daily log and sign off on it, it is inherently weaker and less reliable than an automated detection system. The IS auditor spends a lot of time analyzing the mix of controls in what's called the control matrix.
Which categorizes controls by their function in the event timeline.
Right. We have preventive controls, which deter the unauthorized action, think strong firewalls, multi-factor authentication. Then detective controls, which identify the occurrence after the fact, like intrusion detection systems or log monitoring. And finally, corrective controls, which limit the extent of the damage and restore the system to a secure state, things like incident response plans and backups. A balanced strategy uses a mix of all three.
And once all those preventative, detective, and corrective controls are in place, we are left with the residual risk.
This is the risk remaining after the controls have been applied. Management then compares this residual risk against its defined risk appetite. If the residual risk is still too high, well, more stringent controls have to be applied.
But what if management overshoots? What if the residual risk is far too low?
That signals an entirely different type of inefficiency excessive control. If the risk is extremely low, management has to perform a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis. Are we spending $100,000 to protect against a $5,000 potential loss? If so, we might be wasting resources that could be better allocated to strategic initiatives or innovation.
That concept of over-control is a really key insight for the learner. Can you illustrate the real-world impact of that kind of resource waste?
Sure. Think about control complexity. For a small, innovative startup with a high-risk appetite requiring, say, six-person approval chain for every minor system change might reduce their residual risk to near zero.
But it completely tanks their ability to move quickly.
Exactly. It kills their ability to innovate and compete. The cost of those controls, in terms of bureaucratic time and delayed product releases, vastly outweighs the benefit of that slightly increased security.
But a large bank is the opposite.
A large bank must accept that high control cost, because the regulatory and financial penalty for not hitting a low residual risk target is existential for them. Control has to always be proportional to the value of the asset and the enterprise's strategic goals.
Step 4 is monitoring and reporting, which makes this entire process iterative.
This step ensures the process is adaptive. Risk factors are constantly changing. New technologies emerge, employees leave, new laws are passed. Management has to continuously monitor the risk landscape, reassess the existing controls, and report any changes back to senior leadership to ensure ongoing alignment with the enterprise's risk appetite.
Now, let's quickly touch on the methods of risk analysis used during that assessment phase. Not all analysis is strictly financial.
No, we have three primary methods. First, qualitative analysis. This is the simplest and most common, especially for non-critical risks. It uses descriptive rankings like high, medium, or low. It's fast, and often based on interviews and checklists.
But the major drawback is subjectivity.
Of course. One manager's medium might be another's low. To add some objectivity, we use semi-quantitative analysis.
This is the numeric scale without the currency.
Right. It associates descriptive rankings with a numeric scale. For instance, classifying a risk as high might automatically assign a weight of 5. This allows for aggregation and some basic comparison, reducing some of the subjectivity you get in purely qualitative methods.
And the gold standard for rigor is quantitative analysis.
This relies on using numeric, often monetary, values for likelihood, impact, and velocity. It uses historical data, statistical theories, and penetration testing to provide measurable, concrete results. This is absolutely essential for high-stakes decisions and during a deep business impact analysis, or BIA.
But if we rely so heavily on quantitative analysis, where does the rigor truly break down? What's the core challenge here?
The primary challenge is the valuation of information assets. It is inherently difficult to put a price tag on data or on reputation. And if different individuals assign different values to the same asset, the quantitative analysis loses its consistency.
This valuation problem directly translates into regulatory compliance decisions, particularly where large volumes of money are involved. Can you walk us through that SOX-POS example again?
Yeah. Take the Sarbanes-Oxley Act, or SOX, which requires rigorous control testing for systems that impact financial reporting. An enterprise might have two point-of-sale, or POS, systems. POS System A processes 98% of the company's annual revenue. POS System B only processes 2%.
So the standard is based on material financial value.
Exactly. The quantitative analysis dictates that only POS System A, the one processing 98% of the revenue, will be considered in scope for the full formality of control documentation and testing required by SOX. Management can then decide the controls on System B based on its lower monetary volume don't require that same level of auditing rigor. That decision is driven purely by the quantitative valuation of the financial process it supports.
We've covered the structure and the safeguards. Now we need to focus on the lifeblood of the modern enterprise, data, specifically personal data. This brings us to the non-negotiable area of data privacy governance.
A robust data privacy governance program is. It's essential. Its purpose is to ensure that all personal information, which is defined very broadly as any piece of information related to an identifiable person, is handled and managed according to legal requirements, enterprise policies, and the fundamental rights of the data subject.
So what are the main drivers forcing companies to implement these extensive programs?
The drivers are categorized as internal and external. Internal requirements focus on implementation and culture, defining privacy roles and responsibilities, creating and managing personal information inventories, providing mandatory employee training, and establishing clear data incident management capabilities.
And the external pressures are just getting stricter and stricter globally.
Absolutely. External requirements are the legal and contractual mandates. We're talking compliance with rigorous laws like GDPR, industry standards like ISO for health informatics, contractual obligations with partners, and establishing accessible mechanisms to address data subject rights.
The right to access, the right to erasure, and so on.
All of them.
Given the legal consequences of noncompliance, documentation isn't just a checklist item, it's basically proof of due care.
It's your legal defense. Without thorough documentation, an enterprise cannot demonstrate that it has met its obligations or respected the rights of data subjects, and we have to clearly distinguish between the documents aimed at the public and those used internally.
Let's start with the public-facing document, the privacy notice.
The privacy notice is the enterprise's outward-facing statement. It's written for the data subjects and, critically, for regulatory bodies. It must detail exactly what personal data is collected, why it is collected, how it will be used, processed, shared, retained, and ultimately destroyed.
So its primary role is to establish the enterprise's legal accountability.
Exactly. Regulators will hold the company accountable to the promises made in that notice. It defines the contract of trust. The presentation matters too. Notices can be dedicated web pages, text on forms, info in brochures, or even physical signs warning that CCTV is monitoring a location.
We often see companies bury the privacy notice inside the terms and conditions document. What does the guidance say about that practice?
It's considered very poor practice and is often insufficient in the eyes of regulators. Best practice requires maintaining separate privacy notices from terms of use statements.
Why is that?
Combining them risks creating a perception of duplicity or obfuscation. It implies the company is trying to hide or obscure its specific data practices within those lengthy user agreements. Furthermore, the data subject has to be given sufficient time to review the notice before collection begins. Too little time can render even a well-written notice invalid.
So if the notice outlines the terms, the consent form documents the agreement to those terms.
Right. The consent form documents the data subject's informed agreement. The process of informed consent is actually defined as an ongoing exchange of information, which could include follow-up Q&A sessions, emails, or system dialogues. Consent forms have to be designed to handle both new data collection and, retrospectively, the renewal of consent for any data collected previously under non-compliant processes.
And the ability to withdraw consent is a key factor in managing privacy risk.
It absolutely is. Data subjects must be able to withdraw their consent easily and at any time. The mechanisms used to capture consent must fully support this possibility. The easier it is for the subject to withdraw, the lower the overall privacy risk exposure for the enterprise, because it demonstrates respect for individual rights.
Moving inward, the most crucial internal document for governance is the Personal Information Inventory, PII.
The PII is the documented, internally focused repository of all personal data assets collected, derived, processed, or stored by the enterprise. It's the single source of truth for all personal data holdings.
And why is this inventory so vital for governance?
It serves multiple purposes. Most critically, it's the resource used to conduct a privacy impact assessment, or PIA. When the enterprise launches a new system or process, the PIA uses the PII to understand what personal data is being touched, what risks are being introduced, and what mitigation steps are necessary. It is highly recommended that this inventory also include comprehensive data flow mappings, showing exactly where the data travels inside and outside the enterprise's boundaries.
What other key documentation should the privacy officer be compiling?
You need a full suite of reports to demonstrate due diligence, privacy risk assessment reports, which evaluate existing collection practices, privacy impact.
Okay, let's unpack this. If you look inside almost any modern enterprise, the IT department is, well, it's no longer a self-contained unit, is it?
Not at all. It's a vast, global, complex ecosystem.
Exactly. I mean, few companies truly own all their own software, all their hardware, or even employ all the staff managing those mission-critical systems.
That's right. We're talking about massive outsourcing. Everything from relying on cloud providers, offshore development shops, specialized service vendors.
Just to keep the lights on and the business running. So this presents a monumental challenge. If your essential business functions, I'm talking customer data management, financial reporting, if they're being handled by third parties, how does your enterprise maintain any kind of effective control?
That's the billion-dollar question.
Right. How do you guarantee security, enforce compliance, and, maybe most importantly, accurately measure the true value and return on those enormous, dispersed IT investments?
It's a huge shift in thinking.
That is our mission today. We are diving deep into the necessary tools of modern IT governance. We're going to trace the journey of risk, starting with the contractual blueprint that establishes the rules.
That's foundation.
Then moving through the essential third-party audit reports that provide that verification, and culminating in the performance metrics that measure effectiveness and keep the entire sprawling system strategically aligned.
And this journey, it really starts and ends with one fundamental objective that never, ever changes, regardless of the complexity.
Which is?
It's always about protecting the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, the infamous CIA triad of the enterprise's data.
Right.
When you hand processing or storage over to a vendor in the cloud or, across the world, you cannot outsource accountability.
You can't outsource the risk.
Never. The entire governance challenge shifts from doing the work yourself to effectively monitoring, controlling, and assuring the compliance and quality of those third parties who do the work for you. It's a game of oversight, not direct management.
Okay, so let's begin at the very root of this. The decision to outsource in the first place. For a long time, the prevailing wisdom was that outsourcing was purely a cost-saving tactic, a way to cut budgets.
Oh yeah, that was the lift and shift model. Just move it somewhere cheaper.
But the source material shows that today, if you're only focused on cutting costs, you're missing the strategic point entirely.
That's a crucial distinction. Cost is a driver. Yes, of course it is. But for many organizations, the strategic decision to outsource is driven by imperatives like speed, innovation, and specialized knowledge.
Can you give an example of that?
Sure. I mean, think about it. If you're operating in a highly technical field, it might take you 3 years and millions of dollars to build an internal team capable of managing, say, a cutting-edge AI platform.
Right. You'd be behind before you even started.
Exactly. It's so much faster and more effective to contract a specialist vendor who already lives and breathes that technology. You get access to world-class expertise on day one.
So it's about competitive advantage, not just trimming the fat.
Precisely. And other factors are things like continuity guarantees, ensuring high availability regardless of your internal staffing issues, and gaining a competitive advantage by offloading those non-core, time-consuming functions.
Which lets you focus on what actually makes you money.
It allows the enterprise to focus its internal resources on what truly differentiates it in the market. You outsource the context to focus on the core.
I see the speed and specialization pressure there. And if this is a strategic move, choosing the right supplier goes way beyond just checking their technical capability box.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, when you enter into a long-term, potentially decade-long relationship, cultural compatibility seems like it would be vital.
You've hit on a key soft skill failure point. Management often overlooks cultural fit. They look at the numbers, the tech specs.
The bottom line.
Right. But friction caused by differing management styles, inconsistent work ethics, or just cross-cultural communication breakdowns can completely derail the entire agreement, even if the vendor's technology is state-of-the-art.
So even with a perfect SLA, if the teams can't talk to each other.
If the vendor's personnel and your internal teams can't communicate effectively, the relationship will inevitably fail. It'll be death by 1,000 paper cuts.
That compatibility defines the blueprint for the entire relationship, and that blueprint is, of course, the contract and the service level agreement, the SLA. This is where the IS auditor steps in to ensure the enterprise is protected. So what are the absolute non-negotiable contractual controls that must be defined?
Okay, so we need an exhaustive contract that explicitly establishes control, particularly over the data. The absolute core requirement is ensuring that CIA triad confidentiality, integrity, and availability of enterprise-owned data is maintained.
Okay.
But let's slow down on a distinction that trips up so many managers.
Yeah.
Data ownership versus custody.
That distinction feels fundamental. Who owns the data and who's just holding it?
The enterprise always owns the data, period.
Yeah.
It retains full legal and regulatory responsibility. The vendor, even if they process it on their fancy cloud platform, is merely the custodian. They manage the technical mechanisms of access and storage, but they do not assume ownership.
And that has to be spelled out.
It has to be crystal clear in the contract, because if there's a breach, the liability, the fines, the reputational damage, it will all fall squarely on the data owner, not the custodian.
That makes perfect sense from a liability standpoint.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about future-proofing. Regulatory requirements seem to change weekly. If I sign a 5-year contract today, but a new data privacy law is enacted next year, am I suddenly non-compliant because my vendor didn't update their systems?
You shouldn't be if the contract is written correctly.
Okay, so how do you do that?
The contract must explicitly require the vendor to comply with all relevant legal and regulatory requirements, including, and this is the key phrase, those that are enacted after the contract is initiated. This clause is a defensive shield for the enterprise. It mandates that the vendor takes on the risk and the expense of adapting to new legislative landscapes, thus protecting your compliance posture over the long term.
So you're shifting that future risk contractually.
You have to.
Okay, another big one. We also need to secure the intellectual assets being created. If I hire an external team to build a proprietary system for me, who owns the intellectual property, the IP, for that new code?
That is a classic point of contention if it's not defined up front. The contract must establish clear ownership of any intellectual property developed by the vendor on the customer's behalf.
So no ambiguity.
None. This is critical for custom development work. Alongside that, the contract must include explicit warranty and maintenance periods and a vital control measure called software escrow.
Let's elaborate on software escrow. That's your insurance policy against a vendor going out of business, right?
Precisely. It's a legal arrangement where the vendor deposits the source code of the application with an independent, neutral third party. If the vendor goes bankrupt, ceases operations, or, materially breaches the contract, the client gets the keys. They get access to the source code.
So you're not left high and dry.
It ensures you aren't left holding a functional but unfixable black box. You can maintain, update, or transition the system, even if the original developers vanish. It's an essential continuity control for any proprietary software you rely on.
And finally, what about supply chain risk management? If my primary vendor decides to outsource a piece of sensitive work to a subcontractor I've never even heard of, I'm exposed. How do we control that?
You control it in the contract. It must mandate that the vendor identify all subcontract relationships.
Okay.
And crucially, it must require your approval before the vendor can change or add any new subcontractors.
So no surprises.
It prevents the primary service provider from secretly handing off sensitive data processing or system maintenance to an unvetted fourth party, which just dramatically increases your risk exposure without your knowledge or consent.
So the contract sets the rules, but the service level agreement, the SLA, is what turns those rules into actionable, enforceable metrics. How do we make sure the vendor actually meets the guaranteed uptime or support levels?
Right. The SLA is the teeth of the contract. It stipulates the required service levels, guaranteed availability, defined response times for incidents, expected performance standards.
The promises.
The promises, exactly. But the real mechanism of control is the enforcement. SLAs must include penalty provisions or clawbacks for failure to meet those stipulated levels.
So if they mess up, it costs them money.
If the vendor misses uptime targets, they pay a financial penalty, which is often a credit against the service invoice. It gives them skin in the game.
You also mentioned incentives.
Yes, modern governance is moving beyond just punishment. They can include incentives, bonuses, or gain sharing for the vendor exceeding service levels or proactively identifying and fixing problems.
I like that. It makes it more of a partnership.
It aligns the vendor's financial interest with your success. It turns the relationship from a simple transaction into a genuine partnership aimed at shared improvement.
And before any of this is signed, you mentioned the legal vetting process is crucial, especially in a global context.
Absolutely. The legal team's approval is non-negotiable. They must vet the agreements, especially concerning cross-border legislation.
For example.
For instance, laws may mandate that sensitive data must be encrypted during cross-border transmission. Or they might dictate exactly where specific types of data, like citizen data, must reside geographically.
Data sovereignty rules.
Right. If the legal team misses this, the enterprise faces substantial fines and legal risk simply because their vendor moved data improperly from one country to another.
Now that we've pinned down the contracts for traditional vendors, let's look at what happens when the vendor is, well, almost invisible. The cloud.
Oh, yes.
Cloud governance fundamentally changes the power dynamics inside the organization.
It's a massive shift. The cloud allows business unit personnel to completely bypass central IT and directly source services, sometimes with just a corporate credit card.
The infamous shadow IT.
Exactly. And it creates these ungoverned systems that circumvent all established procurement, security, and risk management processes. It's a huge problem for IT governance because the central function loses control over asset management, data security, and spending.
So how does the enterprise get that control back? You can't just take away the credit cards.
No, you can't.
Yeah.
So new governance policies must be developed specifically to address the entire life cycle of cloud services, the sourcing, the management, and just as importantly, how you discontinue those services safely.
The offboarding process.
It's critical for cloud resilience, cost management, and avoiding vendor lock-in. You need documented policies defining which services are approved, who can authorize them, and how they must integrate with enterprise-wide security protocols.
And when functions are globalized, moving off-site or offshore, what specific risks must the IS auditor confirm that management has proactively planned for?
Globalization introduces a complex matrix of risks. The first is compliance. Legal, regulatory, and tax issues in those new regions that the domestic enterprise may not understand. You need experts to navigate differing employment laws, data sovereignty requirements,
All of that.
and the tax implications of establishing a new operational base. It's not simple.
And what about operations?
Second is operational continuity. Management has to ensure that business continuity and disaster recovery plans are not just theoretically written down, but are adequately designed and rigorously tested for those remote or offshore locations.
A fire drill for the other side of the world.
A disaster 5,000 miles away can still instantly stop your critical business processes dead in their tracks.
And the human element managing across borders must present challenges far beyond simple logistics.
It does. We frequently see cross-cultural challenges. You're managing people and processes across multiple time zones, trying to overcome language barriers, and aligning differing management styles of work expectations. If your contracts rely on rapid communication and collaborative problem-solving, cultural friction can significantly degrade the quality of the service.
So, after we've hammered out the contract, put cloud governance policies in place, and vetted the globalization risks, we have to circle back to that foundational principle you mentioned at the start.
Yes. The rule stands immutable.
Huh?
The enterprise always retains the ultimate responsibility for its information.
No matter where it lives.
You can outsource the technical function, but you cannot outsource the accountability, the regulatory burden, or the legal liability that comes with owning that data. That ultimate responsibility must be the driving force behind all these governance controls.
Given the sheer scale of modern outsourcing, with hundreds or even thousands of vendors, each running complex systems, it's physically impossible for an enterprise to continuously audit every single one of its providers.
Impossible. It would be a full-time job for a massive team.
So how do we get the necessary assurance that the contractual controls we just spent so much time negotiating are actually working in practice?
The answer is assurance in absentia, which means we rely on independent verification through periodic third-party audit reports.
Okay.
These reports are the formal, verifiable proofs that the service provider adheres to the agreed-upon security, availability, and processing standards.
So we're trusting but verifying.
Exactly. And what's fascinating here is the evolution of these reports. Originally, enterprises were only concerned if a vendor impacted their financial reporting.
Right, the bean counters.
Yeah. But as outsourcing moved into operational areas like hosting, security, and customer data management, the enterprise needed assurance about far broader risks: security, privacy, system availability.
The scope of risk expanded.
It did. And this need led to the framework provided by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the AICPA, under the SSAE 18 standard.
This gave us the familiar Service Organization Control, or SOC, reporting suite. For anyone in risk management or IT, these reports, SOC1, SOC2, SOC3, are the absolute most critical pieces of external evidence they receive.
They serve different but equally critical audiences, and it's so important to know the difference.
Let's break them down. Start with the SOC1 report. Who is this report for, and what is its laser focus?
Okay, so the SOC1 report is designed solely for the user entity's financial statement auditors. Its focus is exclusively on controls relevant to the user entity's internal control over financial reporting.
So it's not about data privacy or uptime.
No. Think of the SOC1 as the auditor telling the CFO, relax, the vendor's payroll processing or transaction system won't inadvertently ruin your annual financial statements. If your vendor handles anything that feeds directly into your general ledger, you need a SOC1.
That makes it clear. SOC1 is for the financial team and the external financial auditors. Now, for the operational and security teams, we have the broader SOC2 report.
The SOC2 report is where the operational risk manager and the CISO live. It addresses controls relevant to the AICPA's 5 trust services criteria:
Which are?
security, availability, processing integrity, confidentiality, or privacy.
So the vendor can choose which of those 5 to be audited against. Why do they get to choose?
Because not every criteria applies to every service. A vendor providing infrastructure hosting, for example, would absolutely report on security and availability. That's their core promise.
Right.
But a vendor providing specialized data destruction services might only focus on security and confidentiality. The key is that the SOC2 provides a comprehensive, detailed understanding of the vendor's system, the design of the relevant controls, and the specific results of the test performed by the service auditor.
So it's the deep dive.
It's the deep dive into the vendor's internal operational health. It's the one with all the detail.
So if I am outsourcing my customer support platform, my CRM system, which involves handling thousands of customer records, I absolutely need a SOC2 report covering privacy and confidentiality to ensure my customer data is protected according to my standards.
Exactly. You'd demand that as part of the contract. And finally, we have the SOC3 report. It's the easiest to obtain, but frankly, the least useful for a detailed control review.
Why is it less useful?
The SOC3 is similar to a SOC2 in that it covers the same 5 trust services criteria, but it's classified as a general use report. The critical difference is that it does not include the detailed description of the design of controls or the specific test results.
So it's just the summary.
It simply provides the auditor's opinion in a summarized format. It's often used for public disclosure, like posting a SOC3 compliant seal on a website for marketing or general transparency.
But it lacks the meat for an auditor.
It lacks the necessary detail for a serious IS auditor to rely upon for proper risk assessment.
We should also briefly mention the international context. This isn't just a U.S. thing.
Right. For global enterprises, the international equivalent is ISE 3402. It serves the same purpose, providing assurance reports on controls at a service organization just under international standards.
Now let's pivot to the recipient. The job of the internal IS auditor doesn't end when the vendor hands over a thick binder containing these reports.
Oh no, that's when the real work starts.
You can't just file them away and assume everything is fine. You have to actively review, validate, and interpret their findings.
This is a critical governance function. The IS auditor has several mandated tasks. First, they have to validate the competence and independence of the external auditor.
You're auditing the auditor.
In a way, yes. You need to verify the credentials of the firm that signed the report to ensure objectivity. Was the assessment performed by an independent, objective, and competent party?
Okay, what's next?
Second, they must review the management assertions. What exactly is the vendor claiming their system does, and does the auditor's opinion fully support that claim? The auditor's opinion essentially confirms or refutes the vendor's own statements about their controls.
And most critically, what happens when the auditor finds deficiencies? This is where the rubber meets the road.
That's when you receive what's called a qualified opinion. A qualified opinion means the service auditor found deficiencies in the control design or its operating effectiveness that were significant enough to warrant a specific mention.
And you need a plan for that.
The enterprise must have established internal processes beforehand for handling these. The auditor must ask, what action will we take if our vendor receives a qualified opinion on a control that is critical to our business continuity or security?
That sounds great in theory, but when an auditor finds a deficiency, how often does a company actually walk away from a major vendor they rely on, say, their main cloud provider? Isn't the qualified opinion often just a high-stakes negotiating point?
That's a very practical point. It's true. Often a qualified opinion means you initiate a very serious conversation with the vendor and demand a remediation plan with hard deadlines.
So you don't just rip and replace.
Walking away is rare unless the deficiency is catastrophic and they're unwilling to fix it. But the IS auditor's job is to ensure management formally accepts the residual risk if the vendor fails to remediate it quickly. The qualified opinion forces management to go on the record and own the risk exposure.
Finally, what if the audit cycle is slightly delayed and we don't have the new annual report when we expect it? We need continuous assurance.
When the new annual report is delayed, the IS auditor should request and use a bridge letter.
A bridge letter.
It's a letter from the service provider, basically, that provides interim assurance. It confirms that the controls remain substantially unchanged and effective since the last official report.
So it plugs the gap.
It plugs the gap. The goal is simple. Ensure there are no blind spots in continuous assurance that could expose the enterprise to unknown risk. These reports, once reviewed, must be presented to management for action. They are not just regulatory paperwork to be filed.
We've established the controls with contracts, and we've verified them with audits. Now let's move to the ongoing real-time measurement of value and effectiveness. Why are these metrics so mandated and so critical for IT today?
Well, at the end of the day, stakeholders need quantifiable assurance that the massive IT investments, which often consume huge percentages of the operating budget, are strategically aligned, well-managed, and actually delivering tangible business goals.
It's about accountability for the spend.
It is. Measurement isn't optional. It's statutory for compliance, it's contractual via the SLAs we discussed, and it's absolutely necessary for demonstrating value and maintaining a competitive advantage.
And to achieve this comprehensive view, we use a three-tiered system of indicators. Let's start with the one most people know but often misunderstand: key performance indicators, or KPIs. A KPI measures how well a specific process is performing in enabling a business goal. They are categorized as lead indicators, meaning they measure the practices, skills, and capabilities that should lead to the desired outcome.
Right. So if your goal is enhanced employee productivity, a strong KPI would be something like employee satisfaction with IT services.
Okay.
A high satisfaction rating suggests IT is delivering services effectively, which should translate into better business outcomes like faster project completion. KPIs are about operational health and efficiency. They look forward at capability.
Another example might be...
Another classic example might be average time to restore services after an unplanned outage. It measures IT's internal efficiency.
Next, we have the indicators that are fundamentally about forward-looking risk detection. Key risk indicators, or KRIs.
The early warning system.
Exactly. Think of your KPI as your speed gauge, telling you how fast you're moving. Your KRI, on the other hand, is the oil light on your dashboard. It's an early warning system.
I like that analogy.
KRIs identify exposure to adverse events that may severely harm business performance before they manifest as a loss.
That analogy is perfect. A classic KRI example would be the percentage increase in phishing attempts blocked at the gateway.
Right.
If that number suddenly jumps 50% in 1 week, it indicates an increased external threat level targeting your enterprise. It's a sign that a storm is coming.
And they're tied to thresholds.
KRIs are nearly always linked to a defined threshold. Once the metric crosses that threshold, say 10,000 failed logins in an hour, an immediate alert is sent to the risk management team. They are designed to signal impending catastrophic failure.
And finally, we measure the effectiveness of our defenses with key control indicators, or KCIs.
Right.
A KCI measures how well a specific control performs in reducing the cause, consequence, or likelihood of a risk. These are the metrics focused directly on the effectiveness of our security and governance policies.
They confirm if your defenses are holding up.
So, an example of a KCI.
A great KCI could be percentage of IT assets compliant with the corporate patching policy, or the average number of days between identification of a vulnerability and its successful mitigation.
How fast are we fixing things?
Exactly. Another one is measuring the failure rate of two-factor authentication logins. This metric directly tells you if your controls are functioning as intended and reducing exposure. So to sum it up, KPIs measure process capability, KRIs measure emerging threat exposure, and KCIs measure defense effectiveness.
Now, to structure these three types of metrics effectively, we can't just randomly assign numbers. There has to be a systematic four-step process for development.
A formal process is crucial. It ensures the metrics are meaningful, actionable, and tied directly back to strategy.
What's step one?
The first step is to identify critical data points needed to achieve specific business objectives. You have to start with the strategic goal-increasing market share, for example, not the metric itself. What information do we need to know if we are moving toward that goal?
Okay, start with the why.
Step 2 is to identify specific, quantifiable outputs of work from the processes that support those goals. This has to be concrete. Instead of measuring improved security, which is vague, you measure reduced incident response time in minutes.
Step 3.
Step 3 is to establish targets against which results can be scored. What does success look like? This is often where metrics fail in practice because management sets unachievable, arbitrary targets. The targets must be realistic and scientifically measurable against a baseline.
And the last step seems like the most important.
It is. The final, most critical step, and where many enterprises fall short, is to monitor performance against the metrics and report results for action.
So the data has to go somewhere useful.
Measurement for measurement's sake is useless. The failure often happens here because the data is reported to the wrong manager, someone who lacks the authority to actually adjust the processes or allocate the necessary resources to fix the problem. The metric must directly empower the person responsible for the outcome.
So when the IS auditor is reviewing the entire suite of performance metrics being used, what comprehensive range of areas should those metrics cover to satisfy the governance mandate? It's not just about uptime, is it?
No, the suite has to be holistic. It must cover financial goals like ROI, technical goals like uptime, and operational goals like efficiency. But, crucially, they must also explicitly measure risk and compliance, user satisfaction with service levels, key IT processes, and future-oriented activities.
Future orientation, meaning what exactly?
That means having metrics dedicated to evaluating emerging technology adoption, progress on reusable infrastructure development, and assessing the skill sets of both business and IT personnel.
So are we ready for what's next?
Exactly. If you only measure how fast your existing systems are running, you will never prepare for the strategic requirements of tomorrow. Effective metrics drive proactive action, not just reactive reporting.
As we move toward optimization, we need to focus on quality. The sources are extremely clear about the need to distinguish between two terms that are often and incorrectly used interchangeably: quality assurance and quality control.
This distinction is non-negotiable for anyone in IT governance. They're not the same thing.
Let's clarify it for everyone.
Okay, so quality assurance, QA, is the proactive approach. It is the systematic pattern of all actions necessary to provide confidence that a product or service will conform to established requirements.
So QA is setting up the framework and the procedures.
Yes, think of QA as designing the recipe and setting the kitchen standards. QA creates the ISO 9001 compliant procedure that defines how code should be tested. It's about the process.
Okay, let's unpack this. Welcome to the deep dive. Today, we're diving into the architecture of control, really, the highly structured world of project, program, and portfolio management. And we're not just talking about, getting things done. We're looking at the formal procedures, the governance, the specific methodologies like the SDLC that really dictate how major IT investments get executed.
Or why they fail, which is just as important.
Exactly. The source material you shared with us, it really is like an architect's guide. It's a rule book for managing big technological change, and it's heavy on discipline, measurement, and controls.
It has to be.
So our mission today is to cut through the jargon and give you a really clear framework. We want you to understand that whole management hierarchy, portfolio, program, project.
Right.
And then get into the math behind the costing and scheduling, things like function point analysis and PERT. And finally, how every single technical task has to tie back to, measurable business value.
It always comes back to the value.
And we're going to keep returning to this one core tension, this constant struggle between resources and time. It's that famous man X month dilemma.
The curve.
Yes, that classic curve that really forces a manager's hand. Speed, accuracy, quality, something has to give.
And that tension is, well, it's where strategy hits reality. In information systems, IS success is almost never about one person's brilliance. It's about process maturity. It's about discipline.
So we're really looking at the architecture of accountability.
That's a perfect way to put it.
Right.
These are the documented processes that make sure a project doesn't just get finished, but that it actually delivers the strategic value it was supposed to, all within a structure you can actually audit. For any big company, this is everything.
Okay, so let's start at that 30,000-foot view and lay out the hierarchy. We hear these terms all the time: portfolio, program, project.
Thrown around interchangeably, yeah.
But they're not. They are very distinct layers of management. So, starting right at the top, what defines portfolio management?
So portfolio management is, it's everything. It's all the projects and programs that an enterprise is running at any given time.
All of them.
Every single one. And the key thing here, the big differentiator, is the projects inside a portfolio don't have to be closely related.
Okay, so they're not coupled. Their connection is purely strategic.
Precisely. The goal isn't to create synergy between Project A and Project B.
It's about the whole investment pool, getting the best return on that.
That's it. It's about optimizing the total results of the entire portfolio. So you're doing high-level stuff like prioritizing, scheduling based on company-wide resources, coordinating people, and, transferring knowledge across the organization.
It sounds a lot like capital budgeting, but for change initiatives.
That's a great analogy. And to do it right, the source material is very clear. You need a mandatory tool, the project portfolio database.
And this isn't just like a big Excel sheet.
Oh, no. It's a centralized, integrated tool. It's got to have all the critical data for every project status, cost, who owns it, schedules, risks, everything.
Why mandatory, though? Why is that centralized database so critical?
Because you can't optimize what you can't see. If your information is in a dozen different silos, you have no hope of prioritizing effectively.
Right.
The database is the engine. It's what generates those reports for the C-suite, things like profit versus risk matrices or resource heat maps. It lets them see where the conflicts are and make informed go or no-go decisions. It keeps the whole portfolio aligned with the company's vision.
Got it. That connects the strategy. So if we move down one layer to program management, how's a program different from that big, loose portfolio umbrella?
Okay, so with a program, the coupling becomes very tight. A program is a closely linked group of projects. They explicitly share strategies, objectives, budgets, schedules.
So if a portfolio is like a stock market index.
A program is like an industry-specific fund. The parts are related and they reinforce each other.
Okay, and that tight coupling must lead to some key differences.
It does. Programs are just inherently more complex than a single project. They run longer, they have bigger budgets, and frankly, they carry a lot more risk because they're so strategically important.
Can you give us a concrete example to really nail that down?
Sure. Let's say a company decides to do a massive tech shift, like migrating from a bunch of old legacy apps to one big ERP system.
Okay, a huge undertaking.
Exactly. That entire migration, which might take 2 or 3 years, that whole thing is the program.
And the projects?
The projects are the individual activities within it. So setting up the cloud infrastructure, that's one project. Realigning the general ledger process, another project. Developing the training modules, integrating a payment gateway. Each of those is a discrete, shorter-term project.
I see.
Or another one, outsourcing all your transactional sales processing. That initiative is the program. The projects underneath it would be things like building the sales portal, getting the legal contracts compliant, developing the APIs.
So projects deliver specific products or outcomes.
And the program delivers the overarching strategic goal, which means project management is that base layer right at the bottom of the hierarchy focused on those specific tasks and deliverables.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, because these programs are so complex and integrated, they must need a very specific structure. You can't just let the project teams run wild.
You absolutely can't. You'd have them fighting for resources or creating dependencies that conflict. So you need a formal program organization.
And what does that look like in terms of roles?
Typically, you have a program owner, a program manager, and the program team. But the most crucial distinction, the one that gets missed all the time, is the difference between the program owner and the project owner.
That's a really interesting piece of nuance. Let's break that down.
Okay, so the program owner is usually a senior exec, maybe C-suite level. Their focus is long-term, strategic. They're all about the benefit.
They're asking, why are we doing this?
Exactly. They keep it aligned with corporate strategy, they fight the political battles for it, and they are the guardian of the business case. They're constantly asking, is this still relevant? Are the outcomes still valuable?
And the project owner?
The project owner is tactical. They're in the weeds. They manage the day-to-day execution, the resources. They make sure the project delivers its specific scope on time and on budget.
So one manages the why and the value.
The program owner.
And the other manages the what and the delivery.
The project owner,
Yeah.
Yes. And because a program is such a big deal, it can't just, happen. It needs a formal assignment.
What does that involve?
It mandates a formal written assignment from the program sponsor to the program manager. That document is critical. It sets the context, defines the boundaries, and it formally grants the authority needed to run a complex cross-functional program. It's a key control.
And that's different from the portfolio level again.
Right. At the portfolio level, you don't have that kind of formal assignment for the whole collection because the projects aren't necessarily coupled. The program structure is there specifically to manage that tight integration and complexity.
Okay, so we have strategy at the portfolio level, the execution framework with the program, and the delivery with the projects. But who owns the rules? Who standardizes the how?
And that brings us to the project management office, the PMO.
The PMO, what's its role?
The PMO is the central authority. They are the owner of the project and program management process. It has to be a permanent, properly staffed part of the organization.
So they're the quality assurance hub for how projects get done.
That's a good way to put it. Their core objective is pretty simple. Improve the quality of project management and secure success by making sure everyone uses repeatable, disciplined processes. They provide the templates, the training, the risk frameworks.
Now, this is where it gets really interesting, and the source material really emphasizes this point. The PMO is powerful, but it has a very critical limitation.
It does, and it's the most misunderstood part of what a PMO does. The PMO can only focus on the procedural aspects. the activities and tasks.
So they're asking questions like,
Like, did you do a risk review? Was the design formally baselined? Did you get the sponsor sign-off? It's all about the how.
but they absolutely cannot get involved in the project content, what is actually being built.
Correct. They can't touch the technical specs, the quality of the code, the functional requirements.
Why is that separation so important for good governance?
It serves two huge purposes. First, it keeps the PMO from becoming a political football. Imagine if the PMO was responsible for features. Every stakeholder would be lobbying them. By staying procedural, they stay impartial.
And the second reason.
It keeps accountability where it belongs. The business unit that's going to use the system owns the content responsibility. The development team with the technical expertise owns the build quality. The PMO just makes sure they follow the rules while doing it.
Or a project could follow all the PMO rules perfectly, but still be a business failure.
Absolutely. Procedural success, business failure, it happens. The PMO is there to minimize the procedural risk, not the business risk.
And for anyone listening who's an auditor, that distinction is vital.
It's everything. As an IS auditor, you have to be able to clearly separate your audit of the project content, the data schema, the security design, from your audit of the procedural aspects. You're auditing two different things, and the PMO only owns one of them.
Okay, we've set up the governance structure. Now let's get into the mechanics, the math of planning and execution. This is where we try to quantify a project.
Right, moving from the abstract to the concrete.
Let's start with that fundamental dilemma you mentioned earlier, the resource duration dilemma, the man X month curve. Walk us through that.
Okay, so this is a classic constraint curve. It shows the inverse relationship between the number of resources, let's call it R, and the duration of the project, D. The basic idea is that R times D equals total resources, which is basically the effort or budget.
So if you use very few resources, the duration gets very long. And if you throw a lot of resources at it, the duration gets shorter.
To a point.
Right. So why can't you just assign, 1,000 programmers and finish a project in an hour?
Because the curve isn't a straight line. It shows you two practical limits. On one end, a project that takes too long just isn't viable. The business opportunity passes, it becomes obsolete.
And on the other end, the too many resources end.
That's where you hit what's famously called Brooks' Law. As you add more people, the communication overhead grows exponentially. Pretty soon, everyone's spending more time in meetings and coordinating with each other than they are actually writing code. Productivity just tanks.
So the project manager's job is to find that sweet spot on the curve.
That is their perpetual challenge.
Yes. Okay, so once we have a sense of the effort required, we have to turn that into a cost budget. What needs to be in there?
It has to be meticulous. You need personnel hours broken down by type senior developer, junior tester, and so on. You need machine hours, any external costs like third-party software, consultant fees, specialized training.
You can't leave anything out.
Nothing. And the process for building that budget is a pretty clean two-step process.
What are the steps?
Step one is you get a really granular, phase-by-phase estimate of the total effort needed in hours. That comes from your work breakdown structure.
Yeah.
Step two is you just multiply those hours by the correct hourly rate for each person or machine. External costs get added in separately.
Okay, and for estimating that total cost, we've got a few common methods, each with a trade-off between speed and accuracy. Let's start with the fastest one.
The fastest is analogous estimating. It's quick and dirty. You basically just look at a similar project you did in the past and use its cost as your estimate.
Sounds risky.
It is, unless the project is very small or something you do all the time. A little more accurate is parametric estimating. It still uses past data, but it applies statistical models to it. It tries to find a relationship between project parameters and cost.
Okay, and the most accurate?
That would be bottom-up estimating. It's the gold standard for accuracy, but it's also the most time-consuming. You have to estimate the cost of every single tiny activity in your project plan and then add them all up.
It requires a massive amount of detail up front.
A huge amount. And the last one is using actual costs, which really only works for, say, a small upgrade to an existing system where you can just extrapolate from what you've spent on it before.
All of these methods depend on knowing how big the project is in the first place. Historically, that measure was often source lines of code, or SLOC.
Right, SLOC. And it was a terrible measure for anything complex.
Why did it fail?
Because the number of lines of code tells you nothing about the complexity of the functions, or the language used, or all the non-coding effort like testing and documentation. Modern systems aren't just lines of code. They're built with objects and GUIs and diagrams.
So we had to move to a different way of measuring size, something focused on functionality.
Exactly. Which brings us to function point analysis, or FPA. It's a key technique, especially for large business applications.
What is FPA actually measuring?
It's measuring size indirectly based on the value delivered to the user. It quantifies the system's complexity by counting the number and types of user interactions.
Okay, and it breaks those interactions down into 5 core types.
That's right. You count user inputs, user outputs, user inquiries, internal files, and external interfaces. You count how many of each the system will have.
But just counting them isn't enough, right? A simple data entry screen is different from a complex analytical report.
Exactly. So for each of those 5 types, you rate them as simple, average, or complex, and apply a weighting. Then, and this is the important part, you apply what are called complexity adjustment values.
What are those?
They're a set of 14 factors that rate the overall environment. Things like, does this system need to be highly reliable? Does it have heavy data communications? High transaction rates? You rate each of those from 0 to 5.
And an algorithm pulls all that together.
An algorithm takes your weighted counts and adjusts them based on those 14 factors to give you a final function point count. It's much more reliable than SLOC.
But it's not for every type of software.
Right. It works great for business applications, but it's not so good for, say, a real-time operating system or industrial process control software.
Okay, so we have the cost and the size. Now we need the timeline. Scheduling.
Right. Establishing the sequence of tasks, the start and end dates, allowing for parallel work, factoring in things like holidays.
The classic tool for this is the Gantt chart. Still the backbone for a reason. It's a simple, visual, timeline-based chart. It shows you what's sequential, what's concurrent, who's assigned to what, and, most importantly, it lets you compare your actual progress against your plan. You can see if you're behind schedule at a glance.
But for a really complex project, we need something more powerful to figure out the shortest possible project duration. And that's the critical path methodology.
Yes, CPM. This is fundamental. CPM identifies the sequence of dependent tasks that creates the longest path through your project.
The longest path determines the shortest time. That sounds counterintuitive.
It does, but think about it. That longest chain of dependent tasks has no slack in it. It represents the absolute minimum time the project can take, because you can't shorten any of those tasks without delaying the whole project. That's the critical path.
And that leads directly to the idea of slack time.
Exactly. Any task that is not on the critical path has slack time, or float. It can be delayed a certain amount without affecting the project's final end date.
But tasks on the critical path have 0 slack time. If a critical path task is 1 day late, the entire project is 1 day late, period.
And these CPM tools also help with resource management.
Immensely. They help with what's called resource leveling. That's smoothing out the peaks and valleys of resource use. You want to avoid needing 10 developers 1 week and 0 the next. Leveling helps you maintain a steady team, which avoids the cost and chaos of hiring, firing, and overtime.
Okay, last one in this section, PEART, Program Evaluation Review Technique. It's like CPM, but for projects with a lot of uncertainty.
Right. Think cutting-edge R&D or really complex novel software development. You just don't know for sure how long a task will take.
So what does PEART do?
Instead of asking for 1 estimate, it asks for 3 for every single task. You need an optimistic estimate, your best case scenario, a pessimistic one, your worst case, and most likely estimate, which is your best guess based on experience.
And it combines those 3 into a single number for the schedule.
It does, using a weighted average formula. You take the optimistic plus the pessimistic plus 4 times the most likely, and you divide the whole thing by 6.
Why that specific formula? What's the advantage?
The advantage is statistical. The formula assumes a beta distribution, which means you can start to associate probabilities with your schedule. You can move from saying, we hope to finish in June, to we have an 85% confidence level that we will finish by June 15th. For high-risk projects, that is an incredibly powerful tool.
Okay, so we've covered the structure and the math. Now we have to get to the most important question. Why are we doing this project at all? This is all about project value and benefits realization.
Right. And it starts with being really precise about your objectives.
The source material draws a distinction between objectives and goals.
A critical one. Project objectives are the specific, tangible action statements you need to take to achieve your broader, more aspirational goals.
So if the goal is improve customer satisfaction,
the objective might be reduce call handling time by 30% by implementing a new CRM system within 12 months. One is the end state, the other is the action to get there.
And these objectives have to meet the SMART criteria.
They must. Specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. It's the only way to know if you've actually succeeded. And those SMART objectives feed directly into your work breakdown structure, the WBS.
Which is the detailed list of all the tasks.
Right. The WBS breaks everything down into small, manageable work packages, usually no more than 10 days of effort each. It ensures every piece of work has a clear owner and a cost assigned to it.
Let's talk about the financial justification return on investment, ROI. Why is it so important for an IS auditor to understand how a company calculates this?
Because if a company is consistently failing to meet its projected ROI, even on technically successful projects, it points to a major weakness in their process.
A weakness where?
Upstream. In the feasibility study and the requirements definition phases, it means the organization is good at building things, but it's terrible at choosing the right things to build.
Which brings us to the foundational document for all of this. The business case.
The business case. It is the perpetual justification for the project. It has to answer, why should we start this and why should we continue this? And it's not a one-and-done document.
It has to be reviewed constantly.
At every single stage gate. If the market changes and the business case is no longer valid, the project sponsor has to have the discipline to kill the project.
Okay, so value isn't just about the delivery, it's about what happens over the system's entire life. That's the benefits realization process.
Yes, the goal here is to make sure that the IT investment actually achieves the promised benefits over the long haul. It requires a planned approach that looks way beyond the go-live date.
So it's a continuous management system. What are the key elements of that?
It's definitely continuous. You have to formally describe how you're going to manage the benefits, assign a specific measure and target for each one, set up a tracking system, document your assumptions.
And assign responsibility.
Crucially, you have to assign responsibility for tracking those benefits, and then you have to validate them against what you actually achieve.
The source material breaks this down into a 4-phase loop.
That's right. It's a cycle. Phase 1 is understand the business need. Phase 2 is plan how you'll achieve the benefits. Phase 3 is manage and report on your progress. And Phase 4 is evaluate, which is that post-implementation review.
Let's make this real with the online ordering application example. How do you structure that ROI calculation?
Okay, first you identify all the costs, not just the development costs, but the ongoing costs for controls, things you need for data integrity, availability, non-repudiation.
And the benefits?
In that case, the benefits are twofold. One is generating more revenue from a higher customer satisfaction. The other is reducing costs because you need fewer people to manually take orders.
And the ROI is just the value of those benefits over the costs.
It is. And then you take that ROI figure and you benchmark it against the company's cost of funds, which is the minimum return they need on any investment. That's your go-no-go decision. If the final measured ROI is way off from what you planned, the benefits realization process is what you use to figure out why.
Okay, so the value is there, the business case is approved. Now we get to the execution framework itself. The system development lifecycle, the SDLC.
Right. This is the blueprint for turning requirements into a working system.
And the trigger for starting an SDLC process can be anything, really. A new opportunity, an existing problem.
Leveraging new tech, aligning with a business partner. Yeah.
The first official step is project initiation. This is where it goes from an idea to a real sanctioned project. The source highlights a few ways to do this, but which one is preferred?
So you could do one-on-one meetings or a big kickoff meeting, but the preferred method is the Project Start workshop.
Why the workshop?
Because it gets all the key stakeholders in the same room at the same time for open communication. It's the best way to develop a common overview, the same mental model of the project.
Welcome back to the deep dive. Today, we are really cracking open the modern IT blueprint.
We are.
We're not just looking at the finished product, the shiny app on your phone. We are examining the architect's toolkit, the methodologies, the structures, the acquisition processes, and really crucially, the controls that dictate how complex enterprise systems are built, bought, and secured.
That's the mission, exactly. We're taking a robust set of sources on system development, infrastructure governance, and auditing, and we're synthesizing them to give you that comprehensive view, the kind of view you need to be truly well-informed on IT architecture.
It sounds like a journey.
It is. It's a journey from that initial burst of a design concept, the idea on a whiteboard, right down to the microscopic controls that ensure a single piece of data is reliable. We're looking at what I think is the foundational tension in modern IT.
Which is?
The conflict between the need for speed and the absolute requirement for control.
Speed versus control. Okay, let's unpack this, starting with the foundational philosophy. Our sources suggest that most robust modern system development relies on what's known as an evolutionary approach. And this isn't just about iteration for iteration's sake. It's a very calculated blend of the old and the new. You take the systematic, stepwise discipline of the classic system development life cycle.
The sequential SDLC.
Right, the SDLC, and you merge it with an iterative framework.
Precisely. And the goal of that combination isn't just, for aesthetics. It's fundamentally about risk reduction. The traditional waterfall SDLC, it assumes you know everything up front.
Which we know is never true.
It's simply not true in today's fast-moving business world. So by making the process iterative, where you build a bit, test a bit, refine a bit, you better reflect the reality of how requirements shift. You get the benefit of structure without that rigidity that basically guarantees your project is obsolete before it even launches.
And the mechanism that usually drives this iterative, this evolutionary approach is prototyping. It really is the starting point for innovation. When developers create a prototype, their initial emphasis is almost always on the highly visible elements.
Of course.
The reports, the screens, the user interface. And this is fantastic because it gets the user engaged really quickly. It lets them visualize and interact with the system early in the cycle.
And that ability to visualize the proposed system in a short time is a massive market-driven benefit, no question. But, and this is a big but, it immediately introduces severe structural risks that auditors, they have to flag. Our sources outline 2 fundamental methods for employing prototypes.
Okay, method 1, the model for design. So here you build a model purely to define requirements and validate the user interface. Once those requirements are crystal clear, you actually discard that temporary model and develop the final system design from scratch.
Right, to make sure all the performance, quality, and maintenance features are engineered correctly from the very start.
And then there's method 2.
The gradual 4GL build. This is where you gradually construct the actual production system using a 4th-generation language, or 4GL. For smaller applications, this can be incredibly fast. However, and this is a key warning, using 4GL techniques alone for larger, highly complex systems introduces a really significant risk.
Wait, why does using a 4GL specifically lead to maintainability issues on a massive project? What is the trade-off there?
It all comes down to the level of abstraction. A 4GL is designed for rapid development, right? It abstracts away all the low-level details. It generates much of the code automatically for you.
So it's fast.
It's very fast, but it means developers lose that fine-grained control over things like optimization, memory management, and process flow. And when you're building a complex enterprise system handling millions of transactions, that lack of fine-grained control translates directly into quality problems, performance bottlenecks, and a system that becomes incredibly difficult to debug or modify years down the line.
Especially when the original developers are long gone.
Exactly. It sacrifices longevity for speed.
That makes perfect sense. Okay, now let's pivot to the perils. The key risks that prototyping introduces, no matter which method you're using. The first major structural failure is user misunderstanding.
Oh, this is the classic shiny object problem.
Right.
Users see a working early prototype, and they anchor their expectations to the speed of that initial build.
Yep.
They completely fail to grasp the 80% of necessary unseen work.
They see the screens working and they think it's almost done.
Precisely. And then they put intense pressure on the developers to implement that early incomplete version prematurely. They just don't understand that the prototype needs major expansion for things like security infrastructure, massive transaction volumes, 247 client-server connectivity, robust data privacy compliance, and critically, backup and disaster recovery procedures.
And that unseen infrastructure, those control requirements, are often the biggest line items in the final system build. The second major risk is that infamous killer of timelines, scope creep.
Prototyping is inherently conducive to scope creep. It's just so easy to visualize new features when you can see and touch the system. It often leads to developers adding functions or extras that were never in the initial requirements.
And some of those might be good ideas.
Sure, some enhancements might be cost-effective and meet strategic needs. But if the primary focus remains purely on what the user wants visually, the final system can become functionally rich, but technologically inefficient.
Or just bloated.
Bloated is the word. You end up with, like, a high-performance engine pulling a junk-filled trailer.
And efficiency isn't the only casualty here. The critical audit concern is the risk of poor controls.
Absolutely. Traditional sequential development forces developers to stop and design security, backup, recovery, and detailed audit trails before they start coding the functionality. When you focus mainly on delivering a visual interface quickly, those essential controls are often missed or just relegated to an afterthought.
And that's a massive risk.
It is. If the fundamental design prioritizes user experience over data integrity mechanisms, the system is brittle by definition.
And for the maintenance teams, this sounds like an absolute change control nightmare.
It is the inevitable outcome of speed without discipline. Designs and requirements shift so quickly during the iterative prototype process that the changes are seldom formally documented or approved. This lack of clear documentation and change management means the system rapidly escalates to a point where the underlying code no longer reflects the written specification.
Or worse, there is no written specification to begin with.
Which makes the system unmaintainable, costly to update, and nearly impossible to audit years later.
So we have this profound trade-off. While the risks are substantial undocumented changes, poor controls, scope creep, the IS auditor has to recognize that this method can provide significant time and cost savings.
It can. It's all about the maturity of the organization in managing those four major risks proactively.
Okay, so if the evolutionary approach is fraught with these hidden risks, how do organizations deliberately engineer speed while trying to minimize that loss of control? That brings us directly to two specific acceleration paradigms: rapid application development, or RAD, and agile development.
RAD is a highly structured methodology specifically aimed at quickly developing strategically important systems. It emphasizes reduced costs while maintaining quality, and it does this by using proven development techniques within a very well-defined methodology.
So it's not a free-for-all.
Not at all. You can think of RA as a highly organized, turbocharged version of the SDLC.
Okay, let's look at the recipe for speed that RAD uses, because it's incredibly prescriptive. It involves small, tightly knit, well-trained development teams. There's a heavy reliance on evolutionary prototypes and integrated power tools for modeling and component reusability.
And crucially, they use a central repository to standardize elements. And they enforce this speed with rigid limits on development timeframes. We're often talking months, not years.
The reuse of existing components and that centralization of standards, that must enforce a level of quality that purely unstructured prototyping lacks.
It does. However, this focused speed comes with a key scope limitation that often gets missed at the governance level. RAD excels at the analysis, design, development, and implementation of individual application systems.
But, and this is the big but, it explicitly does not support the high-level planning or analysis required to define the overall information needs of the enterprise as a whole.
Correct. It's a localized acceleration tool for one system, not a strategic enterprise architecture tool.
So if you try to use RAD to define your 3-year IT roadmap, you're going to fail.
You will. The methodology itself follows a clear, 4-stage roadmap which enforces that discipline. First, the concept definition stage, where you define business functions, data areas, and system scope. Second is the functional design stage. Here you're using interactive workshops to model data and processes and build a working prototype of only the most critical components.
Not the whole thing.
Just the critical parts. Then the building begins in the development stage.
Right.
You construct the physical database and application, plus the conversion system and all the user aids.
And finally, the deployment stage covers the final user testing, training, data conversion, and implementation.
It's a clean, almost militaristic process aimed at maximizing velocity while containing scope.
Okay, now, in sharp contrast to that structured discipline of RAD, we have agile development.
Right. Agile is an alternative methodology built on a really different core philosophy. It's based on the explicit assumption that requirements are inherently volatile and that you simply cannot articulate all of them up front.
It embraces the uncertainty.
It does. It proposes an iterative and incremental approach that is adaptive, not fixed.
And the most popular model here is Scrum, which fundamentally changes the project manager's role. They move planning and directing tasks away from the manager and delegate them to the team.
And the manager transforms from a taskmaster into a facilitator or an advocate. Their main job becomes removing institutional obstacles for the team so they can achieve their next small goal.
This adaptive culture is defined by several common characteristics, right?
Yes, very distinct ones. We see the use of small, time-boxed sub-projects, which are typically called sprints. These might last, 2 to 4 weeks. And at the end of each iteration, the project is completely replanned. Requirements are reprioritized based on feedback and market needs.
This iterative nature sounds efficient, but I'm guessing it also generates a lot less documentation than the traditional approach.
It does, and this is exactly where the audit risk peaks. Agile have a much greater reliance on what's called tacit knowledge,
Tacit knowledge.
the expertise and information that resides only in people's heads as opposed to an external formal documentation. And to promote this necessary knowledge sharing, teams are kept small, co-located when possible, and they hold daily, time-limited stand-up meetings.
So if that knowledge is only in people's heads and not in a formal requirement spec or a detailed design document, how does that fundamentally challenge an IS auditor's ability to verify repeatable processes when that team inevitably turns over?
That is the crucial challenge. An auditor relies on documentation to confirm that a control was designed correctly, implemented as planned, and tested robustly. If the design rationale for a key security feature only exists in the head of the departing senior developer, that's your tacit knowledge, then from an audit and governance perspective, the control is basically non-existent.
So how do you mitigate that?
Well, some agile methods try to mitigate this slightly. You have things like pairwise programming, where two people code the same part together. That effectively spreads the tacit knowledge and acts as an immediate, ongoing quality control. But at the end of the day, the reliance on formal documentation is dramatically reduced.
The difference in focus compared to the traditional SDLC is really stark. Let's just outline those differences because they represent the core strategic tension here. Traditional development aims to define a fixed requirements baseline and then manage change against it through strict, auditable change control procedures.
Right. Whereas Agile uses an adaptive approach to requirements. It accepts change, and it focuses only on planning the next iteration in detail. It doesn't manage a fixed baseline. It fully expects the baseline to move.
And what about architecture?
Well, traditional systems spent a massive amount of time formally defining software and data architecture early on in really detailed models.
Yeah.
Agile, on the other hand, focuses on quickly proving the architecture by building functional code immediately.
So it's a difference between architecture first versus functionality first.
Precisely. Agile assumes there are limits to defect testing, simply because development is continuous. But it validates functions through frequent build test cycles, correcting problems in the very next subproject.
So instead of emphasizing defined and repeatable processes, which is the backbone of traditional auditable methods,
Agile performs and adapts its development based on frequent inspections and continuous feedback. It trades the assurance of strict, comprehensive documentation for the speed and flexibility of continuous adaptation.
so the enterprise needs to be aware that the organizational controls surrounding that agile team have to be exceptionally strong.
They do. They have to compensate for the reduction in technical documentation controls.
We've moved from sequential development to high-speed methodologies. Now let's examine the structure of the resulting systems, specifically object-oriented system development, or OSD, and component-based development, CBD. These structures are integral to modern architecture.
OSD fundamentally restructures how software is specified. I mean, in traditional structured SDLC, data, like a customer name, is separate from the procedures that act on it, like creating an invoice. OSD combines them into a single entity called an object. The object's data is its attributes and its functionality is its methods.
And proponents argue this aligns much better with how humans conceptualize the world. You don't think of a car's color, the data, separately from the process of accelerating the procedure. You just think of the entire car object.
That's the conceptual power. Objects are created from a general template called a class, and these classes manage inheritance. A sports car subclass inherits all the attributes and methods of the general car superclass, but it may modify or add specialized functionality.
Like a turbo boost method.
Exactly. And classes interact by sending messages, which are requests for services from one class to another. For example, the driver object sending a start engine message to the car object.
And here is the term that makes or breaks the complexity of OSD, polymorphism.
Polymorphism is, it's fascinating and it's challenging. It's the ability of two or more distinct objects to interpret the same message differently during execution. And it all depends on the superclass of the calling object.
Give us an example.
Okay, so if you send the drive message to a car object, it knows how to execute it. But if you send that same drive message to a truck object, which is a subclass of the car's superclass, the truck object might interpret that message by engaging four-wheel drive and modifying the transmission ratios, because it's a heavier vehicle designed for different terrain.
Can you paint a picture of why this abstraction, this ability to interpret the same message differently, is an absolute headache for debugging, yet so vital for modern scaling?
It's an absolute headache for debugging because when an error occurs, the code path isn't fixed. It depends entirely on the object's context and history. You can't just trace a single function call. However, it's vital for scaling because it allows you to build generic, reusable interfaces that work across a massive range of customized entities without rewriting the fundamental message structures.
So it manages complexity.
It manages unrestricted data types and complex relationships efficiently, meeting the demands of a constantly changing environment. And the industry really recognized this maturity with the widespread adoption of Unified Modeling Language, or UML, for specifying and visualizing complex software.
OSD naturally led to component-based development, or CBD, and this is a massive shift, focusing not just on objects, but on assembling applications from cooperating packages of executable software.
Right. These packages expose their services through defined interfaces, which allows objects to communicate regardless of the underlying programming language or operating system.
So CBD is the modern build versus buy compromise.
It really is. It offers several highly attractive benefits. First, it significantly reduces development time. You're just assembling pre-written, tested components, which is far faster than writing everything from scratch.
And that also inherently improves quality, right? Since much of the code has already been tested and debugged in other environments.
For sure. It also promotes a high degree of abstraction. Developers are shielded from low-level programming details, allowing them to focus almost entirely on business functionality. This promotes modularity and reuse. It encourages discrete units of functionality that can be distributed in an executable format, meaning you don't even need the source code to integrate it.
And our sources categorize these components into types based on deployment.
Right. In-process clients, standalone clients like Excel, standalone servers like web services, and in-process servers like application servers. The appeal is clear.
But so are the associated risks.
They are.
What are the hidden costs of all this speed and modularity?
The risks really center on governance and long-term viability. You risk a lack of standardized interoperability between components you purchase from different vendors, which can reduce overall system reliability. And more critically, you have a vastly increased external exposure and attack surface, especially when components connect to the internet via those defined interfaces.
Every component is a potential vulnerability.
Every single one.
And licensing must be a nightmare when you're combining pieces from dozens of different providers.
It's a complex business problem. You have to manage complex licensing, ensuring compliance across different component versions. Furthermore, your reliance on vendor updates and managing incompatibility between new component versions and your user requirements. It introduces constant operational churn.
So CBD accelerates development, but it often increases the operational complexity of maintenance and governance exponentially.
That's the trade-off.
Right. So systems are getting faster to develop and more modular in structure. But enterprises don't just build new systems. They also have to respond to massive competitive and economic pressures, which often force radical internal change. This leads us to business process reengineering, BPR.
BPR is a significant management undertaking. Its purpose is the thorough analysis and radical redesign of core business processes and management systems to establish a dramatically better performing structure.
And this is often achieved by implementing an ERP system, right? An enterprise resource planning system.
Yes, a practice sometimes called package-enabled reengineering, or PER. The goal is always cost savings through operational streamlining.
And that streamlining often means automating manual checks and balances, right? Automating processes to reduce manual intervention and thereby reducing manual controls.
Exactly. The steps are methodical.
Yeah.
You define the areas, develop a plan, understand the current manual process, redesign and streamline it, implement, monitor, and establish continuous improvement. And the outcomes, they shift everything. You get new business priorities based on value, a concentration on process improvement, and dramatically refined roles for staff, suppliers, and customers who now participate far more actively in the system.
The IS auditor's role here becomes absolutely crucial because BPR poses an existential risk to the control environment.
It really does. The major concern is that existing key controls, especially preventive controls, may be deliberately re-engineered out of a business process because they represent manual intervention and slow down the process.
Can you give an example?
Sure. In a traditional environment, you might have a three-way match where a manual clerk ensures the purchase order, the receiving report, and the vendor invoice all agree before payment is sent. BPR might automate this using an ERP system, removing the manual clerk entirely.
So, if the ERP system automates that three-way match, the speed increases. But what if there's a coding error or a flaw in the master data that the system relies on?
Well, if that manual preventive control is removed, the enterprise is exposed to potential material risk should the automated control fail or be compromised. So the auditor must identify those existing key controls, evaluate the specific impact of their removal documenting where residual risk exists, and ensure that management is aware of the potential material risk and explicitly accepts that risk.
And they also have to verify that the re-engineering efforts align with corporate culture and strategy.
Absolutely.
And what if the system is old, complex, and can't be easily thrown away? That's when we talk about software re-engineering.
Software re-engineering is the necessary evil of dealing with technical debt. It's the process of updating an existing system by extracting and reusing design and program components to support major enterprise changes. And this utilizes many of the modern concepts we've discussed, like BPR and service-oriented software re-engineering, leveraging RAD concepts and UML modeling.
Our sources also mention the related concept of reverse engineering, studying an application to see exactly how it functions, often by decompiling the code. That sounds like a powerful way to accelerate development for internal use.
It is. It can offer faster development, a reduced SDLC duration, and the possibility of introducing improvements by overcoming existing application drawbacks. But the audit risk is acute. IS auditors must be aware that software license agreements almost always contain clauses prohibiting licensees from reverse engineering the software.
To protect trade secrets and intellectual property.
Right. Performing reverse engineering without checking the license agreement can expose the company to massive legal liability. And what's more, the reliance on tools like decompilers often introduces dependencies on specific operating systems and programming languages, which creates risk if those underlying environments change.
We've established how systems are built and restructured. Now, let's shift gears entirely to how the underlying IT infrastructure, the physical architecture, is acquired. This is a rigorous, governance-heavy, multi-phase process that goes far beyond simply asking for price quotes.
This physical architecture analysis is critical because it dictates operational efficiency, security posture, and the total cost of ownership for years. The final architecture has to balance conflicting requirements. Welcome back to the Deep Dive, where we crack open the complexities of modern organizational systems and really find the surprising nuggets of insight hidden underneath all the jargon. And if you've ever been through a major system upgrade, you know that implementation phase, that moment where, years of planning, millions of dollars, and just countless lines of code are finally exposed to the messy, unpredictable reality of the business floor.
That moment, it's less a celebration and more like a high-stakes emergency landing.
Yeah.
Today, we are diving deep into the rulebook governing that exact landing, the Information System or IS implementation gauntlet. This phase is just notorious for failure, for cost overruns, and for those unexpected security disasters that make headlines.
Right, and our mission today is to give you that shortcut to understanding the stringent rules, the classifications, and the rigid methodologies that really determine success here. We're moving beyond just simple definitions.
Yeah, this isn't a textbook reading.
Not at all. We are looking at the strategic why behind all this rigorous testing. We want you to know what guarantees a system is reliable, secure, and truly ready to handle real-world transactions.
And we are definitely highlighting the most critical role in this whole process, the IS auditor. Their function can feel adversarial, acting as the guardian of control against this relentless pressure of project deadlines. But they aren't trying to fail the project.
No.
They're trying to prevent organizational catastrophe.
Exactly. So we've got several critical stages to unpack today.
Okay.
The core implementation activities, this multi-layered pyramid of testing methodologies, everything from the microscopic unit test all the way to the full system stress test.
Call 9 yards.
The whole thing. And the three fundamentally different high-stakes strategies used to successfully or unsuccessfully go live.
Right. Let's get into it.
Okay, so let's unpack this implementation concept first. It sounds simple, right? But it's a really distinct phase. This is the moment after development and acceptance testing are done, when the system is physically installed and formally moved into the production environment.
It's the handoff.
It's the handoff from the builders to the actual users.
And that handoff, it involves 4 essential activities that define the implementation phase. And if any one of these is rushed or, skipped, the system is basically doomed to instability from day one.
Okay, what's the first one?
First, end users must be formally notified and trained on the new system. And I don't mean just a PowerPoint presentation.
But please no.
No, this has to be hands-on, procedural training that covers exceptions, edge cases, the messy stuff.
Okay, so training is number 1. Second.
The final, decisive rounds of system testing occur, We'll get into the specifics of that testing arsenal in a bit, but this is the final quality check. Third, data entry, or the massive undertaking of full-scale data conversions happen. You are taking old data formats and translating them into brand new structures, which is it's fraught with integrity risks.
I can only imagine.
And finally, and this one is so often forgotten until it's way too late, post-implementation reviews must be scheduled.
Right.
To assess the system's success weeks or even months after the initial, euphoria or panic subsides.
So everything really hinges on testing. Our sources stress that testing isn't just another hurdle to jump over. It is the very core of the systems development process, or SDP. We have to verify and validate that the application performs the design functions and, crucially, operates without creating adverse effects on other components of the vast enterprise system.
And that rigor is absolutely non-negotiable. I mean, think about the strategic importance of traceability. Proper selection of testing methodologies, testing plans that are fully traceable back to the initial requirements from way back in the analysis phase.
Wait, hold on. Why is traceability so critical there? I mean, if the system works, who really cares if the test plan perfectly aligns with some original requirement document from a year ago?
Oh, it's everything. Because if you can't trace a successful test back to an original documented requirement, you have no proof that the system actually delivers the promised business value. You might have built a beautiful, technically perfect system that solves a problem, but if it doesn't meet the legal reporting requirement or the mandatory security standard that was outlined months ago, then the entire project is, from a strategic point of view, a failure.
So the traceability is the proof.
It's the proof.
Oh.
It provides that confidence to stakeholders that the required benefits realization, the whole reason for the project in the first place, will actually happen. If you skip that, you open the door to catastrophic scope creep and, honestly, legal liability down the line.
That completely reframes the purpose of testing. It's not just debugging, it's fulfilling a promise. And this also brings us to quality assurance, or QA. I always thought QA was just, testing the final code. But you mentioned it monitors the organizational internal processes themselves. How does that work?
Well, that's where you start to think like an auditor. The IS auditor has to understand all the different forms of testing, sure, but they also evaluate how QA monitoring contributes to the quality of the organizational processes.
So not just the product.
Not just the product. This includes how efficiently project management handles resources, how IT service management handles incidents, the integrity of the maintenance process, the sheer variety of systems development methodologies out there, whether it's waterfall, agile, something in between.
A hybrid, yeah.
QA has to be flexible, but the control objectives, they stay constant. Ensuring process quality leads to product quality.
And what about the IS auditor's mandate in this, this messy, high-pressure environment? We said their role can sometimes feel adversarial.
It is, because they provide the necessary friction. The auditor's role is dual, and it's vital. They play a preventative or detective role.
Okay, preventive first. What does that look like?
Preventative means they ensure that controls like segregation of duties in the dev environment or mandatory sign-offs on test completion are designed into the testing plan right from the very beginning. They audit the process before a failure can even occur.
And detective.
Detective means they examine the aftermath. They review the results of the tests, they reconcile the converted data totals, they review the error reports, and they make sure that the process actually followed the organizational standards.
I see.
They are assessing the validity of the process and the adequacy of the controls built into the system itself. They provide management with an objective opinion on whether the system is truly ready for migration. And often, they're the sole voice standing against the combined enthusiasm of the development and business teams who are just desperate to go.
So they act as both the safety designer, that's preventive, and the forensic investigator, the detective, all to prevent the project team, who are naturally biased towards success, from overlooking critical failures under the pressure of a deadline. That makes their position inherently a point of friction, doesn't it?
It has to be.
Okay, since testing is the bedrock of all of this, we really need to understand the arsenal, the different classifications of tests that build on each other in complexity.
Right. Let's build the pyramid. We start right at the atomic level, the very foundation.
That would be unit testing. This focuses on an individual program, a single component, or one module. We're talking a microscopic focus here, using test cases that zero in on the control structure of the procedural design.
Yeah, it's about making sure the internal operation meets those very detailed specifications.
So it's like checking the individual gears in a watch.
That's a great analogy. The developer is examining the inner architecture of that one piece of code, making sure the gears turn the right way, that loops terminate correctly, and that every single line of code executes as intended based on the blueprint. It's the developer's first line of defense against internal bugs.
Okay, so once all the individual gears are working, we have to connect them. That brings us to interface or integration testing.
Exactly. This evaluates the flow of information between two or more of those components or modules. The objective is to build an integrated structure from all those individual unit-tested modules.
You're checking the connections.
You're checking the connections, and this is where it gets interesting, because integration testing doesn't just check if Module A talks to Module B inside your new application.
Right.
Crucially, it also verifies the function of the application when data is transferred with other external systems. Things like legacy databases, third-party payment gateways, or your big ERP systems. You're testing the communication channels across organizational boundaries.
After integration testing verifies all those connections work, we hit system testing.
The full workout.
The full workout. This is where we ensure all the modified programs, objects, database schemas, everything functions properly as a cohesive collective system. And it's usually performed by the development team in a non-production environment.
Correct. And system testing is vast because it simulates real-world conditions that go way beyond just simple functionality. This is where we really stress test the operational resilience of the entire architecture.
Okay, and under that big umbrella of system testing, we have 6 highly specialized analyses. Let's start with the safety net, recovery testing.
Recovery testing ensures the system's ability to recover after a major failure. Could be a hardware crash, a power interruption, a software fault. You name it.
How do you even test that?
You simulate the failure. You literally kill the process or, yank a cable, and you measure 2 things: the time required for recovery and the integrity of the data that's recovered.
Yeah.
Can the system stand back up quickly and cleanly without losing the last few minutes of critical data?
Makes sense. Next up, security testing. This feels vital, especially when you're integrating with existing architecture.
Oh, it's non-negotiable. Security testing is all about verifying that the access controls, the locks on the system are appropriate, and, most importantly for a modification, ensuring that the changes have not introduced any new security holes.
A common oversight, I'd imagine.
A huge one. Development teams often focus on functionality and can inadvertently open ports or leave back doors. Security testing actively searches for those newly created vulnerabilities before a malicious actor can find them.
Okay, now for the trio of performance tests. These are so crucial for high-volume environments, and they often get confused. Load, volume, and stress testing. Let's try a highway analogy to keep this clear.
Great idea. Let's think of your new system as a brand new bridge.
Okay.
Load testing simulates the impact on that bridge by testing it with high but expected quantities of data to evaluate its performance during peak hours.
So the 5 p.m. rush hour traffic.
Exactly. It's simulating the busiest time of the day or, the end of the month when payroll runs. You're checking performance under normal high-demand conditions.
Okay, so load is the daily maximum. What about volume testing? How is that different?
Volume testing is different. If load is the daily rush, volume is testing the actual structural limit of the bridge itself. You test with an incremental volume of records to determine the maximum volume of data, the sheer data ceiling, that the application can process before performance degrades to an unacceptable level.
So you're testing for future growth.
You're testing for scalability. Can your database handle 10 years of incremental growth? Volume testing tells you that.
And then there's stress testing. If volume is testing the structure, stress must be about pushing the boundaries, right?
Stress testing is actively trying to crash the system.
Oh, okay.
It uses an incremental number of concurrent users or services, the traffic, to determine the maximum operational capacity of the system. You're trying to find the point where it breaks, where the transaction queue overflows, or where memory is just completely exhausted.
You're finding the breaking point.
You find where the system fails under pressure, which helps you define its true operational limits.
And the final analysis in this system testing group is performance testing.
Right. And performance testing is comparative. It involves measuring your system's performance against equivalent existing systems or against established industry benchmarks. It asks that simple question: is this new system actually faster, more efficient, and more responsive than what we currently use or, what the vendor promised?
It's the final, quantifiable measure of efficiency gain.
That's it.
And only after the system staff is satisfied with all of those rigorous system tests, recovery, security, load, volume, stress, and performance, only then do they dare move to the final gateway, final acceptance testing.
The last hurdle.
So final acceptance testing. This is the critical gateway right before you go live. And it's so critical that our sources say the testing community demands it be split into two distinct, non-combinable components.
That's right. Quality assurance testing, QAT, and user acceptance testing, UAT.
Okay, so why must they be separate? Why can't we just combine QAT and UAT to save a little time?
Because they answer fundamentally different questions. And the IS auditor has to verify this separation. QAT, quality assurance testing, focuses purely on the technical aspects, the documented specifications, and the underlying technology. It's owned by the IT team.
So QAT is basically verifying the technical blueprint. Does the application work as documented in the logical design and the tech specs?
Precisely. Its focus is on deliverables. Did the programmers build the code according to the engineering diagrams? And user participation here is minimal because the goal is technical verification, not business functionality. QAT is checking if the bolts match the blueprint.
Okay. And conversely, UAT, user acceptance testing, is the actual business reality check.
UAT is all about ensuring the system is production ready and satisfies all documented requirements from the perspective of the actual people who will be using it day in and day out.
So the methodology must be totally different.
Completely. UAT test plans are written from the user's perspective. They use typical predefined business process scenarios, like submitting a purchase order, processing a refund, or generating a quarterly compliance report. This is the moment they ask, does this system actually solve the business problem it was designed for, or is it just technically perfect and practically useless?
Ah, I see the metaphor now. QAT is the engineer checking if the bolts match the blueprint, and UAT is the driver checking if the car actually gets them to work safely and efficiently.
Perfect analogy. And the environment for UAT is crucial. It must ideally be performed in a secure testing or staging environment. This is a key control mechanism.
Why is that so important?
Because if the environment is unsecure, it means last minute or worse, unauthorized changes can be made directly to the source code without passing through the standard system maintenance processes. That compromises the integrity of the very version the user is accepting. Protecting that code is paramount.
Let's talk about acquired systems for a moment, the off-the-shelf software. The sources are incredibly suspicious here. They say even if the vendor pre-tests their software, the end users have to test it thoroughly. Why so much suspicion toward the vendor?
Because systems are no longer isolated islands. When you integrate a third-party application, you are introducing foreign code into your highly controlled ecosystem.
Right.
In the absence of proper configuration management controls on the accepted version, the risk of introducing malicious patches or even Trojan horse programs is extremely high. The risk isn't just incompetence, it could be deliberate malice or simply an unvetted update that opens a zero-day vulnerability.
So you have to do your own testing.
Supplemental testing is mandatory to ensure the vendor's program interacts safely with your existing internal systems. You are essentially auditing your vendor's control environment by auditing the product they deliver to you.
That is a terrifying thought, that you have to be wary of your own software supplier.
Okay, moving to a specialized technique. Integrated test facilities, or ITFs. This involves processing test data in production-like systems, right alongside live data. That sounds like a massive confidentiality risk if it's not controlled perfectly.
It is absolutely high risk, high reward. ITFs confirm the new application's behavior under real-life conditions, including peak volume and resource contention, by running the test data with the live data stream.
It's an incredibly realistic test.
The most realistic.
But if you have testers running these simulated transactions, how on earth do you prevent them from accessing confidential production data?
That is the core control challenge. ITFs use either completely fictitious data that gets processed with the live stream, or if a subset of production data is used for the test, it absolutely must be scrambled or altered to obscure any confidential information from testers who normally wouldn't have production access.
So you're protecting confidentiality. You're upholding strict confidentiality requirements. And it also requires clear identification and isolation so that the fictitious transactions are isolated from the production data stream and then backed out completely at the end of the test cycle.
The testing arsenal is clearly deeper than just that Q-Chouette split. Let's look at some of the external pre-release methods. Alpha and beta testing.
Right, these are more market-facing stages. Alpha testing is performed internally. It's often by users within the enterprise that are actually developing the software, but it is a form of system testing done near the end of the development cycle.
So it's still internal.
It's rigorous testing in a simulated operational environment, but it happens before the software is ever shared externally.
And beta testing is when you release the hounds.
Exactly. Beta is essentially a very broad form of UAT involving a limited number of external independent test sites or just intralet users. You send the beta version out for real-world exposure to find those unexpected scenarios.
The stuff you can't predict.
The weird operating system configurations, the unique network latency issues, the sheer bizarre user behavior that your internal teams could never anticipate. Beta testing finds flaws in the product market fit, not just the code.
Okay, we also have these philosophical approaches, the color-coded boxes. Let's tackle white box testing first.
White box testing is for the deep code divers. It assesses the effectiveness of the software program's logic. It uses test data to specifically check the procedural accuracy and every crucial logic path inside the program.
You got to see the code.
You have to have intimate knowledge of the source code, which is why it's typically only applicable to unit and integration testing.
But the sources caution against trying to test all possible logic paths in large information systems.
Oh, it's just not feasible. It would be financially crippling.
Yeah.
The number of paths grows exponentially with the size of the system. So white box testing is used selectively. The auditor or the development team targets specific critical functions, like an interest calculation or a crucial control gate, to ensure the inner workings of that one piece are absolutely sound.
Okay, and conversely, we have black box testing.
Black box testing focuses on the functional operating effectiveness of the IS component without any regard for the internal program structure. You don't need to see the code at all.
You just care about the inputs and outputs.
Exactly. If I put in X, do I get out Y? Does the system meet the functional requirement? This is what you use for integration and UAT processes, where the user just cares that it works.
This leads us to the distinction between verification and validation. They sound so interchangeable, but strategically they are not.
No, they're separated by their objective. Verification is the process of evaluating a system to determine whether the products of a given development phase satisfy the conditions imposed at the start of that phase.
It's asking, are we building the product right?
Right. Are we following the requirements properly? Validation, or function testing, tests the system functionality against the detailed customer requirements to ensure the software is traceable to what the customer actually wanted. And that's asking the foundational question, are we building the right product?
So validation is the business check, verification is the engineering check.
You got it.
And what about the essential safety net that protects the system from its own fixes? That's regression testing.
Regression testing is a high-stakes insurance policy. It involves rerunning a portion of your test plan using the original data to ensure that changes or corrections, say you fix bug A, have not accidentally introduced new errors or caused bug B to resurface.
Because everything is connected.
Everything is highly interconnected. Changing one line of code can have ripple effects that only regression testing will reveal. It must be performed after every single major patch or change request.
We also have two specialized environmental tests, parallel and sociability testing. Let's dive into parallel testing. I mean, running two systems at once sounds fiscally irresponsible. When is that massive resource drain ever justified?
It is financially exhausting, but sometimes the operational risk of a clean cutover is just too high to bear.
Like what?
Think banking, patient records, core accounting systems. Technically for a defined period. The purpose is absolute confidence.
Because you can compare them side by side.
Exactly. To compare the results and verify that the new application performs in the exact same way as the old one. If the new system fails, the old one is still running and producing legally compliant results. It minimizes risk, and that justifies the significant costs.
And sociability testing.
Sociability testing addresses the ecosystem. It confirms the new system operates in its target environment, the existing platforms, interfaces, desktop configurations, without adversely impacting existing systems.
You give an example?
Sure. Imagine a new web app that suddenly hogs all the network bandwidth, or a new client-server application that crashes an existing operating system component. Sociability testing ensures the new application is a good, well-behaved citizen in the broader IT ecosystem.
And finally, let's look at the structure of testing. Bottom-up versus top-down approaches.
Right, these are reciprocal approaches that dictate the order of assembly. Most application testing of large, complex systems, it generally follows a bottom-up approach.
So you start small.
You start with the atomic units, the programs and modules, and you work your way up, building the system piece by piece until a complete system test can finally...
Welcome back to the deep dive. You know, if you've ever hit send on an email or streamed a video or even just bought something online, you're relying on this massive invisible infrastructure.
It's completely silent, isn't it? The digital plumbing and wiring that keeps the entire modern business world from grinding to a halt.
Exactly. It's the engine room. And it runs on this incredibly precise, superstructured, and let's be honest, often overlooked discipline called Information Systems Operations.
And that engine room is absolutely mission critical. I mean, we're not just talking about keeping the lights on. It's about constant optimization, extreme vigilance against threats, and this rigorous coordination of systems, processes, and people.
It's the bedrock. It's what all productivity, all data integrity, and really all competitiveness rests on.
It is.
And so today, we're giving you the shortcut to understanding that whole ecosystem. We've got this incredible stack of sources in front of us covering, well, everything. The foundational blueprints of networking, the famous 7 layers, all the way down to the physical cables, the hardware, and then, crucially, the hidden risks. The things people in unapproved systems bring into the mix.
Right. And our mission here is to really pull out the high leverage knowledge you need. We want you to walk away from this not just knowing what IT operations are, but really understanding the precise mechanisms that guarantee reliability, how global networks actually connect, and where the critical risk points lie for any organization.
Both securely and legally.
Both securely and legally. That's a key point.
Because the big picture here, it's strategic. These operations, they define what we call the service level expectations, the guaranteed uptime, the speed of recovery, and those expectations flow directly from the business's goals.
Absolutely. If your business promises its customers, say, 99.999% uptime.
The famous 5 nines.
The 5 nines, exactly. Well, it's the IT operations team that has to actually deliver on that promise every single moment of every single day.
And that ties right into the assurance side of things, doesn't it? The role of the auditor.
It does. You have the IT ops professional who's running the system, but then you have the IS auditor who's making sure it's running correctly. And correctly means complying with some really complex international regulations like GDPR for data privacy or IPA for healthcare data.
And on top of all that, they're constantly playing catch-up.
Constantly, with new tech like cloud computing, AI, machine learning, and of course the ever-evolving cybersecurity threats. It's a landscape that just never, ever stops moving.
Okay, so let's unpack this enormous topic. We're going to start at the top, defining the domain. So Part 1 is all about the building blocks. And I think the first crucial insight from our sources is that IT operations isn't some standardized product you just buy off a shelf.
Not at all. It's completely customized based on an organization's industry, its scale, its specific strategic needs. But no matter the size, the job is always about coordinating resources, personnel, and processes to get that reliable, uninterrupted function.
And despite all that customization, there are these 7 core elements that seem to pop up in virtually every effective IT operation structure. The first one, and probably the most visible, is infrastructure.
Right. And infrastructure is so much more than just the devices. It's the physical workstations, sure, but it's also the storage arrays and all the networking gear, the specialized routers, the powerful firewalls.
And for any company of a certain size, it means the data centers.
The data centers really are the crown jewels. They were these centralized locations designed from the ground up with extreme redundancy. We're talking precision climate control, redundant power supplies.
So huge batteries and diesel generators.
Exactly. Massive UPS systems and generators, yeah. Plus stringent physical security and robust fire suppression systems that, won't just fry all the equipment if they go off. These aren't just nice-to-haves. They are absolutely necessary, built-in mechanisms to guarantee availability.
And an auditor has to look at those environmental controls with the same seriousness they'd look at, say, a network encryption protocol.
Absolutely same seriousness. A flood is just as bad as a hack if it takes you offline.
Okay, that makes sense. Element 2 is the network itself, the circulatory system. This is how all that infrastructure talks to each other across different locations using wide area networks, or WANs. I found this idea of logical circuits really essential here. They allow operators to separate different kinds of traffic, like, say, voice calls from financial transaction data, even if it's all traveling over the same physical wire.
And the equipment to manage that is getting so sophisticated. You have load balancers that distribute incoming requests so no single server gets overwhelmed, and VPN concentrators that can manage thousands of secure remote connections at once.
And there's this big shift toward virtual services, like software-defined WAN or SD-WAN.
That's a critical point. SD-WAN moves the complexity out of these proprietary, expensive hardware boxes and into flexible, much cheaper software. It boosts efficiency and really lowers the capital cost required to run a big network. And of course, encryption applied by all this network gear is just non-negotiable for confidentiality.
Okay, moving to element 3, applications and software. This is everything the users interact with and everything that runs the backend. The operating systems, databases, middleware. Which brings us straight to a really crucial management control. Change management.
Okay, I have to jump in here because change management, it sounds like bureaucracy, right? It sounds like the thing that slows IT down. You know, I have to wait 3 weeks for approval just to patch a server. Isn't that what users are always complaining about?
That is the common complaint, absolutely. But that so-called bureaucracy is the necessary cost of stability. If you skip change management, you are basically rolling the dice and introducing massive unknown instability into a live production environment.
So the rule has to be.
The rule has to be that any update, a major system upgrade, a new app, even a tiny little security patch, it has to follow proper testing, be fully documented, and get formal authorization before it ever touches the live system.
Exactly right. That formal process is what ensures stability. If an auditor comes in to review a system failure, the very first thing they're going to ask for is the change ticket. If there isn't one, the control environment has failed, period.
And this also covers application controls themselves, regular user access reviews, strong separation of duties, and so on.
And rigorous interface controls where different systems exchange data. That's a big one.
All right, element 4 is the health monitoring system. System monitoring and management. This is like the continuous pulse check, using tools for health checks, analyzing system logs, event management.
This is not about just reacting to a server crashing at 2 in the morning. It's about spotting the early warning signs. You know, a slow memory leak or a gradual CPU spike that tells you something's about to go wrong.
And that proactive approach leads right into capacity planning.
It does. Management isn't just looking at the current load on the system. They're modeling future growth, they're predicting resource needs, and making sure they can scale performance before the system buckles under the pressure. Capacity planning is a strategic investment to avoid those costly, sudden infrastructure overhauls.
And since failure, at some point, is pretty much inevitable in large systems, we rely on element 5, backup and disaster recovery, or BDR. This is what ensures data integrity and availability, even after some kind of catastrophic event.
And BDR requires 2 distinct but very related plans. The Disaster Recovery Plan, the DRP, that focuses on restoring the technical environment and the data specifically.
And the other one?
The Business Continuity Plan, or BCP, that one's broader. It addresses how the business itself keeps functioning even if the systems are severely degraded. The goal is to minimize downtime and ensure that critical operations get restored promptly.
And that's often defined by a maximum tolerable downtime set by the business.
Exactly. And you have to have reliable backup systems that are tested against that MTD.
Okay, element 6 brings us firmly into the modern operational world, virtualization and cloud computing. We're talking about managing virtual machines, hypervisors, and those cloud platforms that are everywhere now, IaaS, SaaS, PaaS.
And the big thing with cloud is that it introduces a third-party risk. If you use a cloud provider, how do you actually know their systems are secure? You don't have the right to just walk into Amazon's data center and start auditing their security practices.
So that's where these third-party reviews come in, specifically the System and Organization Controls Reports, the SOC reports.
That's it. So your organization relies on a SOC report instead of having to audit the cloud vendor yourself.
So it's basically an auditor's report on the service provider's controls.
Exactly. It gives your organization, the client, confidence in their control environment without you having to do a costly and frankly invasive direct audit. It's an absolutely essential control mechanism in this age of massive cloud adoption.
And finally, element 7, the unglamorous backbone of it all, documentation and knowledge management.
This is the difference between an efficient team and one that relies on that one hero who keeps all the knowledge in their head. If that person leaves, you're in trouble.
Right.
Comprehensive documentation system configurations, detailed process narratives, end-to-end flowcharts, it all has to be complete, consistently updated, and easy to find. It is vital for training new people, ensuring smooth transitions, and for effective collaboration, especially during a crisis. If you can't look up the procedure, you simply can't fix the system.
Okay, that really sets the stage for the complexity of IT operations. But to understand the network, that circulatory system we mentioned, we really need the architectural blueprint that defines how everything connects. Let's move to that famous 7-layer blueprint. The second you start talking about networking, you inevitably have to talk about the Open Systems Interconnection Model, or the OSI model. And this isn't just some academic thing, it's the standard proof of concept benchmark for network architecture. It's what allows communication between wildly different hardware and software systems.
It's the whole reason a Dell laptop can talk to an Apple server running on a Cisco router over an optical fiber network. The model gives you those 7 self-contained layers. And the key to its success is that independence. You can swap out the physical cable at layer 1 without having to rewrite the application code all the way up at layer 7.
The real conceptual breakthrough here is this idea of peer-to-peer communication. My email application on my computer doesn't need to worry about the actual electrical signals in the wire. It acts as if it's talking directly to the recipient's email application, even though the data has to travel down all 7 layers and then back up all 7 layers on the other side.
This is so critical. The layers below hide their complexity. The networking components, they handle all the messy details of transmission, and that frees up the application layers to focus purely on providing a service to the end user.
So let's track that data flow, what the sources call data traversal. When I send a piece of data, it starts at the top, layer 7, and it travels down the stack on my computer.
And as it goes down, each layer wraps the data in its own control information. I like to think of it as a series of nesting envelopes. This is how the protocols know what to do with the data when it gets to the other end.
So, for example, layer 4 adds information for reliable delivery. Layer 3 adds the destination IP address.
And layer 2 adds the local hardware address. Each one adds its own little mailing label to the envelope.
And then, when it arrives at your computer, it travels up the stack. Each corresponding layer reads its own control information, processes it, and then strips off its envelope until, finally, the pure, clean data arrives at your application software. It's just an engineering marvel in its structure and efficiency.
So let's look at what each of those envelopes is actually doing, starting from the top down.
Okay, layer 7, the application layer. This is the standard interface that applications use when they need a network service, whether that's file sharing, remote access, or network printing.
And here's a crucial distinction. This layer is the interface. It's not the actual application software itself. Your web browser, for instance, it uses the layer 7 interface, but the browser itself is just software running on your operating system.
Got it. Okay, next, layer 6, the presentation layer. This is the universal translator, the transformation layer.
Right. It handles all the formatting of the data converting character sets, handling text compression, and most importantly, it provides encryption and decryption services to make sure the data is private.
The layer 5 is the session layer. This is the connection manager. It establishes, it manages, and it terminates the connection or the session between the application layers on the 2 different systems. If your connection drops, the session layer is what determines if it can be gracefully reestablished. Then we hit the heavy lifter, layer 4, the transport layer. This is the layer that guarantees quality of service. If you care about successful, reliable, complete data delivery between 2 endpoints, making sure nothing gets lost, you care about the transport layer.
This layer is responsible for end-to-end error recovery and flow control. And the key mechanism here is acknowledgement. It ensures successful receipt by acknowledging every single segment of data it gets from the remote system.
So if that acknowledgement doesn't arrive within a certain time?
It just retransmits the data packet. It handles that reliability guarantee completely.
Okay, moving down. Layer 3 is the network layer. So if layer 4 guarantees delivery, layer 3 provides the directions.
That's a great way to put it. This is the routing layer. It understands IP addresses, it determines the best path for the data to travel, and it forwards data packets across logically distinct networks. It's what creates that virtual circuit between the 2 transport layers.
Then layer 2, the data link layer. This one focuses on reliable transfer across a physical link, so on the local network segment. It takes those layer 3 packets and it encapsulates them into what are called frames.
And it also uses the MMASI address, that's the unique burned-in hardware address, to identify devices on the local network.
And layer 2 is where we first start checking for mistakes in the transmission. using something called the cyclic redundancy check, or CRC.
Right, the CRC is an error detection mechanism. It's not for correction. Layer 2 calculates this short numeric value based on the frame's contents just before it sends it. The receiver then recalculates that same value. If the two numbers don't match, the frame is just discarded.
And this catches most errors.
It detects virtually all single-bit errors and most multiple-bit errors. It provides really solid integrity on that local link.
That's amazing that it can do that. But hang on, I saw a note here about something called a promiscuous interface. That sounds like a major security issue. What does that even mean? Is that like turning on an eavesdropping mode?
That is exactly what it is. Normally, a network interface card will only process data frames that are specifically addressed to its own MAC address. But a promiscuous interface is an exception. It's been configured to listen to and capture all data that the physical layer sends across that shared wire, no matter who it's addressed to.
So it's a huge security red flag.
A massive security and audit red flag. It enables data sniffing, which is foundational for launching a whole host of network attacks.
Okay. Finally, we hit layer 1, the physical layer. This is the purest layer. It's just the physical medium. The cables, the connectors, the network interface cards, anything that transmits the actual bit stream as electrical, optical, or radio signals.
And here's the key difference between layer 2 and layer 1. Error correction or detection protocols are generally not implemented at the physical layer. Its job is purely to transmit raw bits. That's it.
That structured roadmap, from the application layer all the way down to the electrical signal, it really defines the language of the modern network. So now we can take that conceptual model and apply it to the real-world infrastructure, the actual wiring itself. Okay, let's start small and focus on the local area network, the LAN. This covers, a room, a floor, or maybe a campus of buildings. The complexity here isn't so much about distance, it's more about the logical configuration.
Right. Skilled planners are constantly monitoring things like traffic volume, error rates, and response times to make sure there are no slowdowns.
And physically, it all relies on topologies. We mentioned bus, ring, and star. But the key takeaway for anyone learning this today is that the star topology is really the only one used significantly in any new construction.
And there's a good reason for that. It's just reliable. All the devices connect to a central switch. So if one computer or cable fails, the rest of the network keeps working just fine.
The only risk is if the central switch fails, then the whole segment is down.
True, but that gives you a single point that you can secure and reinforce with high redundancy. It's just the most practical, robust solution we have.
Okay, so moving from the layout to the material, the physical media, we have to compare 3 types based on cost, speed, security, and how immune they are to interference.
Let's start with the one we all know, copper, twisted pair.
It's cheap, it's easy to install, it supports both voice and data, but its big weakness is that it's susceptible to electromagnetic interference, EMI, and also crosstalk, where the signal leaks between adjacent cables.
Which is why the sources are so clear about recommending you run copper in its own dedicated conduits, far away from power lines and even things like fluorescent lights.
The secure and high-speed alternative to that is fiber optic systems. These use pulses of light through a glass or plastic fiber. And because it's light, it has extremely low transmission loss, and it's completely immune to any of that EMI.
And from a security point of view, fiber is just far superior. It doesn't radiate energy, which makes wiretapping or sniffing data from the cable itself significantly harder and much riskier to attempt.
So it's the preferred choice for those high-volume, long-distance runs within a building, like connecting core enterprise switches or linking servers to a high-speed storage area network, a SOSAN.
The only real downsides remain that it's a more fragile medium, and the cost and complexity of installation are still higher compared to copper.
And we can't forget radio systems, wireless, which use electromagnetic signals for high-speed Wi-Fi or short-distance things like Bluetooth.
Right. Now, if we zoom out to connect all these dispersed LANs across cities, across nations, we start relying on wide area networks, or WANs. And WAN technology applies mostly to layers 1 and 2 of that OSI model we just discussed.
Let's look at microwave radio systems. They transmit these highly directional radio signals, and they require a direct line of sight between the antennas.
Yeah, these are mostly relegated to what they call light routes now, areas where it's just not worth it to run expensive fiber, or for specialized industrial uses, like electrical utility companies use them for their SCADA systems to monitor the grid.
And because they need that line of sight, their reliability depends on the physical topology. You can't have a mountain in the way, and even the climate. Heavy rain can seriously disrupt the signal.
It can. Then you have satellite radio link systems. Now, traditionally, the biggest drawback here has been that massive delay, that 300 millisecond lag, because of how far the signal has to travel up to a geostationary satellite and then back down.
Which is enough to ruin any real-time application like video conferencing or financial trading.
But this is where it gets really interesting and technologically transformative. The new deployment of low Earth orbit LEO networks, like Starlink, is fundamentally changing that entire equation.
Because the satellites are much closer to Earth.
Much, much closer, and that reduces the latency to under 100 milliseconds, sometimes even down to 20 or 30 milliseconds.
Oh.
This is not just a small improvement, it's a paradigm shift. It makes high-speed, low-latency global connectivity viable almost anywhere on the planet.
And then within WANs, we use sophisticated transmission techniques. We've got message switching, which stores a full message at an intermediate point until a path is free.
And then virtual circuits, which are these dedicated logical paths for reliable communications. The permanent virtual circuits, or PVCs, establish an always-on logical path that offers defined reliability and guaranteed bandwidth, which is essential for high-priority business traffic.
Okay, that sets the geographical stage. Now let's turn our attention to the physical boxes, the gear that manages all this complex traffic and keeps the network from just collapsing into chaos. So the core LAN components are what govern the flow of data. At layer 1, we start simple, repeaters. Their job is purely electrical. They take a weak signal and regenerate or amplify it to extend the network's maximum distance.
They don't look at the data at all. They just boost the electricity.
Exactly. Now, moving to layer 2, we have bridges. They connect network segments, and they filter traffic based on MC addresses. This is an older technology, and the key insight is that bridges are software-based devices.
Which means they process frames one at a time, making them generally pretty inefficient for modern high-speed networks.
And that inefficiency led directly to the rise of the layer 2 switches. These are also layer 2 devices, but they are built using specialized hardware, what are called application-specific integrated circuits, or ASICs.
And that hardware difference is absolutely everything. ASICs allows switches to handle traffic at extremely high speeds with very, very low latency. They offer a high density of ports and dedicated bandwidth, making them the standard solution for interconnecting network segments efficiently.
And finally, the brain of the network. Routers at layer 3. Routers link two or more logically separate networks, like connecting your corporate network to the internet.
Routers operate by reading the IP addresses in the data packets and then making intelligent routing decisions to direct them across these independent networks. They also perform crucial security functions like blocking broadcast information and filtering traffic.
But wait a second, if switches are these super efficient hardware-based ASICs, does that mean routers are less efficient?
They often are, yes. Our sources note that routers are frequently software-based, and they have to perform a much more complex analysis of every packet header that passes through. This means they can create significant bottlenecks in a network if they're not carefully placed, configured, and load balanced. That's a huge design consideration.
The existence of all this connectivity, of course, introduces LAN risk. Network activity is just incredibly vulnerable. We worry about basic integrity issues like unauthorized data changes or exposure from poor verification on remote connections.
But the internal risks are often more subtle and, in some ways, more dangerous. Think about internal user sniffing. That's using a promiscuous interface, like we talked about, or another tool to capture network addresses and packet information. It might seem harmless, but it can be used later to map out the network for a targeted attack.
And then there's internal user spoofing, reconfiguring a network address, a MAC-C, or an IP address to successfully impersonate another legitimate user or system. This just bypasses access controls completely.
Which is why the required security provisions have to be so comprehensive. This includes enforcing the principle of least privilege. POLP users only get the access they absolutely need for their job-strong ID and password rules, and implementing port security at the switch level to stop unauthorized devices from just plugging in.
And critically, encrypting local network traffic using the IPsec protocol. This leads us to converged protocols, which are a fantastic way for IT operations to save money and complexity. These protocols allow specialized services to run over the existing, low-cost TCP/IP infrastructure, so you avoid having to deploy costly dedicated hardware.
Let's start with storage networking. Fiber channel FC is the traditional gold standard. High-speed, lossless, often running up to 16 Gbps, but it requires its own dedicated fiber infrastructure.
Yeah, and the convergence here is fiber channel over Ethernet, FCOE. It basically wraps up FC frames and lets them ride over high-speed Ethernet. FCO is powerful. It can even replace IP at layer 3 in the storage domain, but it's notoriously expensive to implement because of the specialized switches you need.
Now let's talk about a protocol that was designed specifically to solve that router bottleneck problem we mentioned.
Yeah.
Multi-protocol label switching, MPLS.
This is one of those really high-leverage insights. Why is MPLS so much more efficient?
It's just brilliant engineering. Routers are slow because they have to look up the full complex IP address header in these massive routing tables at every single network hop. MPLS gets rid of that. Instead, it assigns a short, fixed-length 20-bit label to the data stream when it first enters the network.
So subsequent routers only have to look at that tiny little label.
Exactly. It significantly reduces the processing time and boosts throughput. And its key benefit is that it can handle a whole range of different protocols through encapsulation. It doesn't just rely on the constraints of TCP/IP routing.
Then, of course, there's voice over IP, VoIP, which tunnels voice and data over TCP/IP, offering huge cost savings compared to old phone lines, plus new features like video support.
And finally, the low-cost champion of storage, ISCSI, or Internet Small Computer Systems Interface. This is the IP-based alternative to fiber channel for block-level SAN access.
And we need to define the components here. You have the ISCSI initiator, which is the software or hardware in the server that wants to access the storage.
And then the ISCSI target, which is the storage device server itself. And they just communicate using standard IP.
The benefits are pretty compelling. Massive cost reduction because you use standard Ethernet, more flexibility because it runs on IP, and very fast data transmission, often on 10 gigabit Ethernet.
Plus, it's easy to integrate into disaster recovery processes, and it offers enhanced security through authentication and network isolation. It really proves you don't always need dedicated proprietary hardware for high-performance storage.
And all of this brings us to the address book of the entire network, the protocol that defines every single device's location. So Internet Protocol, IP networking, is connectionless, which means it doesn't actually guarantee delivery, but it provides the essential foundation for every protocol that sits above it. And right now, we're kind of stuck between two massive versions.
We are. IPv4 is...
Okay, let's unpack this. Every app you rely on, every single click you make, all of that critical business information that's just flying across the network, it all relies on this, this invisible, highly structured, and just incredibly complex digital nervous system.
It really is. And when that system fails, and it does fail, it's not just a little hiccup.
No.
It's chaos. It can be a complete vulnerability that just grinds a business to a halt.
We are pulling back the curtain today and really descending into the engine room.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Our source material today is focused really deeply on the critical concepts of IT systems, availability, security, governance.
Right.
It's drawing from these fundamental standards that auditors and management professionals use to keep organizations running. Think of it as the rule book for digital survival.
Absolutely. So our mission today is to tackle what makes modern IT reliable. We're talking about the strict architectural layers, the controls you need to prevent disaster, and the difference between just stamping out a symptom versus curing the disease.
And finally, how we store our most valuable asset data, the different kinds of database management systems. We're trying to give you a full picture of the operational mandate for digital resilience.
And we're going to start right at the foundation.
Right at the core of the machine itself.
So when we dissect an IT system, we have to see it as this strict hierarchy, right?
Yeah.
A layered thing.
Exactly. And at the absolute bottom, the foundation, you have the hardware base.
The physical stuff.
The physical stuff.
Yeah.
The silicon, the wiring, the storage, and crucially, the hard-coded instructions that live there, what we call firmware. This is, the ultimate bedrock of trust.
Okay, so just above that, we find the nucleus.
Or the kernel, yeah.
The kernel. And this is described as the single most privileged, most restricted area of the entire system.
That's a critical point. The kernel operates in what's called supervisory mode, or ring zero.
Ring zero.
User apps, everything you and I interact with, they run in less privileged rings. If a user application could just reach in and touch the kernel directly...
Food chaos.
Complete chaos. It could crash the system, read sensitive memory, it could just destabilize everything.
So if it's that protected, what exactly is it doing? What are these essential low-level tasks?
It's basically the master traffic cop for the entire computer. It's managing the essential operations that even allow the OS to exist.
Okay.
So that includes handling interruptions, When a device suddenly needs the processor's attention and the entire life cycle of processes,
From birth to death.
from their creation to their destruction, switching them in and out of the CPU, the whole thing.
So it's not just running code, it's arbitrating every single internal request.
Precisely. It also handles process synchronization, making sure different programs don't corrupt each other when they share resources. And of course, it manages all the I/O and, critically, the allocation and release of memory.
Which is everything.
If the kernel fails, the whole system just collapses.
Right. So moving one layer up from that protected kernel, we get to the system software.
This is a huge collection of programs. They're built to support users, control the flow of applications, and just, ensure the system's integrity.
And this is where the governance tools start to appear, right?
Absolutely. You've got your access control software, who can see what. You have data communication software, database management systems, job schedulers. Sometimes this stuff is built into the OS, sometimes it's separate, but its job is to maintain order.
And the OS, the operating system, that's the single biggest piece of system software. It's the main interface between me, the processor, and the app I'm trying to run.
It's the scheduler, the traffic controller, the ultimate arbiter for every single resource. RAM, disk, I/O devices, all of it.
And one of the biggest leaps in how they work was the introduction of virtual storage memory.
A huge leap. It's this technical trick that lets a program reference addresses that are actually greater than the real physical memory you have installed.
When I first heard that, it sounded like magic. How can my program use 16 gigabytes of memory if my computer only have 8?
It's a very clever sleight of hand. It's all about memory mapping. The OS maps parts of a large, slower memory, usually a piece of your hard drive called a swap file, to the faster, smaller working memory, which is your RAM.
So the program thinks it has all this space to work with.
It operates under this illusion of having a massive amount of memory. It's fundamental to how modern multitasking works.
But there has to be a catch. If the OS is constantly swapping data back and forth between fast RAM and the slow disk, I imagine performance takes a hit.
A huge hit. That's a condition we call thrashing. It's when the system spends more time managing the memory mapping than it does actually running the program. So efficient virtual memory management is absolutely crucial.
What's fascinating is how the OS complexity is so tied to what it's being used for.
Oh, they're worlds apart. A simple standalone PC needs a pretty basic OS. It just has to catalog some files, load programs.
But a mainframe for a bank.
A completely different beast. A mainframe, like IBM's ZOS, is engineered for insane reliability, measured in years of uptime. It has to manage huge resources, thousands of concurrent transactions. It's a central hub.
And then you have servers, like UNIX or Linux.
Right, and they have to accommodate multiprocessing, multiple CPUs, multitasking, and multi-threading, so multiple parts of one program running at the same time. They're built to share resources efficiently among many users.
And that idea of partitioning resources is now taken even further with virtual environments.
It's standard practice now. You have virtualization software that partitions one physical server into multiple independent virtual machines, or VMs.
Which has huge security implications, right?
Yeah.
Because each VM is like its own little box. You can run totally different operating systems on the same hardware.
It's an enormous governance tool. You can have a legacy Windows app on one VM, a secure Linux server on another, and they're isolated from each other. A vulnerability in one doesn't compromise the others. But the integrity of that whole structure depends entirely on the hypervisor, the software that manages the virtualization. If the hypervisor gets compromised, all the VMs are at risk.
So with all this complexity, maintaining system integrity is it's paramount.
The objectives are really twofold. First, protect the system from deliberate attacks. But second, and just as important, ensure that a normal user program absolutely cannot interfere with those privileged programs, like the kernel.
And the way you enforce that is through something called process isolation.
Yes, it's a critical engineering feature. It ensures that concurrently running processes are just prevented from interfering with each other, whether it's by accident or on purpose.
So process A can't read or write into the memory that's been given to process B.
Exactly. It stops instability, it stops data corruption, and it stops a rogue program from escalating its privileges by messing with a more secure process.
But that's only half of it. The other half is this principle of least privilege.
A core concept, for sure.
Yeah.
It applies to automated processes and human users. And it's simple. Any process or any person should only have the absolute minimum amount of privilege they need to do their job and nothing more.
Why is that so important? I mean, it seems easier just to give high-level access to everyone who might need it.
And that's the security loophole everyone falls into. If a piece of software gets compromised or a user's login gets stolen, the breach is automatically limited to whatever that process was allowed to do.
Ah, I see.
If a simple app only has permission to read data, it can't delete your core operating files. If it needs to do something with more power, it should call a more privileged routine, do its one job, and then that privilege gets revoked immediately.
And these controls have to be defined right at the system's foundation, in the configuration.
Right. Improper configuration or monitoring of these critical files leads directly to unauthorized access. This is where your system generation, or SYSGEM, parameters become so important.
Let's use that mainframe example, the ZOS.
Yeah.
What's being protected there?
In ZOS, the critical options are specified during SYSGEM, and they're read from a directory called sysl.parmlib when the system starts up. Okay. If an attacker, or even just a careless admin, gets write access to that directory, they can fundamentally change how the OS behaves. They can turn off security checks, disable logging.
So getting access there is like getting the keys to the kingdom.
It is exactly like getting access to the OS's supervisory state. It gives a non-privileged user God mode, basically, without anyone knowing.
And it's not just mainframes. PCs have the same idea.
They do. On Windows, the single point of truth is the registry.
Right.
It's this huge database that controls everything. Uncontrolled changes there can destroy a system instantly. For UNIX and Linux, you have critical configuration files for the kernel and network services that have to be locked down just as tightly. A mistake here can compromise the whole machine.
Okay, so moving up from the OS to the software running on top of it. First up is data communication software.
This is the engine of transmission. It manages the flow of messages between points transmitter, path, receiver.
But its function is purely about logistics.
Purely logistical. It is vital to understand that it ensures reliable delivery, but it does not operate on the content of the information itself.
It's a traffic controller, not a content inspector.
Perfect analogy. It's what makes things like electronic funds transfers and database connections possible.
Okay, now let's pivot to a class of software that's a bit of a governance headache. Utility programs.
Yes. These are powerful tools you need for routine maintenance. Defragging disks, restoring images, testing hardware.
They sound essential, so what's the risk?
The risk is that many of these powerful utilities are designed to perform functions outside the normal security system. And critically, they often do it without producing an audit trail.
Wait, hold on. Why on earth would a maintenance tool be designed to bypass the audit controls?
It's a design necessity that becomes a security vulnerability. They often need to operate in that privileged supervisory mode to talk directly to the hardware below the standard OS level.
So they're bypassing the normal security checks for user permissions and logging.
They are. Which means a rogue admin, or an attacker who's stolen an admin's account, could use a powerful utility to read sensitive data, change system settings, or manipulate files, and the normal access logs would show absolutely nothing.
That's a huge control concern.
It's massive. The potential for covert access is extremely high, so the governance mandate is absolute. Access to these sensitive utilities must be highly, highly controlled and restricted. This is a foundational control that auditors have to check.
Shifting gears to compliance and legal risk, the dense forest of software licensing.
Yes. A license is just a contract that defines how you can legally use software. And compliance isn't just good faith, it's a defense against huge financial penalties and reputational damage.
And the complexity comes from the sheer variety of license models.
It does. You can split them into free and paid. On the free side, you have open source, like Linux, where you can generally use, copy, modify, and redistribute the code.
Then you have freeware.
Right, like a PDF reader. It's free to use, but you can't redistribute the source code, and it might be limited to personal use. And of course, there's trial software limited by time or features.
The paid side is where it gets really complicated.
Oh, yeah. It's designed to match how businesses use computers. You've got hardware-based models like per CPU or per core, where the cost scales with the server's power.
And then the user-based models.
Exactly. You have per seat, which counts unique, named users. Or, more efficiently for some, concurrent users, which only counts how many people are using it at any one time.
There are even licenses tied to activity.
Yes, the utilization model, which tracks how busy the CPU is, or per device, which counts the physical machines connecting. And then for big companies, the enterprise license, which is basically unlimited use, though often with some restrictions.
For an auditor, this must be a nightmare. How does a big company even begin to track this and ensure compliance?
It takes a strategic and technical approach. You start by reviewing the contracts, and then you use asset management software to do regular network scans.
Mm.
These scans give you a list of everything that's installed, and you compare that against what you've legally purchased.
The financial risk of getting this wrong is huge. We hear stories about vendors like Oracle or Microsoft doing these aggressive audits and finding millions in penalties.
The strategic risk is massive. A bad audit can wreck an IT budget overnight, so prevention is way cheaper. That means centralizing control of all software installation. You disable the ability for users to just install whatever they want.
And locking down the hardware itself.
Right. Using restricted workstations, you lock down USB ports, CD drives, anything that could be used to bring in unauthorized software. And you make users sign agreements saying they won't do it.
The source material also flagged a hidden cost that people often forget: disaster recovery.
That's a subtle but very expensive point. Your DR plan probably involves having standby systems that mirror production.
Right.
Some license agreements say that even if those DR systems are inactive, they still require separate full licenses. And that has to be factored into the total cost from day one.
Okay, so availability is the bedrock of IT. And maintaining it means you have to plan ahead. That's capacity management.
It's the formal process of planning and monitoring your resources, computing, network, to make sure you're using them effectively and that you can scale up or down with the business.
And this is a direct cost driver. CPU, memory, storage, that stuff is expensive. The goal is to buy only what you need right now.
Exactly. Defer costs, optimize what you have, and to do that, you need to be monitoring constantly. We rely on a whole suite of key metrics.
So things like CPU utilization, storage usage, network bandwidth.
All of that, plus things like the number of concurrent users, and in virtual environments, the VM density, how many virtual machines you're cramming onto one physical server. All this data gives you a baseline of what normal looks like.
And the planning involves these big deployment decisions, which are always trade-offs. One is consolidation or application stacking.
Yeah, consolidation is where you put a bunch of applications onto a few large, powerful servers. It's super efficient, less hardware, lower power cost.
But the trade-off is
The blast radius. If that one big server goes down, you lose a ton of critical applications all at once.
right. So you trade some resilience for that efficiency. The other big move is cloud usage.
The cloud offers amazing flexibility. You can buy extra capacity on demand for a big sales event or something. But it also means you're relying on your supplier. You have to make sure their controls are just as good as your own.
Now, the source material says this isn't a one-time thing. It's a continuous 7-step cycle.
It's a closed loop, always refining. It starts with developing the plan. You translate business needs, like 20% user growth, into technical requirements.
Then you monitor.
Step 2 is monitoring, to make sure you're meeting your service levels and gathering all those metrics we talked about.
And once you have the data, you have to make sense of it.
That's step 3, analyzing. You look for trends, you establish your baselines. If CPU spikes every Tuesday morning, that's a trend. If it hits 95% on a Thursday afternoon, that's an anomaly.
After that comes tuning.
Step 4 is tuning. You optimize what you have, tweak priorities, reallocate memory. You try to squeeze more performance out of your current hardware to delay that next big purchase.
And when you can't tune anymore.
Step 5 is implementing. You add new capacity. You add that hard disk when storage hits 80%. Looking forward, step 6 is modeling and forecasting, using that trend data to predict future needs.
What kind of modeling?
Usually 2 types. Trend analysis is the simple one, just extrapolating growth. More advanced is simulation modeling, where you build a digital twin of your environment and throw hypothetical loads at it to see where it breaks.
And the final step ties back to the beginning.
It does. Application sizing. This is where you determine the resources needed for a new app during the design phase, not after it's already built. It ensures you build cost-effectively from day one.
So capacity planning manages the hardware, but we also have to manage the intellectual property running on it, the source code.
Right. And since source code is human-readable and contains all the company's secrets, access has to be tightly restricted.
Now, if you buy software but you don't get the source code, the material advises getting an escrow agreement. What is that exactly?
It's a risk mitigation tool. The vendor puts the source code with a neutral third party, the escrow agent. The deal is, if the vendor goes bankrupt or fails to maintain the software, you get access to the code.
So you're not left high and dry.
Exactly. It lets you maintain the application yourself for business continuity.
And to manage changes to your own code, especially with big teams, you need a version control system, or VCS.
A VCS is foundational for reliable software development. It gives you strict access control, a full audit trail of every single change. It allows multiple people to work at once without overwriting each other. And crucially, it lets you do a quick rollback to an older, stable version if a new change causes a problem.
The idea of branching is also key here.
Oh, yeah. Branching lets a developer take a copy of the main code and work on a new feature independently, sometimes for months, without destabilizing the main product. Then, when it's ready, they merge it back in.
And we've seen a shift in how these systems are built, from centralized to distributed.
Right. The old systems, like Subversion, required you to be connected to one central repository. The big shift has been to distributed VCS, or DVCS, with Git being the most famous.
And the key difference.
With a DVCS like Git, every developer has a full copy of the entire repository locally, including the whole history.
So it's more resilient.
Massively. If the main server goes down, every developer has a complete backup. It also lets them work offline and sync up their changes later.
Okay, so VCS manages the code, but the process that governs how that code actually gets into the live production environment is change control.
This is the backbone of operational governance. It defines the pipeline that all changes have to flow through: test, then quality assurance QA, then finally production.
And the main objective is just to minimize the negative impact of changes, because we all know that change is the #1 cause of outages.
Absolutely. So the process has to be formalized. It requires authorization, thorough testing, a clear implementation plan, and communication to users. The ops team usually has the final say before anything goes into production.
And the source material highlights one critical control you have to have before you even start.
The non-negotiable rollback plan. You must have a written, tested plan for how to undo the change and restore the system to its previous state if something goes wrong. No rollback plan, no change. It's that simple.
A specific type of change management is patch management. This is all about security updates.
Right. Patches are your immune system addressing new risks, but they are also high risk themselves. A patch can sometimes cause more problems than it fixes.
So the rule is?
Test, test, test. Patches must be tested on non-critical systems first, and you must have backups before you deploy them to production.
Okay, let's categorize the different kinds of software releases.
We can break them down into 3 types. First, you have major releases. These have significant new functionality. They need comprehensive testing and are usually scheduled quarterly in big organizations.
Then the smaller ones.
Minor releases. These are for small enhancements and bug fixes. The testing cycle is much less demanding.
And then there's the one everyone dreads, the emergency release.
The midnight panic button. This is when you have to push a fix out as quickly as possible to prevent a major outage. You try to avoid these at all costs because they involve very limited testing, which dramatically increases the risk of introducing new bugs.
Unnecessary evil.
It is. And it should always trigger a follow-up investigation into why it was needed in the first place. But regardless of the type, every single release needs a unique ID for tracking and the proven ability to be completely backed out.
So when the system does break, the response is broken into 2 very distinct processes. First is incident management.
Incident management is the fire drill. It's purely reactive. The only goal is to get the business process back to normal as fast as humanly possible to minimize the impact.
You're just treating the symptom. Restart the server, restore the service.
Exactly. But stopping there is professional negligence. Once the fire is out, you have to move to problem management.
This is the diagnostic phase.
Right. The objective here is to find the root cause of the problem by analyzing major incidents or patterns of minor ones.
So incident management is what's broken now.
Yeah.
And problem management is why did it break?
You got it. And for that root cause analysis, you use standard tools, things like fishbone diagrams or a simple but powerful technique called the 5 whys.
The 5 whys. Let's walk through that. It sounds simple, but I know it takes discipline.
It does. Let's say the incident is the payment app crashed. Why? 1, because the database ran out of memory.
Okay, why?
Because a big report was running and eating all the memory. Why?
Right.
3, because the query in the report was badly written. Why? 4, because the developer didn't test it on a full-size data set.
And the final why?
5, because our QA process doesn't require testing with production-scale data. See? The root cause isn't the memory, it's a flaw in the QA process.
That's the deeper understanding. And once you find that root cause, it becomes a known error.
Right. And then you develop a workaround, a temporary fix, while you engineer the permanent one. And all that information goes into the known error database, or KEDB.
Which is like a huge organizational memory.
It's invaluable. Welcome to the deep dive, where we take the comprehensive blueprints for corporate survival, the kind of detailed plans usually reserved for IS auditors, and we break them down into practical, high-value knowledge for you.
Today we are diving deep into the architecture of resilience. And this isn't just about, recovering a crashed server.
No, not at all.
This is about ensuring the organization as a whole can absorb a catastrophic failure, a fire, a flood, a major cyber attack, and just continue to function. Our source material really provides the blueprint for business resilience.
And that blueprint details both the technical controls to prevent disaster and the plans needed for recovery, right?
Exactly. Both the proactive controls and the reactive recovery strategies.
Okay, so let's unpack this. Our mission today is to give you a structured understanding of how experts define system criticality, how they implement technical redundancies, things like clustering and geodiversity.
And how they build those formal ironclad business continuity plans, the BCPs.
Right. We're looking at the foundational processes that make continuous operation even possible.
Think of this deep dive as a shortcut to understanding the bedrock of IT governance. And we'll start with the most granular level of defense, which is really the heart of any modern enterprise, the database itself.
The first fundamental challenge, and I think auditors and security pros face this every day, is accepting a really harsh, undeniable reality that technical security rules, no matter how carefully you build them, will inevitably be violated.
It's a certainty. Whether it's a complex programming flaw or some kind of deliberate external manipulation, data integrity is just constantly under siege.
So because you can't rely on perfect prevention, you have to engineer recovery and damage control right into the system from the very beginning.
Exactly, and that's our first line of defense. A series of operational controls designed to minimize data loss and corruption when those inevitable violations happen.
Okay, so if security protocols are the fence, what are the key operational controls? The internal security guard, so to speak.
Well, the first major area of concern is utility usage. Organizations have to aggressively minimize the ability to use non-system tools.
So utilities that operate outside the main security net.
Precisely. If a utility operates outside the database management systems, or DBMS's, formal security control, it is a direct bypass risk. It allows unauthorized access or manipulation without leaving any kind of auditable trail.
So a robust policy would be what? Only authorized people under strict monitoring.
Absolutely. Strict monitoring.
And what happens when a failure occurs in the middle of a massive job run? How do auditors make sure the business doesn't lose, say, an entire day's worth of transactions?
That's where database checkpoints become absolutely crucial. They're essentially internal snapshots of the database's state, and they're taken at critical junctures within a job stream. So, for example, right before processing a huge batch of payments.
I see. So if the system fails right after that checkpoint.
Then the recovery process doesn't have to restart the entire multi-hour job. It only needs to rewind to the last successful checkpoint. It's a crucial recovery strategy.
Because it minimizes data loss and recovery time.
Drastically.
Okay.
It directly feeds into meeting that critical recovery time objective, or RTO, which we'll talk about more later.
I often hear about database activity monitoring, or DAM. If unauthorized access is the main risk here, how does DAM provide, real-time assurance?
DAM technology is the essential surveillance layer. It's more than just a log. It establishes and enforces the security policy, it defines what's acceptable activity, and then provides robust, real-time monitoring and reporting over all database activities.
Regardless of where they come from, an application, a user.
Exactly. It doesn't matter if it's from an application or a privileged user. It's the active watchdog. It ensures that even if someone gets privileged access, every single action they take is logged, compared against acceptable policies, and flagged immediately if it's suspicious.
So it shifts the defense from just prevention to proactive accountability.
That's a perfect way to put it.
Okay, beyond security and recovery, the sources also stress regular maintenance, specifically database reorganization. Why is that so necessary? Isn't modern database software, self-optimizing?
While systems are incredibly advanced, fragmentation is still inevitable. So database reorganization is required for two big reasons.
Okay.
First, the practical reason. It reduces unused disk space and improves performance by consolidating data that's spread out all over the storage. But the second reason, which is vital for an auditor, is that reorganization actively verifies that the defined data relationships are still intact. If those relational links break the logical integrity of the data, your transactional integrity is gone.
And that leads to massive, costly data reconciliation efforts.
Efforts that can completely destroy any chance of meeting your RTO. So regular reorganization is really a proactive integrity check.
And finally, on controls, what about governance around change?
Absolutely. Auditing requires strict restructuring procedures for every single change. Whether it's a logical change, like adding a new column,
Or a physical one, like moving a table.
right, or even a procedural change, like updating a stored procedure, it all must follow a documented, multi-stage approval process. Uncontrolled changes are one of the fastest ways to introduce security flaws and operational instability.
Okay, let's move into the really granular stuff. The specific areas an IS auditor is going to review in detail. Let's start with the logical schema checks. Why should a C-level executive or even a governance committee care about database architecture details like foreign keys?
It's a great question.
I mean, what catastrophic business risk does that tiny detail actually prevent?
They should care, because the logical schema is the blueprint for the business rules themselves. If that blueprint is flawed, the business operations will eventually fail. Period.
So the auditor is checking what exactly?
They're verifying two main things here. First, that all the entities represented in the business's conceptual entity relation diagram, things like customer or order, that they actually exist as tables or views in the database.
And second,
This is crucial, they check that all the required relationships between those entities are represented through what are called foreign keys.
and those foreign keys are what enforce the relationship rules.
Precisely. The auditor reviews the constraints, the rules, to make sure they're clearly specified and enforced. A very detailed point is checking the rules for allowing what are called nulls on foreign keys.
A null being an empty value.
Yes. If a foreign key allows a null, it means the data entry can skip linking an order to a customer. If the business rule says every order must have a customer, but the database allows a null, that tiny oversight means the integrity of millions of transactions is compromised.
And fixing that after the fact would be...
Astronomically expensive.
Okay, now, switching from that conceptual structure to the actual hardware performance. We have physical schema checks. The focus here shifts to storage and speed.
Exactly. The physical schema check ensures the database is built efficiently on the storage system. This means verifying that the initial and the extension space for tables, indexes, logs, all of it, has been allocated correctly based on the anticipated load.
Because improper storage allocation is a guaranteed performance bottleneck.
Guaranteed, especially during peak processing, which translates directly into lost revenue.
And indexes are the key to unlocking speed, right?
They are the backbone of fast data retrieval. An auditor will verify the presence and correct construction of indexes, particularly for primary keys and any keys used for frequent queries.
Mm-hmm.
If a system is running slowly, often the culprit is a search that is not index-based.
Which forces the database to read every single record individually.
One by one. It's a technical detail that directly affects the business's ability to operate efficiently during peak demand.
You also mentioned normalization. If a database isn't fully normalized, meaning data redundancy exists, the auditor needs a justification. Why is redundancy usually a bad practice?
Normalization ensures that every piece of data is stored in only one place.
Mm-hmm.
That minimizes errors and maintains consistency. If data is redundant or not normalized, an auditor needs to see an accepted, documented justification.
Which is usually for performance, right?
Usually for performance optimization, yeah. But that justification must come with compensatory controls to manage the increased risk of data inconsistency.
Okay, now we get to security, starting with access and privileges.
This is a fundamental layer. We verify security levels and access rights for all users and roles, ensuring that the access granted is the minimum required for their job function.
The principle of least privilege.
The principle of least privilege. Auditors are always asking, does the accounting clerk really need re-access to proprietary R&D data? And the key security investigation, the one that defines the boundary of the DBMS's control, is asking this: can database resources be accessed without using formal SQL statements?
If the answer is yes.
Then the DBMS's security model is irrelevant, and you have a massive vulnerability.
Which means we're right back to controlling those non-system utilities. What about administrative security, the people holding the master keys to the kingdom?
This is all about privileged access scrutiny. Auditors investigate the number of users with system administrator privileges. Every single administrator must have a rock-solid business justification for that access. The fewer admins, the smaller the risk surface.
And you see some real red flags here, I imagine.
Oh, a huge one. And it's surprisingly common is finding actual unencrypted passwords hard-coded into database utility jobs or batch scripts.
Wow, that's like leaving the master key under the doormat for any intruder to find.
It is. They also verify that auditing utilities are enabled. And crucially, that those audit trails aren't just generated, but are actively monitored and reviewed for anomalies.
Finally, data protection, which means protecting the actual bits and bytes.
Right. Data protection verifies the required encryption, both for data at rest, so sitting on the disk, and data in motion when it's traveling over the network. The auditor confirmed the encryption standards and key management protocols are sufficient.
And what about copies? Like for testing?
Equally important, the handling of non-production copies. Copies of live production data must be authorized, and before they leave the secure production environment, they have to be altered or masked.
Meaning you replace sensitive info with dummy data.
You replace real names and account numbers with randomized but structurally correct dummy data. You just can't let developers practice on real customer data. It's too big a risk.
That's a powerful, comprehensive list of proactive controls. But, as we established right at the beginning, controls will inevitably fail.
They will.
So we have to stop thinking only about prevention and start focusing on survival, which brings us to the business impact analysis.
Exactly. The BIA is the bridge from technical security to strategic survival planning. You just cannot create a useful business continuity plan, a BCP, or a disaster recovery plan without first understanding the full impact of a disruption.
So what exactly is the purpose of the BIA, and why does it demand such high-level senior management buy-in?
The BIA is a formalized process for evaluating all of your critical business processes and their supporting IT components. It helps determine timeframes, priorities, resource requirements, and all the interdependencies.
It's answering the question, if this system goes down, how fast do we bleed, and how long until the patient dies?
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
And senior management approval is essential because the classification of an information resource as critical drives massive investment decisions.
Ah, right. If the CEO decides payment processing has to resume in 4 hours, the technology needed for that is vastly more expensive than if they allowed 4 days.
Vastly more expensive. So it's a cross-functional negotiation, really.
Between IT and the business units.
Absolutely. It requires heavy involvement from IT, who understand the systems, and the end-user personnel, who understand the true operational impact of losing a process.
Let's look at the key BIA considerations, starting with how we determine process criticality. How do we define what makes a business process absolutely critical?
We use 4 major indicators, and it's usually a combination of them. The process is critical if it supports human health and safety, think emergency services dispatch.
Or manufacturing process control.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Secondly, if its disruption causes an unacceptable income or cost loss. If stopping the process means you can't bill customers, it's critical.
Third would be legal and regulatory requirements.
Right, if you have to meet legal or statutory requirements like filing time-sensitive reports. And finally, if it affects a significant number of users or business segments.
And I imagine the criticality of a process isn't a fixed 24/7 concept.
No, it's highly fluid. A process might be non-critical on the 3rd shift, but absolutely critical during business hours. A global financial institution, for instance, their ATM network has to be critical 24/7.
Across all time zones.
But their back-office trade settlement process might only be critical during the hours that major global markets are open. The BIA has to account for these temporal factors.
The second consideration is identifying the critical information resources.
The vital distinction here is that a disruption to an IT component is only a disaster if it affects a critical business process.
Losing a test server is an incident, but losing the production e-commerce server is a disaster.
Precisely. The BIA systematically links the business processes, like receiving payments, to the required IT assets, like servers and databases, and calculates the tolerance for timeframes. How long can we run without that supply chain?
And this all culminates in the defining metric of resilience, the critical recovery period.
This is where we establish the recovery time objective, or RTO. The RTO is the maximum permissible time lapse between a disruption and when you resume business processing, before the organization suffers significant or unacceptable losses.
And we also established the recovery point objective, the RPO.
Correct. The RPO is the maximum amount of data the organization can afford to lose.
Can you just clarify the distinction between RTO and RPO for our listener one more time?
Of course. Think of it this way. The RTO is the ticking clock for the business. How fast do we need to stand up the replacement facility and start processing again? The RPO dictates the quality of your backup strategy. How recent must our data be when we resume operations?
So a financial trading floor might have an RTO of 1 hour and an RPO of 1 minute.
Near instantaneous switchover with almost zero data loss. But a manufacturing firm might tolerate a 4-day RTO and an RPO of 12 hours. Their resilience architecture is vastly different and much cheaper.
That variance leads us directly to the economics of resilience, which provides the strategic justification for the whole BCP investment. This insight, often plotted as a U-curve, is where executive decisions are really forced.
Yes, and this is one of the most fascinating aspects of BCP planning. It forces a trade-off between two costs that move in opposite directions. The first is the downtime cost.
The cost of being offline.
And this cost grows quickly, exponentially, with the duration of the disruption.
What are the components of that downtime cost? It's got to be more than just lost sales.
Oh, absolutely. In the short term, you have the operational costs. Idle staff, wasted materials, not being able to invoice. But the long-term, rapidly accelerating costs include massive loss of market share, regulatory fines, and crucially, the indirect costs.
Loss of image, customer goodwill, reputation.
Exactly. The longer the system is down, the higher and steeper that curve climbs.
And running in opposition to that is the cost of preparing for recovery.
That's the alternative recovery strategy's cost. This cost decreases the longer your target recovery time is.
Makes sense, right?
Achieving a near-zero RTO
Instantaneous failover.
requires astronomical fixed upfront costs. Duplicate hot sites, synchronous data replication, dedicated network links. If you budget for a 1-week recovery, your fixed planning costs today are much, much lower.
So the organization is looking for the minimum point on that U-curve where you add these two costs together.
Precisely. That U-curve represents the total cost of ownership for resilience. The goal is to choose the recovery strategy and its corresponding RTO that minimizes the sum of all costs.
The investment you pay today plus the anticipated cost of disruption tomorrow.
That analysis is how you justify spending millions on a redundant data center to the board. You show them that the alternative, the cost of not spending that money, is potentially an order of magnitude higher in a crisis.
Okay, once that cost-justified RTO is established, the BIA leads to the final step in this section, the classification of systems. This defines their tolerance to interruption.
This classification flows directly from the RTO we just defined, and it's critical for prioritizing limited resources. We classify systems into 4 tiers.
Starting at the highest priority, critical.
Critical systems are those functions that cannot be replaced manually, not even for a short time. They require an identical capability to be restored almost instantly. Their interruption tolerance is extremely low.
Demanding the highest level of investment.
The highest. Things like geoclusters.
Next down, vital.
Vital systems support core operations, but can be performed manually for a brief, defined period, usually 5 days or less. This gives the recovery teams a short window to stand up replacements.
Like a payroll system, maybe?
A payroll system is a perfect example.
Yeah.
You can cut checks manually for a couple of cycles, but the long-term loss of the system is unacceptable.
And the lower tiers? Sensitive and non-sensitive.
Sensitive systems can be performed manually for an extended period at a tolerable cost. It's often difficult, requires more staff, but the business can absorb it for weeks if needed. And finally, non-sensitive functions. They can be interrupted for a very extended period with little or no cost.
They just wait to be restored.
They wait. This whole classification scheme is what determines who gets the expensive synchronous replication and who gets tape backups shipped off-site once a week.
And this all feeds into the risk ranking process. The BIA provides the necessary foundation for cost-justifying every single resilience measure we're about to implement.
Exactly. The BIA told us what we have to protect and how fast we need to do it. Now we transition to the actual technology required to meet those non-negotiable recovery objectives.
We start with application resiliency, often achieved through clustering. How does clustering move beyond simple backup and recovery to provide true high availability?
Clustering is the mechanism that provides high availability protection against any single point of failure. It uses sophisticated management software, an agent, installed on all the servers or nodes that run the application. If one node fails, the cluster management software ensures the application immediately restarts or continues elsewhere.
And there are 2 main configurations, active-passive and active-active. They address different needs, I'm guessing.
Completely different needs. In the active-passive setup, the application runs on only one node, the active one. The passive nodes just sit there idle, fully configured but doing no work. They're instant spares.
So the agent monitors the active node.
Constantly. If it detects a failure, it quickly takes over the resource's storage, IP addresses, and restarts the application on a passive node. The major advantage is simplicity. The application doesn't need to be aware of the cluster.
And active-active is the performance-driven, high-speed solution.
It is, but it's much more complex. In an active-active setup, the application runs simultaneously on all nodes, coordinating processing and load balancing the workload across. Welcome back to the Deep Dive, the place where we turn these massive stacks of dense, critical documentation into pure, concentrated insight. Today, we are strapping in for what might be one of the single most important topics in modern enterprise operations: organizational survival.
We're doing an in-depth analysis of what are essentially survival blueprints. These are the rigorous planning frameworks that protect critical data, critical operations from massive disruptions. We're talking about business continuity planning, BCP, and its technical backbone, disaster recovery planning, or DRP.
And we're pulling our knowledge directly from authoritative compliance and audit review materials. So our goal isn't just to define these terms. It's to really scrutinize the essential steps, the mandatory metrics, and some of the surprising logistical strategies that organizations have to master to genuinely bounce back from a worst-case scenario.
Right. And our mission today is really to equip you, the learner, with the knowledge of how to audit this resilience framework for genuine effectiveness. You need to understand not just what recovery is supposed to look like, but also why so many of these plans fail, and of course, how to prevent that failure.
Okay, and let's ground this whole discussion in the fundamental purpose of information asset security. I mean, everything we discussed today, it ultimately serves one pillar of that core objective: the CIA triad.
That's exactly right. So while confidentiality, protecting data from unauthorized access, and integrity ensuring data is reliable and accurate are always vital, BCP and DRP are fundamentally exercises in maximizing the A availability. They're all about ensuring authorized people can access systems and data when they need to, especially during that precise moment the business is under some kind of existential threat.
And if that core availability is compromised for too long, the business just stops. It doesn't matter how confidential or accurate the data was right up to the moment of failure. Availability really does dictate survival.
It's the bottom line.
So let's start at the highest level, the imperative. Why do organizations, especially those handling sensitive data or operating in really competitive markets, why do they have to dedicate such immense resources to planning for events they hope never happen?
Well, it's because it's no longer optional. It's mandated by the reality of industrial competitiveness, and it's regulated by some pretty stringent oversight bodies. The whole drive for resilience planning is about maintaining market share. That means you have to adopt standards and you have to continually advance your measurement science and technology just to ensure uptime. I mean, if your competitor can recover in 2 hours and it takes you 2 days, you've basically lost that race.
And the regulatory landscape essentially draws the lines in the sand, right? Especially for financial institutions and healthcare. We see several heavy hitters defining the non-negotiables.
Absolutely. One of the most critical is the U.S. Federal Financial Institutions Examination Council, or FFIEC. This is a really powerful interagency body. It oversees and regulates all U.S. financial institutions, and their guidelines are just ironclad. They demand rigorous service continuity planning because, the failure of a major bank could impact the entire economy.
Right. And then you have the specific sector mandates, like in healthcare.
That's where the U.S. Health and Human Services, or HHS, comes in. They set the requirements for managing protected health information under HIPAS. So any disruption that compromises the availability or integrity of patient data is a severe violation. The recovery plan has to specifically, and I mean specifically, address those data types.
And finally, there's the global standard, one that provides the strategic framework for the whole operation.
That would be ISO 22301.2019. This is the international standard for security and resilience. It defines the requirements for establishing, implementing, maintaining, and continually improving a formal business continuity management system. It really is the blueprint used worldwide to demonstrate commitment and capability and continuity. If you adhere to ISO 22301, it proves you've built resilience into the DNA of the organization, not just, bolted on some recovery plan as an afterthought.
So we know why we have to plan. Now let's get into the how. The overall BCP, It's designed to minimize the impact of disruptions, and it has to be perfectly aligned with the long-range IT strategy. What's the mandated sequence for creating and then sustaining this plan?
It's a formalized cyclical process. It begins and ends with assessment. The crucial first step is to conduct a comprehensive risk assessment. You have to identify all possible threats, natural, man-made, technological, procedural, and then you assess their likelihood and their potential impact.
So once you know the risks, you prioritize what truly needs protecting.
Exactly. Step 2 is to identify and prioritize the systems and resources that are required to support your critical business processes during a disruption. And this is not about every single server, it's about the minimal viable infrastructure. Step 3 then refines that focus by asking, what could take those critical systems down? You have to identify and prioritize your threats and vulnerabilities. Is it a single point of failure in the network? Is it a key staff member with unique knowledge that nobody else has?
Now we get to the analysis phase, which in my experience is the central bottleneck that ends up determining the entire cost of the operation.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Step 4 is the creation of the business impact analyses, or BIAs. The BIA measures the financial and operational effect of losing critical processes and their supported components. And critically, the BIA is what defines the RTO and RPO metrics for every single system. If you say a system has zero tolerance for downtime, the BIA has to justify the, multi-million-dollar investment that's required for that level of resilience.
So the BIA is the intellectual capital that tells management exactly how much recovery capability they need to go out and buy. What comes after that?
Once the need is quantified by the BIA, step 5 is to choose the appropriate controls and measures for recovering those identified IT components. This leads directly to the plan development. So step 6 is the detailed plan for recovering IS facilities, that's the DRP. This is your technical roadmap for getting hardware, software, and networks back online.
And step 7, that addresses the people and the process, the BCP itself.
Right. Step 7 is developing the detailed plan for critical business functions to continue operations at an acceptable level. That's the BCP. It defines how the business runs, maybe manually or with reduced service, while IT is playing catch-up. So you can think of it this way. DRP is the plumbing and hardware. BCP is the strategic business operation sitting on top of that infrastructure.
And the final 3 steps are, I think, the ones most often neglected in practice. But they're the difference between having a static binder on a shelf and a living, breathing survival guide.
Precisely. Step 8. Test the plans. If you don't test it, you don't really have a plan, you have a guess. Step 9. Maintain the plans as the business changes and systems develop. And step 10. Ensure plans are periodically reviewed and revisited. Since the IT environment and business priorities are constantly changing, disaster recovery planning has to be understood as a mandatory, continuous, and cyclical process. It's not a project with an end date.
So when an organization actually adheres to this 10-step process, what are the tangible deliverables that emerge from that? Our sources point to 2 distinct outcomes.
Yeah, the first outcome is the strategic, long-term view, the ITDR strategies. These are multi-year programs, usually spanning 3 to 5 years, designed to accommodate major anticipated changes. Think about technological obsolescence. Servers and networks are constantly being updated. Organizations merge. Data storage needs grow exponentially. The strategy has to budget and plan for these shifts long before the old infrastructure hits its end of life or, fails to meet those RPO requirements.
So that's the strategic forecast. What about the immediate executable outcome?
The second outcome is the DRPs themselves. These are the operational documents that direct the response in a crisis, and they have to be modular and scalable. They can range from simple department-level procedures for a localized power outage to, massive multi-tiered plans covering regional disasters that affect multiple locations, business lines, and thousands of staff. They are the actual scripts the teams follow in a crisis.
We spend so much time talking about bits and bytes and servers, but it's so vital to emphasize that the ultimate goal here involves people first.
Oh, this cannot be overstated. While regulators obsess over service continuity, the ethical and legal primary objective is always human safety. The ultimate goal of BCPDRP is responding to incidents that impact personnel, as well as the ability to deliver goods and services. Therefore, the plan must, absolutely must, mandate that safe evacuation and protection of human life is the #1 priority. Restoring IT service is always a secondary, though still urgent, activity. Any plan that bypasses staff evacuation protocols just to save a server farm is fundamentally flawed.
Okay, let's unpack this. If the BIA, step 4, is the crucial intellectual exercise, then this next part covers the quantifiable time parameters that the BIA has to deliver. These metrics are what make resilience measurable, auditable, and crucially budgetable. They really form the language of disaster recovery.
Indeed. The core of measurable recovery rests on RPO and RTO. They represent the organization's tolerance for loss and for downtime. And these are the metrics that directly dictate which recovery technology you have to purchase.
And here is the fundamental trade-off, isn't it? The closer these objectives are to the moment of failure to zero, the exponentially higher the cost of the recovery strategy. You're literally buying time, and time is expensive.
It is, incredibly so.
Let's start with RPO, Recovery Point Objective. This metric focuses purely on data loss.
Right. The RPO is the maximum amount of data loss that is acceptable to the business. It indicates the earliest time in the past that it's acceptable to recover data from. So, for example, if your RPO for trading data is, say, 15 minutes, you can only afford to lose 15 minutes of transactional data before the business suffers catastrophic consequences.
Can you give us a concrete example of how this affects the data strategy?
Sure. Let's say a critical sales order process can afford to lose data generated up to 4 hours before a disruption. That means the latest available backup copy must have been created within 4 hours of that disaster. Any transactions that occurred during that 4-hour gap would then have to be manually re-entered after recovery, what the plan calls catch-up data.
And a really stringent RPO forces a massive technological investment. How does a company achieve an RPO that's close to zero?
Well, if the RPO is measured in seconds or minutes, you're forced into costly, high-availability solutions like data replication. And here we have to distinguish between synchronous and asynchronous replication. Synchronous replication ensures data is written simultaneously to both the primary site and the recovery site. That achieves an RPO of virtually zero, but it requires high-speed, low-latency network links over pretty short distances. Asynchronous replication allows for a small delay, meaning the RPO is slightly higher, seconds to minutes, but it allows for geographically distant recovery sites using less intensive bandwidth. So the RPO selection dictates this fundamental architectural choice.
And we should probably acknowledge that even the best plans rarely achieve 100% data recovery. There's always a tiny, unavoidable slice of information lost.
That's right. That residual lost information, the data that couldn't be recovered or successfully re-entered, is known as orphan data. It's a pragmatic acceptance that perfection is unattainable. The RPO is the metric that's designed to minimize the scope of that orphan data.
So if RPO deals with how far back we have to go, RTO, the recovery time objective, dictates how quickly we must move forward. This is all about the acceptable downtime.
Exactly. RTO is the maximum tolerable duration of system unavailability. It dictates the earliest point when the business operations and their supporting IT systems must resume after the disaster. It's the time gap within which the business can accept the unavailability of critical IT services before the financial or reputational losses just become intolerable.
So this means the RTO defines the hardware solution. A 24-hour RTO might allow for a warm site setup, but a 4-hour RTO forces you into a high-end hot site or even mirroring.
Exactly right. You'll see systems tiered by their RTO. Tier 1 systems, like high-frequency trading platforms or critical hospital life support systems, might have an RTO measured in minutes or even seconds. That requires active clustering. Then you have Tier 4 systems like internal HR reporting databases that can afford a week of downtime. They can rely on much cheaper, slower recovery solutions. The selection of RTO is an existential business decision. If you miscalculate and set your RTO at 48 hours when your business viability actually expires at 12 hours, you've basically just budgeted for failure.
And the cost correlation here isn't linear, is it? It's exponential. Why does that huge jump happen when you try to achieve RTOs of less than an hour?
It's because you move out of traditional recovery methodologies and into what we call high availability architecture. To achieve near zero RTO, you have to pay for resources that are perpetually maintained and immediately available. We're talking dedicated staff on standby, fully powered and ready hot sites, high-speed failover clusters, and often paying for duplicate software licenses that just sit idle but ready to activate. That kind of infrastructure often costs 5 to 10 times more than the moderate RTO solutions.
So RPO and RTO are the aspirational objectives from the BIA. But what metric measures the reality of our IT team's execution and competence? That brings us to MTTR.
Mean time to repair. Yes, this is a crucial metric for operational efficiency. It's defined as the average time it takes to repair a failed system or device. You calculate it by taking the total time spent on repairs and dividing it by the number of repairs performed over a certain period.
A high MTTR is a flashing warning light, isn't it? It signals inefficiency, technical debt, and inevitably lost revenue. What are some of the key non-technical factors that can inflate MTTR?
It's often less about the technical complexity and more about the maintenance culture. Factors include the skill and experience of the repair technicians, the availability of readily accessible spare parts. Do we have them on site or are we waiting for shipment? And the quality and currency of maintenance procedures. If the procedures are outdated or the staff is poorly trained, MTTR climbs, downtime increases, and the organization violates its own RTO. MTTR is often the clearest measure of technical debt in an organization.
And there are a few other critical time parameters that help define the functional limits of the whole recovery process.
Yes, 3 supplementary parameters define the recovery scope. First, the interruption window. This is a hard limit. The maximum tolerable time from failure to critical service restoration. After this point, the losses caused by the interruption become financially and legally unaffordable. We could be talking about immediate bankruptcy or massive regulatory fines.
So that sets the clock for the entire recovery effort. Then we have to define the required service level during the crisis itself.
That's the Service Delivery Objective, SDO. This defines the required level of services that must be reached while you're operating in the alternate mode. Maybe the SDO allows for 75% transaction volume, or perhaps only critical wire transfers are processed. It has to align directly with the minimal business requirements that were defined in the BIA.
And the final parameter limits how long we can sustain that reduced SDO.
That is the maximum tolerable outages, or MTOs. This is the maximum time the organization can support processing in the alternate mode. The MTO must be longer than the RTO. However, you can run into critical problems if the SDO is too low, or if the sheer volume of data and transactions that need to be updated and synchronized after the MTO is exceeded becomes unmanageable. A business might hit its MTO simply because the costs or administrative burden of running the alternate process become unsustainable, even if the primary site isn't fully recovered yet.
Okay, so that sets the stage. Now, the choice of recovery strategy. This feels like a defining moment for organizational resilience.
It is. Senior management has to select the right strategy from an array of alternatives, and they have to consciously accept the inherent residual risk that comes with it. The decision really hinges on 4 non-negotiable factors: the criticality of the process, the overall cost, the time required to recover, which is your RTO, and the security requirements of the data being protected.
The RTO is the tyrant here, isn't it? If you need minutes, you need millions of dollars and a highly complex site. If you can tolerate days, your options open up significantly. Let's break down the spectrum of recovery sites, moving from the least ready and cheapest to the fastest and most expensive.
At the lowest end of readiness, we have the cold site. This is essentially an empty warehouse. It provides space, basic infrastructure, power, environmental controls, but it lacks any IT or communications equipment, programs, or data. The plan has to include provisions to acquire, ship, and install everything: servers, networking gear, even office supplies upon activation.
So if we use a sports analogy, the cold site is the substitute player on the bench, but they still need to find their uniform and cleats when the call comes. Recovery time here is likely measured in days, maybe even weeks.
Right. A physical variation of that is the mobile site. This is a packaged modular processing facility. Think of a highly specialized shipping container mounted on transportable vehicles. While delivery is faster than installing equipment, the plan has to be rigorous. It has to specify right of access, dedicated secure site locations, and all the ancillary infrastructure like high-capacity power, specialized data links, and waste disposal.
Next, we have a substantial step up in readiness.
The warm site. A warm site has the complete infrastructure and is partially configured with IT. It has network connections, essential peripherals, and maybe a backbone of older or less capable equipment that can handle critical applications on an interim basis. Employees transfer there, but the current versions of programs and the most recent data still have to be loaded before critical operations can resume. This typically supports RTOs measured in, say, 24 to 72 hours.
So the warm site is the substitute player who's warming up, getting ready to enter the game. The field is ready, the goalposts are set, but the actual playbooks and game data need to be rushed over.
Good analogy. Then we reach the hot site. This is a complete facility that includes space, infrastructure, and all required IT and communications equipment, furniture, and staff equipment. Hot sites usually maintain installed versions of programs and often rely on near real-time data duplication. Upon activation, employees transfer and systems are immediately brought online. This supports RTOs in the range of 4 to 24 hours.
So the hot site is the fully suited substitute on the sideline, ready to enter the game instantly, just waiting for the final play call.
Exactly. And finally, the ultimate level of protection demanding the highest cost is the mirrored site. This is a fully redundant, often geographically diverse site with real-time synchronous data replication. These sites are fully equipped and staffed, and they're capable of assuming critical processing with no interruption perceived by the end user. This is the only option that can achieve a near-zero RPO and RTO.
Now, organizations often seek to cut costs by relying on what are called reciprocal agreements, basically an IT handshake with a similar company. Our sources are very explicit that these traditional reciprocal agreements are not considered viable options. Why such a categorical warning?
Because of the profound logistical and security chaos they introduce during a crisis. There are 4 major constraints. First, just the difficulty of maintaining hardware and software compatibility over time. Their systems will inevitably diverge from yours. Second, security and privacy complications just explode when 2 separate companies start sharing systems and handling each other's regulated data. Third is the capacity constraint. The agreement is typically just insufficient to handle the critical load of the organization that's in trouble.
And the fourth, which sounds like the core failure point. Legal enforceability during a regional crisis.
Precisely. If a hurricane hits the entire Northeast, both companies might need the resources at the same time. How do you enforce the agreement then? Which company gets priority access to the processing floor? The legal and operational difficulty of enforcing these promises during concurrent disasters makes them extremely risky. It often leads to the total failure of both parties' recovery efforts.
The source material does mention a niche variation on this, though.
Yes, reciprocal agreements between organizations with unique equipment or applications. These exist primarily when the technology is so specialized that a commercial hot site vendor just wouldn't stock it. So 2 or more organizations promise to assist each other, but even these are viewed with extreme caution and rely heavily on legal frameworks to resolve conflict.
So since third-party vendor sites are the norm for hot and warm sites, the contract is the organization's only real protection. The IS auditor's review of this contract is non-negotiable. What are the key points the auditor must confirm?
Well, the auditor must first ensure the contract has had a rigorous legal review and that every promise made by the vendor is explicitly there in writing. We look at 6 critical areas.
Starting with the infrastructure itself.
Configuration. Is the provided hardware and software configuration adequate for the critical applications? And crucially, is there a contractual provision requiring the vendor to update that configuration and allow the client to test it as the client's own systems evolve? You don't want to find out during a disaster that the vendor is running old, incompatible gear.
Right. And what about the definition of the event that actually triggers the contract?
Disaster definition. Is the definition of a disaster broad enough to cover your anticipated needs? Does it only cover physical destruction, or does it also include prolonged utility failure or pandemics?
Then there's the competition for resources. This seems essential for a shared environment.
This is the make or break clause. Access and priority. Is the use exclusive, or is it shared with other subscribers? If it's shared, the contract must guarantee assurance of adequate access and define clear priority rules. Critically, does the agreement limit the number of subscribers per site or area? Oversubscription is a massive risk. You need guaranteed immediate availability.
And what about the auditor's right to inspect and test all of this?
The contract must include an unambiguous right to audit clause and confirm the right to perform full, rigorous tests at the hot site at regular intervals, not just paper walkthroughs. Finally, the auditor must scrutinize the limitation recourse tolerance. If the vendor breaches the agreement and the recovery fails, what is the maximum financial penalty the client can claim? This has to be sufficient, and it needs to be tied to the organization's insurance coverage.
Okay, here's where it gets really interesting. We shift from all this theoretical planning to the chaotic reality of execution. A DRP is fundamentally a set of high-stakes, time-sensitive procedures carried out by defined teams. The plan has to clearly identify these teams, understanding that depending on business size, a team might just be a single person wearing multiple hats.
And the efficiency of the recovery depends entirely on the clarity of these roles. The DRP must include an activation matrix that correlates the specific teams required for various levels of disruption.
So where do we start?
We start with intelligence gathering and coordination, the incident response team. They receive information about every potential incident, they coordinate the response while the incident is in progress, and they provide vital input for future plan updates through post-mortem analysis. They are the eyes and ears of the operation.
But the immediate priority, as we established earlier, is people.
That falls to the emergency action team. These are your first responders, fire wardens, designated safety personnel, and their mandatory first function is the orderly evacuation of personnel and safeguarding human life. Their actions in the first 15 minutes of an event can be the most critical.
Okay, once human safety is secured, the focus shifts to securing the business assets in a state of chaos.
That's the information security team. They travel to the alternative environment and implement security measures to maintain a security level that's similar to the primary site. They are responsible for monitoring systems and communication links, resolving security conflicts, installing security software, and physically securing assets during the general disorder of activation.
Who determines the physical scope of the problem?
That's the damage assessment team. They assess the extent of physical and technical damage, and they estimate the time required for recovery, a critical input for the emergency management team's decision-making. This team...
Okay, let's unpack this. Security isn't just about, firewalls and antivirus anymore.
No, not at all.
Those are crucial, yes, but that's the tactical, the day-to-day fight. The strategic long-term battle for enterprise security is about structure.
It absolutely is.
It's about having a documented, repeatable blueprint, a system of policies, standards, and controls that governs, well, everything.
What's fascinating here, and what our sources really hammer home, is how these concepts demonstrate that information security has to be understood as an ongoing management program.
Right, not just a one-time tech project.
Exactly. It's not a set-it-and-forget-it technology implementation. If your security isn't measurable, if it's not auditable and repeatable, it's just guesswork. And, guesswork is just failure waiting to happen.
Today, we're looking at the very bedwave of organizational defense. We've been handed a really dense set of sources. They cover everything from these high-level strategic frameworks down to the incredibly specific.
I mean, really specific.
Like how many hours of fire resistance your server room wall needs and the optimal floor location for your data center. It's essentially an auditor's roadmap to achieving system assurance.
Our sources confirm that to manage risk effectively, organizations need clear, codified guidelines. I mean, it's the only way to define and prioritize tasks, to reduce vulnerabilities systematically, and to stay ahead of persistent threats.
So our mission in this deep dive is threefold.
Right. We'll examine the foundational global frameworks first. Then we're going to dive into the critical analog controls, the physical stuff that often gets overlooked.
The nuts and bolts.
The nuts and bolts. And we'll finish up by analyzing the radical shifts happening in identity and access management, all the way up to zero trust architecture.
Our goal here is to give you a shortcut to understanding the essential blueprints for digital safety. We're connecting the dots between global standards, physical infrastructure, and, the cutting edge of identity management. We're going to focus on the specific details and implications that make these concepts real and applicable to any organization, no matter what industry they're in. So let's start right at the top, the blueprints. How does an organization facing this massive landscape of risk even begin to choose its playbook?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?
Where do you even start? What are the fundamental frameworks and standards that guide them?
Well, first we have to make a really clear distinction between frameworks and standards, because I think a lot of people use those terms interchangeably.
I was about to.
And they serve different, albeit complementary, purposes.
Yeah.
If we use the analogy of, say, building a house, the framework is the architectural drawing.
Okay, the big plan.
The big plan. It's the strategic document that's necessary for the successful implementation and, crucially, the ongoing management of the entire security program. Frameworks help you define the scope, prioritize tasks, and establish those internal policies and procedures.
So if the framework is the architectural strategy, outlining how we're going to build and manage security, is the standard. Is that the specific non-negotiable checklist? Like the building code that makes sure the materials and the execution are up to snuff?
That's exactly the right way to think about it, yes. Standards are the set of specific guidelines or best practices, often globally recognized, that are used to improve the security posture and help you identify and implement the right security measure.
They give you that measurable reliability.
Precisely.
Now, our source material is clear that frameworks vary a lot in complexity and scale. Does this mean an organization has to, pick one and just stick with it forever?
Oh, not at all, no. That would be a huge mistake. Organizations have to customize these frameworks. They have to, based on their specific challenges, whether that's industry requirements or regulatory goals, or even just their geographic location.
So it's not a one-size-fits-all situation.
Not even close. And what's critical here is that frameworks often overlap. And savvy organizations, they use this overlap strategically for thorough mapping.
Mapping. What do you mean by that?
They map one standard against another. This helps them reduce duplication of effort, so you're not doing the same work twice for two different audits, but at the same time, it ensures all the gaps in their defense posture are addressed. It's an iterative process, not a static one-time selection.
Okay, let's talk specifics then. If a company needs a globally recognized holistic certification, the kind of thing that makes international partners sit up and take notice, where do they usually start?
They almost always turn to ISO 27001.
The big one.
It's the foundational international standard. It specifies the procedures for developing and maintaining what's called an Information Security Management System, or an ISMS.
An ISMS.
And the defining characteristic of ISO 27011 is its comprehensive, its holistic approach. It mandates best practices that address organizational controls, people processes, physical security, and technological controls, all as a single integrated system.
So it's not just about the tech.
Not at all. Achieving this certification immediately tells your global partners that you take security seriously across your entire operation, from the boardroom to the server room.
Now, in contrast to that, let's look at the U.S.-centric model, the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, or CSF. It seems to prioritize adaptability more than anything else.
That's its core strength. The NIST CSF is a collection of standards, guidelines, and best practices focusing specifically on improving cybersecurity risk management. And crucially, our sources emphasize its extreme flexibility. Well, it's designed to be integrated seamlessly with whatever security processes an organization already has in place, and it's applicable in any industry or sector. It's not prescriptive in the same way ISO can be.
So if you're a mid-sized company, maybe you don't have a huge security team, and you need a solid foundation without a complete organizational overhaul.
The NIST CSF is often the preferred starting point. It gives you a common language and a structure to work from.
Okay, moving beyond the pure security standards, we have frameworks that govern the IT organization itself. We're talking about efficiency and top-down control here, right?
Yes, and that brings us to COBIT and ITIL.
Right, COBIT.
COBIT is defined as an IT governance framework. It's essentially the rule book for executives and the board of directors. It specifies the best approaches in governing enterprise IT to minimize risk and, just importantly, ensure organizational efficiency, and make sure the IT department's activities are actually aligned with the business goals.
And then there's 8.
And ITIL, the Information Technology Infrastructure Library. If COBIT is for the board, ITIL is for the IT department itself. It's the blueprint for making sure your entire IT organization runs like a standardized, well-oiled machine.
How does it do that?
It promotes the standardization of IT service management processes across the entire life cycle, selecting, planning, delivering, and maintaining services. Standardization is the key to improving both efficiency and service delivery. It gets everyone on the same page.
It sounds like these frameworks provide guidance not just on technical protection, but on how to turn the IT organization from, a reactive cost center into a predictable business partner.
That's the goal.
But some organizations face far stricter mandatory regulatory risks. And that requires specialized frameworks, doesn't it?
Absolutely. The best-known specialized example is the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard.
PCI DSS.
PCI DSS, exactly. And this isn't optional. It's developed and enforced by the major credit card companies, Visa, MasterCard, and so on.
And it applies to anyone touching card data.
Rigorously. Any organization that stores, processes, or transmits cardholder data. And here's the critical audit point, the one that often trips up organizations. These requirements extend to third-party providers.
So you can't just outsource the risk.
You cannot. You can't outsource your payment operations without ensuring that third party is also fully compliant. The compliance responsibility ultimately remains yours.
And what about the Center for Internet Security Critical Security Controls, the CISC? That feels much more like a technical execution playbook, focused purely on the wires and the boxes.
That's a great way to put it. The CISC is fundamentally different because it provides highly prescriptive technical controls. Its mission is solely focused on reducing risk and increasing resilience for the underlying technical infrastructure.
So it's very granular.
Extremely granular. The controls include things like maintain a comprehensive inventory of all your hardware and software, enforce data protection rules, set up proper log management, and conduct regular penetration testing.
So it's the what to do, not just the how to think about it.
Exactly, but the sources are careful to note that while it provides the technical solutions, it has to link up with broader risk management frameworks like NIST CSF to help remediate the risks it identifies. It's the essential tool for the system administrator on the front lines.
Now, in the modern environment, the cloud is, well, it's non-negotiable. Every company is a cloud company now, to some degree. What blueprints exist solely for evaluating cloud providers?
Well, the Cloud Security Alliance, or CSA, provides two major tools for this. First, there's the CSA STAR program.
STAR.
Security, Trust, Assurance, and Risk. It's an assurance framework specifically designed for cloud service providers, or CSPs.
So it's for the Amazons and Microsofts of the world.
Precisely. It combines transparency, rigorous auditing, and standardization to help those CSPs publicly validate their security posture. It's like a seal of approval for the service provider itself.
And the second tool, you said there were two.
The second is the Cloud Control Matrix, or the CCM.
The CC.
If STAR is the seal of approval, the CCM is the detailed checklist that gets you there. It's composed of 197 control objectives across 17 distinct domains. It covers every possible facet of cloud technology, from governance all the way down to data center operations.
197 controls.
Yeah. It has rapidly become the de facto standard for cloud security assurance because of its depth. And what's really useful is that it's mapped directly to major accepted standards like ISO 27000 and NIST CSF.
So that makes the mapping process you mentioned earlier much easier.
Significantly easier. It lets you align and achieve compliance across multiple regulatory regimes without starting from scratch each time.
We've covered a lot of ground here, from ISO's holistic ISMS down to the 197 line items in the CCM. To bring this back to the listener, why? Why endure all this complexity? What is the demonstrable return on investment from adhering to these blueprints?
The benefits are substantial and multifaceted. One, it just leads to improved information security management. This means the continuous improvement of your security posture becomes built in, rather than something you only do after a breach. It becomes part of the culture.
It's proactive instead of reactive.
Exactly. Two, it enables far more effective risk management and incident response. Having defined tested procedures means you can respond efficiently when, not if, an incident occurs, and that reduces downtime and financial impact.
And the competitive edge has to be massive.
It is. Achieving certification or alignment with recognized frameworks, particularly ISO 27001, leads directly to increased market reach and competitiveness. I mean, many large international contracts legally require adherence to these standards. If you don't have the standard, you can't even bid on the project.
You're not even in the game.
You're not even in the game. And finally, and maybe most importantly, it ensures increased security reliability. By adopting a framework-based approach, you stop guessing what solutions you need, and you start implementing adequate tested controls. This ensures consistency and reliability across the entire enterprise. So if frameworks provide the grand strategy, then baselines and physical controls represent the non-negotiable execution. If the framework is the thought, the baseline is the action.
I like that.
The entire security architecture is only as strong as its weakest and often most physical link.
Let's start with the baseline concept. This is where the high-level policy meets the actual hardware configuration on every single desk and every server in the rack.
That is precisely it. A security baseline is defined as a specific minimum level of security covering products, configurations, and mechanisms that a system must adhere to. It's the minimum acceptable security posture before a device is even allowed to connect to the network.
It's the bar you have to clear.
It is, and our sources mention a powerful historical example, requiring all computer systems to comply with a minimum trusted computer system evaluation criteria command and control, or C2, standard. It sets a foundational bar for operational risk acceptance. Hashtag 2.1 implementing security baselines.
The IT security baseline recommendations from our source material really force organizations to confront their operational reality. Where does this process even start? I mean, you can't secure what you can't see.
It starts with comprehensive visibility.
Yeah.
It has to. The first recommendation is environment and inventory. They demand you establish and maintain an inventory that documents the operating system version, the owner, the specific type of data that system maintains.
So not just that it has data, but what kind?
Exactly. Is it financial, graphical, proprietary, statistical? And the system's registered network addresses. The auditor isn't just going to check if you have a list. They're going to check if you've correctly classified the data sensitivity on that list.
And malware protection is often just assumed, but the baseline demands a specific level of administrative discipline, doesn't it?
Yes. It's not enough to just install antivirus software. The baseline recommendation mandates that the configuration includes automatic DEET file updates, and it specifies a frequency of no less than weekly.
No less than weekly.
This emphasizes that security is a clock speed issue. You need automation and frequent updates to keep pace with threats that change, daily.
Okay, we all know the ongoing struggle with passwords. It's a human problem. How does the baseline force organizations to confront the human element of weak authentication?
It requires users to use only strong passwords and mandates that IT provide guidance. But here's the key operational detail that I found interesting. For work groups, it says departmental accounts should be created to prevent or avoid outright password sharing.
Because sharing passwords just kills accountability.
Fundamentally, it completely undermines user accountability. The baseline aims to enforce separation of duties through identity management, even at the group level.
Speaking of administration, patching is the perennial enemy of every system administrator out there. What does the baseline demand in terms of automation?
It mandates automation wherever it's possible. The guidance is crystal clear. Configure all machines for automatic OS and basic software patching. Make it automatic. The less work necessary, the less chance for compromise.
But you can't just reboot a critical production server in the middle of the day.
And it acknowledges that. It also requires that a process must be established to minimize disruptions. This recognizes the operational reality that servers can't simply reboot whenever a patch drops. Administrators have to have time to attend to critical systems while still meeting that patching requirement.
Let's talk about the evaluation checklist details, because this provides the blueprint for an auditor. It shows the incredible depths required to prove you're actually meeting the baseline.
Oh, the detail in the audit criteria is amazing. For inventory, the auditor checks not only the data type, but the form it's maintained in. Is it a spreadsheet? Is it a database? And how that confidential data is protected.
And I saw a very modern check in there.
The MFA check. Yes, there is a specific check on whether MFA is enabled for all users of cloud-based systems. This links the check on the desktop machine directly to the organization's cloud identity strategy. It's a vital modern cross-check.
I also noticed checks regarding physical configuration are highly detailed. For example, asking if password caching is disabled on all workstations. That's a huge logistical task for a big company.
It speaks to the level of control required, but it goes beyond just the tech settings. The auditor checks if the system administrator has written authorization to even check for weak passwords, or if they test patches before applying them.
So it's about process, not just technology.
It's all about process. These aren't technical hurdles. They are procedural hurdles designed to enforce the principle of separation of duties and organizational discipline. They want to know that you have sufficient sources and subscriptions to be aware of patches for all your relevant hardware and software. That's an explicit check on your resource allocation and your knowledge management. Hashtag 2.2 environmental exposures and mitigation.
Here's where it gets really interesting for me. When we discuss resilience, the biggest threats sometimes aren't digital, they're physical. We're moving from configurations to, survival.
That's right.
What are the primary physical sources of environmental exposure?
They fall into two main buckets. You have your naturally occurring events, lightning, earthquakes, extreme weather, and then you have equipment issues, which are primarily power failures and water damage. The auditor has to assess your preparation for all of these risks.
Let's break down the 4 categories of power failure that the sources distinguish. I think this level of detail is great for the listener.
Right. We have to categorize power issues by their duration and their impact. First, and most obviously, you have a blackout.
The power's just gone.
Complete loss of electrical power. This can span a single building or an entire geographical area. It's typically caused by weather or the utility just being unable to meet demand. The duration can be anything from minutes to days.
Then we have the partial failure, the brownout. That sounds more
It is. A brownout is a severely reduced voltage. The power supply fails to stay within the acceptable range, say 108 to 125 volts AC in the US. This is dangerous because it forces all your electronic equipment to strain to operate.
So it's slowly cooking the hardware.
It's the silent killer of hardware, exactly. It causes permanent damage and severely limits the operational life of your expensive servers and networking gear.
Next are the rapid-fire anomalies. Sags, spikes, and surges.
These are temporary, very rapid deviations in voltage. A sag is a quick dip. A spike or a surge is a quick increase. Because they happen in fractions of a second, millionths to thousandths of a second, they are extremely destructive.
What kind of damage are we talking about?
Loss of data, file corruption, network transmission errors, or even physical damage to sensitive hardware components like memory chips.
And finally, the disruptive electrical noise, EMI.
Electromagnetic interference. EMI is caused by external electrical storms or even internal noisy electrical equipment like big motors or powerful transmitters in the building. EMI introduces noise into the data stream, which can cause computer systems to hang, crash, or suffer the same kind of data corruption as sags and surges.
So, given this fourfold threat, how does an organization protect itself? What are the layered mitigation solutions?
Mitigation is layered based on the expected length of the interruption. Short-term issues, the ones that last for milliseconds, are handled by properly installed surge protectors.
Okay, that's the power strip you have at home.
A more industrial version, but yes. For intermediate-term interruptions, seconds up to maybe 30 minutes, you need an uninterruptible power supply device, a UPS.
And you mentioned the UPS is more sophisticated than just being a big battery.
It is. A quality UPS constantly cleanses the power, ensuring a consistent voltage during minor fluctuations. But its primary role during a longer power outage is to provide enough power for an orderly, safe shutdown of critical servers. It prevents data loss and hardware damage.
So it buys you time.
It buys you precious time. For long-term interruptions lasting hours or days, you need alternative power generators. These are typically fueled by diesel or natural gas, and you need contracts in place to ensure timely refueling during a prolonged outage.
And the ultimate redundancy against external physical hazards, the sort of detail an auditor loves to see.
That would be power source redundancy. Best practice dictates having power leads feeding into your facility from 2 separate utility substations.
2 different grids, essentially.
Exactly. This mitigates the risk of a single physical hazard, a fire, a flood, or even just roadworks cutting a line affecting your entire electrical supply. This control extends your resilience far beyond your organization's walls. Hashtag 2.3 physical access and fire safety controls.
Power is the lifeblood, but the structure is the shell. I was fascinated by the specific guidelines for computer room placement. Why are middle floors statistically the best place for a data center?
It's pure risk mitigation. To avoid the risk of flooding, the computer room should never be in the basement.
That makes sense.
Conversely, top floors expose the facility to increased risk from roof leaks.
Okay, let's unpack this. Welcome, learner. Our mission today is a deep dive into what is really the nervous system of modern organizational security, identity management, and access controls. I mean, just think about the digital enterprise today. The boundaries have completely dissolved. We're constantly relying on public cloud services. Our teams are scattered all over the globe working remotely.
Really?
And our business models, they demand we integrate so tightly with external vendors, partners, suppliers.
Right.
So in this highly distributed kind of borderless environment, the existential question for any security team becomes, how on earth do we track exactly who's doing what, where they're doing it from, and with what specific authorized permissions?
It's a massive challenge.
It really is. And the sources we've gathered for this deep dive are, I think, particularly instructive. We're using insights distilled from a really authoritative review manual that's focused squarely on contemporary information systems auditing.
So this isn't theoretical stuff.
Not at all. This is the foundational, highly technical playbook that auditors use to determine if a company's, digital keys are actually safe and sound.
The ground truth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So our mission today is ambitious. We're going to break down the crucial interplay between these high-level policy frameworks like identity governance and then drill down into the efficiency and the risk profile of cloud solutions like identity as a service or IDaaS.
And that's a big one.
A huge one. Then we'll get into the sheer mechanical variety of logical access controls that form the real digital perimeter and the surprisingly complicated issues of external partner trusts and digital rights. And ultimately, we'll find out where the real risks lie, from simple human errors exploited by password attacks all the way to the nuanced vulnerabilities that are inherent in advanced biometrics.
And if we connect this to the bigger picture, identity and access management IAM, it's so often mistaken as just a simple login requirement.
Right, just a password box.
It's just a password box, but in reality, it is the absolute foundational bedrock of modern security architecture. Any failure here doesn't just mean a login hiccup. I mean, it instantly translates into severe risks like unauthorized data modification, massive regulatory fines, or, catastrophic data loss.
The stakes couldn't be higher.
They really couldn't. For organizations, the ultimate goal of effective IAM is to consistently achieve this security trifecta across all systems. And that means enforcing the principle of least privilege. So no user has more access than is strictly required for their job.
The bare minimum.
The absolute bare minimum. It also means ensuring complete accountability for every single user action, and it necessitates meticulous traceability across all systems so that every digital footprint can be followed. And given the massive scale of modern interconnected IT environments, achieving this level of control and assurance is a continuous, difficult challenge, which is exactly why we need comprehensive frameworks like IGA.
Okay, so let's start high up the stack with that. Identity Governance and Administration, IGA. We know IAM is the big umbrella for everything related to managing digital identities, but what makes IGA a distinct and a crucial discipline separate from just basic identity management?
That distinction is absolutely vital. IGA is a subcategory of IAM, but it's fundamentally focused on continuous oversight and policy enforcement. It's really defined as the process of tracking and monitoring every user action and every privilege they possess across all organizational resources.
So it's not just about creating the account, it's about watching what that account does for its entire life cycle.
Precisely. Standard IAM solutions, they handle the mechanics, creating the account, setting the password. IGA handles the oversight. It asks the questions, is that account still needed? Are those privileges still appropriate for that person's job? Is the user doing something that looks suspicious?
So it has two main goals then.
It has two primary purposes, yeah. First, to actively discourage the abuse of privileges, and second, to identify potential attackers who might have gained unauthorized access to a legitimate account.
And I'm guessing this intense focus on monitoring makes IGA completely non-negotiable for compliance in regulated industries.
Oh, absolutely. Its importance is magnified tenfold in any compliance environment. Auditors and regulators, they rely so heavily on the user activity data that's processed through IGA solutions to prove that information security policies aren't just, written down somewhere.
Living in a binder on a shelf.
Exactly. But that they are actively and continuously being enforced to align with frameworks like HIPAA or GDPR or SOC2. It provides this advanced automated functionality that basic provisioning systems simply cannot offer.
Okay, so the source breaks IGA down into two intertwined components. Identity Administration, IA, which handles the mechanics, and then Identity Governance, IG, which handles the enforcement. To look at the IA side first, how is the identity actually built and maintained?
So Identity Administration, or IA, is all about the creation, the provisioning, and the maintenance lifecycle. It defines how a user identity exists within the entire ecosystem.
And where does that start?
Well, the first core element is something called connectors. Think of these as the integration points that act as bridges. They link centralized user directories, like Microsoft Active Directory as the classic example, with every other enterprise system, whether it's a cloud ERP solution or an on-premises database.
So they pull the data together.
They pull it together, they create accounts, they grant the initial access, and they are the core mechanism that facilitates identity federation, which allows one identity to be recognized and trusted by multiple systems without redundant manual setup.
Okay, so the connector handles that initial data transfer and account creation. How does IA handle the efficiency side of identity management? I'm thinking of that old, slow process of, filling out a form every time someone moves teams or gets hired.
Right, the endless paperwork. That's where automated workflows come in. These are streamlining mechanisms that simplify what is often a very complex and manual process of access requests. This allows security administrators to easily initiate onboarding, manage lateral transfers, and conduct offboarding.
And it's all automated.
Critically, the workflow automates the request, the determination, and the approval of access levels. This vastly increases the speed, and it cuts down on the potential for human error that's just inherent in manual provisioning.
Which leads right into the life cycle, I imagine.
It leads directly to the third element, provisioning lifecycle management. IA completely streamlines the automated creation, the updating, and most importantly, the deprovisioning of user access rights. When a user changes roles, the automated system updates their access instantly.
And when they leave?
When they leave the organization, deprovisioning ensures all their access rights at both the application and the core user account level are modified or revoked immediately and automatically. This minimizes that risk window of a lingering active account.
And finally, the really granular permissions. We often hear the term entitlements. What does that mean in this context?
Yes, entitlement management defines the specific permissions a user has within any given system. An entitlement is a very fine-grained action. For example, in a financial system, one user might be entitled to read a customer record.
while another one can actually create a new record.
Exactly. And a third user might be entitled to delete a customer record. IA solutions provide the administrative interface to define and assign these entitlements with absolute precision, all while adhering to that principle of least privilege.
Okay, so that sets up the identity. Now, for the governance side, IG, this is the enforcement layer that ensures all those entitlements aren't being abused. What are the cornerstones of effective governance here?
Identity governance, or IG, provides the necessary checks and balances, and the first and most critical cornerstone is separation of duties, SOD.
Ah, the classic control.
It's a classic for a reason. SOD is a detective and preventive control designed specifically to eliminate the possibility of internal fraud or collusion. It stops a single user from being able to perform two or more conflicting duties.
Can you give us an example?
Sure. Think of it this way. If one person can both create a new vendor in the financial system and approve the wire transfer to that same vendor, they can easily create a fake vendor and steal money.
Right. They can write the check and cash it themselves, digitally speaking.
Precisely. So SOD prevents this by requiring two separate individuals with different access rights to complete the entire process.
And that SOD requirement, it has to be implemented everywhere, right? Not just within one application.
Exactly. That's the critical insight here. So SOD must be enforced holistically across multiple applications and within the IAM and IGA systems themselves. If the IAM system allows one administrator to grant themselves conflicting access across two disparate applications, the SOD policy has completely failed.
What's the next cornerstone?
The second key element is user access review. In large organizations, manual access review is just an enormous administrative burden. IG solutions automate and streamline the regular verification and certification of user access.
So management has to sign off.
Management has to regularly attest that their team's access rights are still appropriate. And if access is no longer necessary or appropriate, the IG solution simplifies the process for its rapid revocation.
Okay. And third?
Third is the ubiquitous role-based access control, RBAC. Now, we'll discuss this in more detail later, but in the context of IG, RBAC ensures that access is determined strictly by the user's defined role-like Level 2 support technician, not by custom, one-off, unnecessary grants. This eliminates unnecessary access to sensitive data, which dramatically increases security and makes auditing so much easier.
And finally, you have to be able to see what's happening.
That's the last piece. Analytics and reporting. This is the visibility layer. It uses advanced data analysis to scrutinize user activity, providing IS professionals with actionable data to instantly identify security issues, spot policy violations, and most importantly, generate the detailed compliance reports needed to satisfy auditors and regulators. It just simplifies these complex reporting processes.
This sounds like a really powerful shift from reactive security, cleaning up a mess, to proactive security, which is preventing the mess in the first place. You mentioned a long list of benefits earlier. If we boil it all down, what's the single most transformative benefit that IGA brings to modern security?
I think the most transformative benefit is the unified, traceable improvement in user accountability across distributed systems.
Because everything is so spread out now.
It is. Before IGA, it was nearly impossible to track a single user's actions and privileges seamlessly across an on-premises Oracle database, a cloud-based Salesforce instance, and a dozen other platforms. IGA solutions centralize this control. And this high level of tracking and monitoring is just essential for effective cloud governance and for maintaining that critical traceability we discussed. It ensures that even if a breach occurs, we know precisely who did what and where.
And related to that visibility, IGA must inherently reduce operational costs by streamlining all those manual processes and improving the time it takes to onboard and offboard employees. Automating those complex, error-prone tasks has to be a huge win for both HR and security.
Oh, absolutely. And the holistic approach also ensures that the organization can enhance organizational scalability. Centralized policies and automated workflows, they reduce the complexity of adding thousands of new users or integrating new acquisitions. You don't have to rebuild the security model every single time you grow. You just slot the new identity into the existing enforced framework. So if IGA is the strategic framework, then Identity as a Service, or IDaaS, represents the modern cloud-native way of delivering those capabilities, especially for cloud-heavy organizations.
All right, taking the whole problem and handing it to someone else.
In a way, yes. IDaaS is essentially the outsourcing of IMM. It refers to a suite of IMM services, things like authentication, authorization, and governance, that are provided entirely through the cloud on a subscription basis. And they're delivered and managed by a third-party service provider, or SP.
So instead of buying and maintaining all the hardware and software for your own IAM system, you're paying a subscription to use a massive professional managed system that's hosted somewhere else.
You got it. And an organization is consciously choosing to offload highly critical but very time-consuming tasks like account provisioning, authentication management, and even certain aspects of identity governance to an external entity.
Okay, so if an organization is going down this path, the auditor's sources, they must clarify what a high-quality IDIA solution has to support to be truly secure and effective, right? It's like a checklist of requirements.
It is exactly that. A robust solution it needs to support single sign-on, SSO for convenience, multi-factor authentication, MFA for security, comprehensive user identity management capabilities, full access provisioning and deprovisioning capabilities, and reliable high-availability cloud directory services to act as the source of truth for all identities.
So if any of those are missing.
If any of those are missing, the security promise of IDIAs is significantly diminished.
Okay, so here's where it gets really interesting for me. Outsourcing your identity, which is, it's the core of your digital trust. It just feels counterintuitive. Yet, the benefits must be compelling enough to drive this massive industry shift. What are the key advantages that are pushing organizations toward IDIAs?
The shift is really driven primarily by two things: economics and expertise.
And money and skills.
Money and skills. Firstly, reduced costs. This is often the initial driver. IDIAs eliminates that massive capital expenditure required for internal hardware, perpetual software licenses, and all the ongoing maintenance expenses. You convert a heavy CapEx investment into a predictable OpEx subscription.
Makes the CFO happy.
It does. Secondly, improved security. And this might sound paradoxical, but a specialized IDIAs provider generally has dedicated security teams, resources, and threat intelligence that a mid-sized organization just cannot match. They offer advanced authentication methods like context-aware MFA, which drastically reduces the most common source of breaches, compromised credentials. They're simply better equipped to handle zero-day threats.
So in a lot of cases, especially for smaller or medium enterprises, they are literally buying better security expertise than they could ever afford to hire internally.
Precisely. They're leveraging global scale expertise. Third, IDIAs offers effortless scalability. Since these systems are designed to serve millions of users, they can easily accommodate rapid organizational growth, fluctuating user numbers, or spikes in demand without requiring the organization to worry about capacity planning or infrastructure overhauls.
And I'm guessing it's faster too.
Much faster. That's the fourth point. Flexibility and speed. IDIAS solutions are built to be customizable and integrate quickly with other modern cloud services like Salesforce, Azure, AWS. This rapid integration capability allows the organization to adopt new technologies faster and respond to evolving business needs very quickly.
Okay, and the last one.
And finally, it provides simplified identity management. By centralizing the interface for managing identities and access across dozens of diverse cloud and on-premises applications, administrators gain a unified, single pane of glass for control, which vastly reduces administrative complexity.
All right, that's the upside. It's a pretty compelling case. Now let's inject some friction. If we hand over the keys to a third party, that flexibility has to come with some tangible risks that an auditor would absolutely have to address. What are the major cautionary sides of adopting IDIAs?
Well, you're trading internal complexity for external dependency, and that dependency brings massive risk with it.
Okay, like what?
The most immediate risk is dependence on internet connectivity. If your network connection fails, or if the IDIAS service provider experiences downtime, authentication just stops completely.
Wow.
No connection means no account provisioning, no user verification, and potentially no access to business-critical systems. The organization effectively loses all control over its authentication gateway during an outage.
And the second risk you alluded to earlier, the third party holding all of your sensitive data.
That is the big one. Security concerns arise because sensitive identity and access information is transferred and stored externally. If the SP itself suffers a breach, or if their internal security practices, their due diligence checks, their internal auditing, are not as stringent as the organization's, then you have simply transferred the risk to a potentially weaker entity.
So you need to see the report cards, basically.
You need deep visibility into the SP's security posture through assurances like SOC2 reports. Another significant practical risk is limited customization. While flexible, IDIAS solutions are off-the-shelf platforms serving many clients. They might not offer the configuration depth necessary to meet highly specific or unique needs, especially for legacy internal applications that weren't designed for cloud IAM integration. This can lead to significant integration challenges with complex, older systems.
And what about the highly regulated environments? If you have data residency rules that mandate where data has to live, how does outsourcing your identity complicate that?
That's the regulatory compliance risk. If an organization operates in an industry with strict data sovereignty or privacy regulations, say, handling patient data or EU citizen data under GDPR, transferring that sensitive identity data to a third-party SP, especially one operating internationally, immediately raises complex compliance questions that require dedicated legal oversight and additional due diligence measures.
So given these pretty serious dependencies, what are the best practices to mitigate these risks and make sure the IDEA's deployment is sound?
Mitigation really starts at the top, and it requires continuous vigilance.
Okay.
First, you have to obtain senior management buy-in and commitment. This isn't just a technical decision, it's a strategic one. Management has to allocate the necessary funds for the paid subscription, and they have to understand the inherent long-term dependencies and risks.
It's not just set it and forget it.
Not at all. Second, conduct exhaustive due diligence on the vendor. You must investigate their reputation, their security options, MFA, encryption standards, their disaster recovery capabilities, and their efficiency. If they are slow to respond to incidents or they lack transparency, they are simply too risky to hold your keys.
Makes sense.
Third, implement strong authentication and log management. Don't just assume the vendor handles everything. Maximize the use of SSO and MFA provided by the vendor. And crucially, ensure that all the access logs are integrated back into your organization's internal security information and event management system, your SIEM. Prompt detection of incidents relies on leveraging advanced analytics across those logs.
Right. You need your own visibility.
You do. And finally, we have to focus on continuity. You must implement disaster recovery and business continuity, DRBC plans that are specifically tailored for an IDEA's failure. What happens if the vendor goes offline for 12 hours? You must have a pre-agreed process to ensure that critical data and access controls can be recovered or temporarily rerouted, guaranteeing business continuity during a disaster.
Okay, let's shift now to the execution layer. Logical access controls. This is where the policy rubber really meets the digital road. When we talk about controlling who can do what with transactions and data, what is the precise definition of logic?
If you think about the nervous system of any thriving modern business, the sheer volume of data, the sharing of critical resources, and the absolute need for secure access from anywhere on the planet, you realize the underlying network architecture isn't just complex.
No, it's not. It's really a living, evolving organism.
Exactly.
And managing that organism is, it's a full-time job. We're talking about this heterogeneous, constantly expanding digital landscape.
Yeah.
And the goal isn't just connectivity anymore.
Right.
It's building defense layers that are sophisticated enough to stop a highly motivated adversary, but, streamlined enough for the average employee to use without friction.
That's the balance. And the source material you shared with us, it's a fantastic instructional guide for navigating this world. Today, we are going to distill that guide into a clear, actionable stack of knowledge for you. This deep dive is our comprehensive journey through the critical structures, things like WANs and massive storage area networks, and then the essential services like DHCP and DNS.
And then the security controls.
And all the multi-layered security controls that protect everything from the perimeter inward. VPNs, firewalls, segmentation, and even the cutting edge of detection like XDR.
Yeah, our goal here is to provide some real aha moments. We'll cover those surprising insights like, why something as mundane as time synchronization is actually a fundamental security issue.
I found that part fascinating.
It is. And we'll also look at how the evolution from, say, a simple packet filter firewall has just completely changed the game for application security.
I thought the initial critique of where all that massive business data actually sits was particularly compelling. It really sets the stage for the entire security challenge. Okay, let's unpack this by starting right at the heart of the corporate data center. Storage area networks.
That's good.
Or SANs.
Right, SANs. So SANs are really the heavy lifting mechanism of modern data storage. They're these massive solutions that allow multiple applications across the network, we're usually talking servers or clustered systems, to access data as if that storage were just a locally attached high-speed disk.
So it feels local to the server, even though it's on the network.
Exactly. They are the absolute backbone for mission-critical, high-volume data operations.
Now, it's easy to assume that because these SANs are often physically locked away in a data center, the main security concern is, the network firewall protecting the perimeter. But the sources highlight a dual threat here.
They do.
It's not just network and configuration protocol vulnerabilities, but also the very real risk of physical access to the data.
Physical access is always layer one, you're right. But assuming your physical access controls are solid, the network configuration risk is what truly differentiates SANs from, say, standard network storage.
How so?
Well, because SANs are designed for maximum throughput and near instantaneous access by dozens of applications, they typically do not enforce strict individual authentication at the data access level. They prioritize speed.
And that's the critical vulnerability, isn't it? Once an attacker gets past the network perimeter, or maybe even just moves laterally from a compromised internal system, the access controls protecting the SAN data itself can be, well, frighteningly weak.
Precisely. If an attacker gains authorization, maybe through stolen credentials from some low-level service account, they don't have to perform a complex hack to get to the high-value data.
They just walk right in.
They can carry out authorization-based attacks with relative ease because the SAN is optimized for speed, not constant, strict credential validation for every single read-write action.
Yeah.
The air gate's just wide open if you have the right key.
So the immediate security recommendation here is fundamental, and it sounds like it requires some executive-level buy-in. Management has to enforce strong, frequent authentication across the SAN environment.
Yes. It's not enough to just authenticate the application server. You have to be able to track who is using what application to access which database or data structure.
And that leads to a mandatory shift in accountability, right?
It has to. The sources really stress that security can't be deferred entirely to a central IT team. If a department is using the SAN to store sensitive business data, say proprietary R&D docs or customer PII, that department must be accountable for the policies and security protecting their specific slice of the SAN.
So you get decentralized security accountability.
Layered on top of that strong, frequent authentication we just talked about, yes.
Okay, so we've secured the internal data engine. Now let's look outwards. How do these segmented secure core networks connect to the rest of the world? And that brings us to wide area networks, or WANs.
Right, WANs are basically the connective tissue covering a vast geographical scope, an entire city, a region, maybe a nation, or even global links between offices. As you said, the internet is just the largest, most pervasive example of a WAN.
And their function is purely connective, linking multiple local area networks or LANs and other smaller networks, allowing communication between widely separated locations. The sources distinguish between two main approaches here: private WANs and public or service provider WANs.
And that distinction of ownership is absolutely key to control. Private WANs give you end-to-end control over traffic, latency, and your security policies.
But that's expensive.
Very expensive.
Yeah.
Which is why most organizations connect their private LANs to the public sphere using internet service providers, or ISPs. These ISPs build their own massive WANs to connect that organization's LAN to the rest of the internet.
Which means you're integrating into a third party's infrastructure, and that introduces a whole lot of trust considerations.
Exactly. And within that broad category of WANs, we also have a specific term, Metropolitan Area Network, or MAN.
Right.
A MAN is essentially just a geographic limitation on a WAN. It's restricted to a city or maybe a large urban region. But the defining technical characteristic of a MAN is its higher data transfer rate compared to your typical long-haul WAN links.
Why is that?
Because the infrastructure is more localized. It often uses dedicated fiber rings, so MANs can sustain much faster, more predictable regional data flows.
Okay, so we've covered the physical architecture and the connectivity. Now we can drill down into the operating system of the network, the core services. These are the functional features that ensure the orderly, standardized use of all those underlying network resources.
And these services rely heavily on accepted standards and specific protocols, which are basically just rules enacted through the system software running on the network devices. They are the utility applications that actually make the network useful to people and to other applications.
Let's list some of the common features detailed in our sources, starting with resource sharing. We have the Network File System, or NFS.
Right, which allows for the sharing of files, printers, and other resources across all sorts of disparate systems.
And then there's the human element of communication. Email services.
Provides that fundamental unstructured message exchange capability between terminals or PCs on the network.
Alongside that, You have print services, which manage and execute print requests, typically using a centralized print server to queue and process high-volume printing.
And for remote operations, we rely on remote access services. These are designed to make a computing device function and appear as if it is directly connected to the remote host, which is what enables work from anywhere.
But maybe the most crucial administrative service is the directory service.
The directory service is so often overlooked by the end user, but it's absolutely vital. Think of it as the master phone book and the security guard roster all combined into one.
That's a great way to put it.
It stores centralized information about all the network resources, servers, users, printers, and it helps the devices locate the services they need. But more importantly for security, it is the crucial control point that network admins use to manage user access to every single resource. It's how you enforce the principle of least privilege.
And underpinning all of this functionality is network management.
Right. The operational control and maintenance function. It provides detailed, real-time status information, things like line status, error rates, message traffic, and congestion levels.
And the value there isn't just knowing when something breaks, is it?
No, not at all. It's about reliability and proactive intervention. That real-time data provides an early warning signal for reliability problems, allowing operators to intervene before an error rate becomes an outage. It moves the operational team from reactive firefighting to proactive prevention.
Okay, now for the two indispensable protocols that are really the unsung heroes of daily connectivity, DHCP and DNS.
Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, or DHCP, is pure efficiency. When a client connects to a network, it uses DHCP to automatically get all of its necessary network parameters.
Like its IP address.
Its unique IP address, the default gateway to talk to other networks, the subnet mask, and the DNS IP addresses, all of it.
The genius of DHCP is that the server manages that entire pool of IP addresses, preventing conflicts and making sure every address is unique.
And it removes the need for constant manual human network administrator intervention every time a device connects or disconnects. It's a massive operational efficiency boost.
That's true, but we should pause on the implication here. The source material rightly praises the efficiency of DHCP, but doesn't its efficiency also create a massive single point of failure risk?
It absolutely does.
If that single DHCP server goes down, the entire network, or at least that segment, can quickly grind to a halt as devices lose their leases and can't renew or get new addresses.
That's a great point of friction. The pursuit of operational efficiency, which is the core benefit of DHCP, introduces a critical availability risk.
So what's the fix?
Redundancy and clustering of DHCP services become mandatory compensating controls, not just optional ones, to protect against that single point of failure.
Okay. So moving on to its partner, the domain name system, or DNS.
Right. If DHCP gives you the number to call, DNS is the phone book that translates the human-readable names of network nodes, like www.thedeepdive.com, into the necessary corresponding network IP addresses.
Which is the technical requirement for routing traffic.
Exactly. DNS is foundational. If DNS fails, the entire user experience collapses. Even if the underlying connectivity is perfectly fine, the user just can't find the resource they need.
And speaking of making things seamless, none of these services could communicate effectively without rigid standardization.
No. Network architecture standards are designed to facilitate an integrated environment for applications. They provide a reference model for communication processes that everyone just agrees to follow.
The source material focuses on the 4 pillars. 4 major design requirements that any organization has to meet when building or evolving its network infrastructure. These really define the success of the architecture.
The first pillar is interoperability. This is the challenge of connecting all these disparate systems and technologies. A modern network has to support communication between systems using different media types, running at vastly different speeds, and using different operating systems or protocols.
The standard has to bridge all those technological gaps seamlessly.
Yes. The second is availability. For the business, this is the most direct measure of success. It means ensuring continuous, reliable, and critically secure service for end users, often demanded 24/7. It's a powerful reminder that security is irrelevant if the system is unavailable.
The third pillar is flexibility, which is tied directly to scalability. The network has to be designed not just for today's needs, but to accommodate massive future expansion and the unpredictable requirements for new applications and services, all without needing a total costly rip and replace every few years.
And finally, maintainability. This means the organization must be able to provide centralized support and efficient troubleshooting, even when dealing with systems that are heterogeneous, built from many different vendors and technologies, but which are highly integrated. Standards make that centralized management possible and efficient.
Okay, with that foundation set, we can pivot to securing the perimeter, especially as that perimeter starts to dissolve. The Virtual Private Network, or VPN, is the single most important tool for bridging the network core to the outside world securely.
And the core concept is so elegant. You extend the corporate network securely over the inherently insecure public internet.
How does it do that?
A VPN uses encrypted packets and virtual connections. It completely eliminates the need for those expensive, dedicated leased lines that organizations historically had to rent for remote connectivity.
It's what democratized remote work. It dramatically lowers the barrier to entry for telecommuting and remote operations.
And from a technical standpoint, that technology is highly platform independent. Virtually any device configured for an IP network can use one, and it usually just requires a remote software installation to establish the tunnel.
Now, when we discuss VPNs, it's vital to classify them by function because that really dictates their security management profile.
That's right.
First, the type most people think of, the remote access VPN.
Right, the client-to-site connection. This connects individual telecommuters and mobile users securely to the enterprise WAN, protecting that information from snooping on the open internet.
Second is the intranet VPN. This is purely for internal traffic management.
Yeah, it connects branch offices or separate internal departments within a single enterprise WAN, creating secure segments between company resources.
And third, the extranet VPN. This is where the governance headaches begin.
This is used to give controlled, limited access to external business partners. Say, a manufacturer needs to give its key suppliers real-time inventory access.
So what's the key difference in managing these?
That nuance in management control is the crucial takeaway for you. An intranet VPN is managed end-to-end by one single organization. An extranet VPN, however, weakens that centralized control because you're establishing a trust relationship with an external entity.
You're trusting their security posture.
You are. The sources recommend that each company manages and maintains control over its own segment of the VPN infrastructure. You are effectively integrating with and trusting another partner's management controls, their patch management, their policies.
And that's the challenge, right? The technology allows the integration, but the security team has to grapple with the governance risk of trusting a third party.
And that heightened complexity directly amplifies the primary risks of using VPNs. We are talking about preventing the hijacking of transmissions, stopping malware from leveraging the encrypted tunnel to get into the protected network, and just the constant operational challenges of configuration management and ensuring data integrity.
The business impact of using the public network for critical data transfer is multifaceted and severe. We're talking about risks from outages due to infrastructure failure to sophisticated intrusion attempts aimed at financial gain or IP theft.
Yeah, and this can cause massive business disruption or, in the case of critical infrastructure, even compromise national security. The source material provides a very real-world list of amplified enterprise risks that result from a compromised VPN.
What's on that list?
Well, the risks are layered. You face regulatory and reputational risk from the inability to maintain payroll or employee privacy. You face financial and reputational risk from the loss of informational assets.
And contractual failure comes into play if you lose the ability to meet service-level agreements with your clients.
Exactly. And ultimately, there's the operational and financial risk of just being unable to perform critical business functions. If the network is down or compromised, the business stops.
And we always have to remember the adversarial landscape. Attackers aren't a monolith. They can be external or internal, private actors, organized criminal groups, or even government-sponsored state actors.
And the VPN is often the primary gateway for all of them.
So to defend this critical gateway, we rely on a stack of protocols. Let's delve into the specifics, because understanding the pros and cons of these is essential for configuring strong defenses.
Okay, we can start with IPsec, or Internet Protocol Security. This is widely used and operates in two distinct modes.
Tunnel and transport mode, right?
Right. Tunnel mode is the most comprehensive. It encrypts the entire packet, including the original header. Transport mode is less secure, but more efficient, encrypting only the data portion. IPsec is really foundational for securing general internet communication and establishing reliable site-to-site VPNs.
Next is IKF2, or Internet Key Exchange version 2.
This one is highly regarded for its security and resilience. Its main technical advantage, which makes it perfect for modern mobile workforces, is its efficiency at reestablishing lost connections.
So if a mobile user switches between corporate Wi-Fi and their mobile data,
IKV2 handles that transition without dropping the session. It's very robust.
then we hit an old school protocol, PPTP, or point-to-point tunneling protocol.
Right. This is often used for simple remote access, wrapping multi-protocol traffic inside an IP header and encrypting it. But here's the critical note that the sources emphasize.
It's not secure.
Due to well-documented fundamental security vulnerabilities, it's decades old. PPTP should never be used alone. It requires mandatory compensating controls to be considered secure at all.
That's a powerful warning. Okay, moving to SSTP, or Secure Socket Tunneling Protocol.
This protocol is defined by its ability to use HTTPS. That allows it to pass traffic through firewalls and web proxies that might otherwise block other more complex VPN protocols. By leveraging that SSL/TLS channel, it provides strong authentication and transport-level security.
Next, L2TP, Layer 2 Tunneling Protocol.
This is effectively a hybrid, combining the best features of DBTP and another protocol called L2F. However, L2TP does not provide encryption natively.
So it needs help.
It relies on IPsec in transport mode for encryption, which is why you usually hear it called L2TP IPsec. The combination is capable of implementing perfect forward secrecy, which is an important feature.
And finally, OpenVPN.
This is the open source solution. It uses a custom security protocol that leverages SSL/TLS for key exchange. It's highly flexible, capable of traversing NATs and firewalls, and allows for flexible authentication methods like secret keys, certificates, or username password combinations.
Given all this complexity and the high risk, the auditor recommendations for best practices must be extensive and mandatory.
They have to be. It starts with basic governance. Establishing a VPN policy covering the absolute minimum security requirements, mandatory strong passwords, strong encryption protocols, specific access control rules.
And that policy requires continuous review and patch management.
Absolutely. The technical implementation must use strong cryptography. We're talking FIPS-validated algorithms like AES 256-bit encryption and the most modern TLS 1.3 protocol. And continuous patch management is just non-negotiable.
And authentication must be airtight. So that means implementing multi-factor authentication, MFA, or relying on client digital certificates instead of passwords alone.
And strict access control measures must be implemented, including tightly controlled firewall rules that limit traffic to only the specific ports necessary for the VPN protocols, like UDP ports 500 and 4500 for IPsec.
Now, here is where we hit the security paradox, the true aha moment for this section.
Yes.
The source material provides a critical reminder. A VPN only provides an encrypted tunnel. It does not perform security inspection or filter the traffic passing through it.
And this is the point so many people miss.
If encryption is worthless against malware traversal and a WAF still needs to inspect that traffic, why do so many companies still treat the VPN connection as the ultimate security shield? What is the organizational risk of that misconception?
The risk is enormous because the VPN provides a false sense of comprehensive security. It prevents eavesdropping and man-in-the-middle attacks, but once a packet is encrypted inside that tunnel, if it contains malware, the VPN doesn't care. It simply delivers it to the internal network.
So what's the solution?
All VPN traffic must be mandated to pass through a full security stack, including a web application firewall, or WAY, and an intrusion detection prevention system, IDSPS.
Yeah.
You have to inspect the payload after it's decrypted.
And finally, because VPNs are a malware vector, welcome back to the deep dive, where we plunge into the heart of technical complexity, transforming, dense security architectures, protocols, and that whole alphabet soup of acronyms into knowledge you can actually use. We know that in the modern enterprise, managing digital risk can feel like trying to solve a puzzle with, infinite pieces.
You really can.
There is just too much data, too many endpoints, and a constantly evolving threat landscape, just, trying to snatch proprietary information.
Yeah.
Today, we are providing what we think is the essential roadmap to understanding foundational corporate defense. We've synthesized a crucial stack of source material focused on the controls modern organizations absolutely rely on.
Right.
Our mission is pretty clear. We're unpacking two massive interconnected pillars of corporate security. First, the proactive detection and stopping power of data loss prevention, or DLP.
Okay.
And second, the mathematical backbone of digital trust itself, cryptography and public key infrastructure, PKI.
And this deep dive couldn't be more critical. If you want to understand why these systems are so heavily invested in, you just have to look at the financial motivation driving data theft.
It's all about the money, isn't it?
It really is. The risk of data loss is entirely pervasive in every information system environment, and the financial incentive for theft is, well, it's astronomical. Stolen financial information, credit card details, banking credentials, it all moves so rapidly and profitably through the dark web.
And that's just the financial data. What about, the secret sauce, the intellectual property?
Well, that's when the corporate damage becomes often irreversible. These defense strategies we're talking about, they are our only real way to make the risk calculation unacceptable for the attacker.
So the challenge isn't just building walls, it's building a system that knows what to protect, where it is, and crucially, how to stop it from leaving. Okay, let's unpack this. And we'll start not with the defense, but with the attack surface itself, the root causes of data leakage. So when we examine data leakage, our sources make it overwhelmingly clear that risk doesn't just come from one single vulnerability.
No, not at all.
It comes from three interlocking vectors: technology, process, and people.
Yeah.
When you actually look at all the potential failure points, it paints a picture of, well, you need constant vigilance.
It's a continuous cycle. Let's start with technology risks. These are, in theory, often the easiest to fix, yet they remain stubbornly persistent.
Like losing a laptop.
Device loss or theft is still a huge one, a high-profile vector, but beyond the physical, the internal failures are just as common. We see organizations, storing sensitive data completely unencrypted.
Still, in this day and age.
Oh, yes. Or failing to manage secure remote access tools, or simply lagging on installing patches and updates. These basic hygiene factors leave these massive windows of opportunity open for attackers.
And what about the less obvious technological risks? I was really interested that our sources specifically mention the danger presented by the exploitation of unnecessary technology installed on the computer. That's not a bug. That's an architectural oversight.
Precisely. It's a great point. If a user's machine has a piece of software installed that isn't required for their job, maybe an outdated utility, a legacy application, or just a misconfigured testing tool, that software still provides an entry point.
So even if the user never opens it, it's a risk.
Absolutely. If it have a known vulnerability, an attacker can use it as a stepping stone to pivot into the machine's core data, even if the user never touched that application. We need to eliminate that non-essential attack surface area.
Okay, so that's the tech. Then we shift to process risks, which feels less about the technical tool set and more about the systemic failures of governance. Who is actually overseeing the data lifecycle?
These are organizational sloppiness issues, really. They're often rooted in the absence of clear policy. A major one is the failure to maintain a proper data retention policy.
Right. Keeping data for too long.
Exactly. If you keep personal identifying information, PII, or confidential proprietary data, for 10 years when you only legally needed it for one,
Right.
you have 9 years of completely unnecessary risk exposure. This directly violates the principle of minimizing the data you manage.
And I see the foundational security principles being ignored here too, particularly the principle of least privilege, or POLP.
Oh, POLP failures are perhaps the most catastrophic process risks. If, by default, every user account is provisioned with administrative access or full read-write access to every server share.
Which happens more than you'd think.
It does. And that means the organization is just structurally unsound. The compromise of a single, non-critical user account instantly scales up into a massive data breach. Because that account holds systemic privileges, it doesn't need to perform its daily duties.
And the sources also mention poor incident response practices.
Yeah, meaning even when the data starts leaking, the organizational process to contain and analyze the breach is just inadequate, which just compounds the initial damage.
Which brings us to the third vector. People risk the insider threat. This is what truly keeps CISOs awake at night because it's so unpredictable, and often it's not even malicious.
You're absolutely right. The majority of insider leaks start with simple negligence. Accidental deletion, leaving sensitive hard copies or data exposed and unattended, or what we call unintentional data transmission.
That's the classic, oops, I emailed the wrong person.
It is. An employee emailing an unencrypted sensitive file to a personal email address or mailing the wrong client report. A common control we see listed to mitigate this is providing only read-only access to sensitive information.
Wait.
But we must also remember that if employees frequently share work devices or accounts, that control is instantly defeated because the device state can't be trusted.
But then the threat evolves rapidly to the truly malicious. We're talking about insider threats driven by discontent, fraud, or sabotage.
We are. And the sources highlight a really sophisticated threat here. Exposure of data due to blackmail via social engineering.
So this isn't the employee trying to get rich.
No. This is a highly targeted and weaponized use of the insider. An external threat actor uses social engineering to trick, coerce, or blackmail an existing employee and insider into using their legitimate access credentials to facilitate the data exfiltration.
So the employee is victim too, in a way.
In a way, yes. They don't willingly steal the data for profit, but they are forced to expose it, turning a legitimate user into a compromised attack vector. And this just underscores why effective data protection must span all three vectors: technology, process, and people to build a continuous defense line. And that line, that's DLP. So data loss prevention. It's the organizational technology suite, specifically designed to identify, monitor, and protect sensitive information regardless of its state.
It's the first line of defense, basically.
It's the first technology barrier deployed to prevent unauthorized data exfiltration. And we categorize DLP based on where it is deployed to monitor the data.
Okay, let's start at the network egress point, the digital gatekeeper. Network-based DLP. How does it actually achieve the physical inspection of outgoing traffic?
All right, so network DLP appliances scan and analyze all data, attempting to leave the organization's network perimeter. The core mechanism here is something called Deep Packet Inspection, or DPI.
And how is that different from what a normal router does?
Well, as you know, standard network devices like routers typically only read the IP header, the address label, if you will, to route the packet. DPI, however, goes deeper. It actually reconstructs the packet stream and reads the contents of the packet's payload.
So it's not just checking if an email is going to a competitor's domain. It's literally looking inside the attached Excel file for specific patterns or content.
Exactly. If the DPI process detects a file containing restricted data, say a list of customer social security numbers, or if it determines the data is headed to an unauthorized destination based on the organization's policies, it initiates real-time action.
What kind of action?
It can prevent the data transfer entirely, send an immediate alert to the security administrator, and may even automatically quarantine the data or apply encryption to the data stream on the fly before it exits. It's the active traffic cop for data in transit.
Okay, that makes sense for the network. So contrast that approach with endpoint-based DLP. This sounds like the tool specifically designed to tackle the insider threat right at the source, the user's desktop.
That's the key distinction. Endpoint DLP focuses on the local system, protecting data that's residing on that specific device. It uses a software component, often called an agent, which is installed and then centrally managed.
And what's that agent doing?
This agent is constantly scanning files that are sitting locally. We call that data at rest. But its primary preventive function is stopping sensitive data transfer to physical external media, like flash drives.
The classic way to steal data.
Exactly. Or blocking output to physical devices like local or network printers, which are also common insider exfiltration points.
So network DLP controls the wire, endpoint DLP controls the physical movement and local output. But modern organizations, they don't keep all their data locally anymore, do they?
Which brings us right to cloud DLP. Given the ubiquitous nature of remote work and the reliance on third-party cloud services, SaaS applications, infrastructure platforms, email providers, DLP solutions have to follow the data into these remote services.
So cloud DLP monitors and protects data that's stored within those cloud infrastructures.
It does. It leverages predefined data types and sophisticated policies to identify sensitive material and proactively blocks potential exposures before they become a breach.
Can you give me a practical example of cloud DLP in action? How would I see that as a user?
Certainly. Let's say an employee tries to upload a document containing multiple unencrypted customer records to a shared cloud storage service that's deemed public, like a personal Dropbox account. The cloud DLP system, having identified the sensitive material based on its rules, can automatically block the upload, notify the user with a pop-up, and inform the security team.
And I see something in the sources about email, too.
Right. Another example is its ability to automatically remove a sensitive attachment from an email that is already residing in a cloud email system, like Office 365. So even post-send, if a policy is violated, it can reach in and remediate. Hashtag 1.3 DLP content analysis methods. How DLP finds the needles in the haystack.
Okay, this brings us to the core technical question then. How does this software, whether it's an appliance or an agent, actually know if a large unstructured document contains something confidential? The sheer volume of data must make finding those needles in the haystack an enormous computational challenge.
This is where the content analysis methods prove their worth. This is the intelligence layer that enforces the policy. And the most basic and fastest method is regular expression matching.
Okay, so this is just pattern matching, right? Looking for predictable, structured formats like the 16-digit structure of a credit card number or this standard 9-digit format of a social security number.
Exactly. It uses pattern and character sets to match specific data conditions within a communication channel. It serves as an excellent initial fast filter. However,
Which is a but.
there's a big but. Its major drawback is a significant strategic challenge for any CISO. Without incorporating additional validation, like a checksum validation, it is prone to high false positive levels.
Meaning it flags things that aren't actually sensitive.
Right. It might flag a randomly generated number sequence that just happens to fit the 16-digit structure, overwhelming the security team with noise. The cost of chasing false positives can be enormous.
So we need methods that are more precise for known data sets?
For that precision, especially for structured data like databases or directory services, we use fingerprinting methods, specifically something called exact data matching, or EDM.
How does that work?
EDM uses a cryptographic function to map large amounts of structured data to unique, much shorter strings called fingerprints. So if a user tries to transmit a spreadsheet containing entries from a known sensitive database of SSNs or client IDs, EDM can detect that specific data by matching the fingerprint of the dataset against the form being transmitted.
So it knows the actual content, not just the format.
Exactly. This secures that specific document during transmission without needing to scan every row of the database in real time.
Okay, that seems highly effective for compliance. But what about unstructured content PowerPoints, legal documents, emails?
For unstructured data, we have two primary methods that rely on file comparison. The first is exact file matching, EFM. EFM calculates the cryptographic hash or fingerprint of a file. It then matches that hash against a known library of sensitive files.
If the hash is identical, the content is the same.
It is. The advantage is very low false positives, but here is a major strategic weakness. If a file has been slightly modified, even if someone only adds 1 comma to a 50-page legal brief, the hash changes completely, rendering EFM useless for comparison.
Ah, so that makes EFM brittle. If I'm a malicious insider, I can just add a space or change the font and bypass that control entirely.
That's the critical vulnerability, which is why we move to the more advanced method. Index document matching, IDM. IDM applies fingerprinting techniques not just to the file as a whole, but to the text segments within unstructured data. Microsoft Office documents, PDFs, even multimedia files.
So it's fingerprinting paragraphs, not just the whole document.
Exactly. IDM's key strategic capability is detecting derived content. It can identify if paragraphs, sentences, or large blocks of text have been copied from a previously fingerprinted source document and pasted into a completely new, otherwise benign file.
That's impressive. So it's tracking the core intellectual property, the concept itself, regardless of the file format or minor edits. That's the feature a CISO truly pays for.
Absolutely. And moving past fingerprinting, we enter the realm of conceptual detection. Lexicon matching, or conceptual analysis, analyzes unstructured data using dictionary terms and complex rule-based matches. This is where we try to teach the system about ideas that are sensitive.
Can you give an example?
Sure. It might look for certain combinations of words, say patent application, merger documents, and board resolution, that, when found together, indicate a high likelihood of confidential data, even if the document defies existing categorization. This requires substantial customization tailored to the organization's unique vocabulary and risk profile.
If that's conceptual, then statistical analysis must be the pinnacle of detection sophistication.
It is the final layer. Statistical analysis employs machine learning, ML, and advanced statistical methods like Bayesian analysis to detect obscure sensitive information that human-defined rules or patterns might miss.
So it's learning what's normal and flagging the abnormal.
In essence, yes. It detects policy violations in large datasets by learning deviations from the normal flow of information. But the strategic challenge here is twofold. It requires huge volumes of data to train the models effectively. And despite its sophistication, the tuning risk is monumental.
You're talking about the risk of false positives again, right?
Worse. Improperly configured ML systems can register massive amounts of false positives, which quickly creates alert fatigue among security staff. If the staff ignores the noise, the system essentially becomes useless, obscuring the valid hits.
And the other side of that coin?
Conversely, if the system is too strict, it can block legitimate business activities. The strategic insight here is that DLP deployment must be phased, starting with the highest risk areas first, and avoiding generic templates. You need to know when to use high overhead statistical analysis versus rapid, precise, exact matching. So as we transition from the detection layer, DLP, to the ultimate protection layer, which is cryptography, we must understand how DLP systems tie into the fundamental way data exists in an environment. And that's at rest, in transit, and in use.
Right, the three states of data. Let's detail the DLP control mechanisms for data residing in storage. Data at rest.
Okay, so data at rest is information just sitting in databases, on file servers, or on local user hard drives. DLP identifies the location of this sensitive information using crawlers.
Crawlers, like a search engine spider.
A similar concept, yes. These are remote applications deployed from the central DLP console. They log on to end systems or network shares and crawl through the data stores, searching for specific information sets based on rules. They don't block the data, but they log its location.
Why is just logging it useful?
Because this is crucial for remediation. It allows the organization to know exactly which files need to be encrypted, moved, or deleted based on policy enforcement. It's about getting visibility first.
Okay, so the crawler is mapping the entire risk profile of stored data. Next, data in transit data that's moving across enterprise networks. We know network DLP handles this, but describe the operational flow of analysis for me.
When data moves, it's broken into packets. The DLP network appliances passively monitor this traffic flow. They must first recognize the stream, then, and this is the hard part, they have to assemble the collected packets back into the original file or communication stream.
So they have to rebuild the entire email or file transfer.
Exactly. Only after that reconstruction can the system perform the DPI and content analysis we just discussed. If a violation is found, the system can block the flow, send alerts, or dynamically encrypt or quarantine the stream in real time. This assembly and analysis process demands significant processing power from the DLP appliance.
And finally, data in use, the data being actively manipulated by end users at their workstations.
This is monitored entirely by the endpoint DLP agent software we mentioned before. This agent is constantly observing user behavior on the device itself. Its job is to track data movement resulting from user actions like copying sensitive data to a flash drive, sending a highly classified document to a network printer, or monitoring cut-and-paste actions that move sensitive information between approved and unapproved applications. The agent acts as a direct operational gatekeeper on the physical device.
Okay, so DLP provides the crucial detection and immediate prevention. But if an organization finds a major repository of PII at rest on an unencrypted server, the ultimate protection against that risk is making the data unreadable, which requires the mathematical magic of encryption. So let's just ground ourselves in the basics for a moment. Encryption is converting human-readable plain text into unreadable ciphertext via a mathematical function, the algorithm, and a secret key.
Right. And the primary goals of deploying encryption are absolutely clear. To protect data in transit from interception and eavesdropping, to protect data at rest from unauthorized viewing, and to verify authenticity. It also acts as a powerful deterrent against accidental or intentional alterations.
But you mentioned a critical limitation of encryption that is, I think, often overlooked.
Yes, and it's important. Encryption provides confidentiality, but it cannot prevent the loss or modification of data. If an attacker deletes an encrypted file, the data is lost regardless of the encryption strength.
The file is gone, even if they couldn't read it.
Precisely. Furthermore, the key protection is absolutely paramount. If the key is compromised or stolen, say, an attacker uses a keylogger or steals the physical drive containing the master key, the entire security scheme collapses, even if the algorithm considered uncrackable.
So key management is arguably more important than the algorithm strength itself. What are the key elements of crypto systems we really need to understand?
There are three. First, the encryption algorithm, which is the mathematically based function, or cipher. Second, the encryption key, that unique piece of information that makes the output distinct. And third, key lengths.
And longer is always better, right?
The length is predetermined, measured in bits, and yes, the longer the key, the exponentially harder it is to compromise via a brute force attack. We are always moving toward longer keys because computational power is constantly increasing.
Okay, speaking of attacks, we understand brute force, but what is the threat model of cryptanalysis? That sounds more sophisticated.
It is. Cryptanalysis is the science of finding inherent mathematical weaknesses in the underlying algorithms, which allows an attacker to bypass the key link issue entirely. A prime example is the known plaintext attack.
How does that work?
If an attacker knows even a small snippet of the original plaintext and the corresponding ciphertext, they can use this information to discard huge portions of the possible key space, reducing the time required to compromise the system from, say, years down to minutes.
Wow. So that makes the system vulnerable even if the key is theoretically strong.
It does, which reinforces why key generation is so critical. Our sources highlight that if encryption keys are generated using common words or predictable phrases, that non-randomness significantly diminishes the strength of even strong algorithms, like a 128-bit AES key. We must enforce strict password syntax and entropy rules to prohibit easily guessed or dictionary-based keys, ensuring true randomness. Hashtag 2.3 symmetric versus asymmetric cryptography. The core difference. What's fascinating here is there's this fundamental tension in cryptography. It's this trade-off between blazing fast speed and the painful complexity of secure key distribution.
And that's what defines the difference between symmetric and asymmetric systems.
It's the core of it, yes. This trade-off is what defines them.
Okay, so let's start with symmetric key systems, the older, faster approach.
Symmetric systems use a single, secret key for both encryption and decryption. It is a single bidirectional key. Because that key is secret, it must be shared out of band.
What does out of band mean in practice?
It means the sender and receiver must use some secure alternative method like a secure courier, a pre-existing trusted connection, or even a physical meeting to exchange that key before they can communicate securely over the unsecure channel.
So what makes them so prevalent if key sharing is so difficult? That seems like a huge hassle.
The advantages are tremendous. They use much shorter keys, for example, 128 to 256 bits for AES. They're less complex mathematically, and they use far less processing power. This efficiency makes symmetric systems like the Advanced Encryption Standard, AES, or Rivas Cipher 4, RC4, ideally suited for bulk data encryption, encrypting massive amounts of data quickly, like a large database backup.
Okay, but if I'm an e-commerce platform and a new customer wants to communicate securely, I can't physically meet them to share a key. That key distribution problem is the Achilles heel.
That is precisely the gap that asymmetric key systems or public key schemes were designed to fill. They solve the key distribution problem completely. Asymmetric cryptography uses two complementary keys that are mathematically linked, a public key for encryption and a private key for decryption. Crucially, the public key can be disclosed to anyone, while the private key is kept absolutely secret by the owner. And the keys are unidirectional in operation.
So if I want to send you a secret message, I find your public key, I encrypt it using that, and then only your secret private key can unlock it. The secret key never has to travel across the unsecured network.
That's the genius of it. And from a management perspective, the difference is stark. In a scenario with n communicating parties, a symmetric system requires roughly n squared total keys to manage one shared key for every single pair. An asymmetric system only requires 2 key pairs per person, or 2n keys total. This drastically simplifies key management, especially in large distributed networks.
The most famous example, of course, being the RSA algorithm named after Rivest, Shamir, and Adelman.
RSA is the canonical example. But the drawback is complexity. Asymmetric systems require key lengths ranging from 124 bits up to 40 to 96 bits to achieve similar security levels as symmetric systems, and they have a significantly higher computational cost and processing load. They are fundamentally much slower than symmetric encryption.
Which is why they're not used for everything.
Okay, let's unpack this. Welcome back to the deep dive. Today, we're really plunging into the architectural shifts that are underpinning, well, pretty much every modern business, from the data center floor right out to the device in your pocket.
It's a huge topic, the foundations of how everything is built and run today.
Exactly. We've received a really comprehensive stack of sources, and they cover virtualization, software-defined networks, the seismic shifts of cloud migration, and maybe most importantly, the hidden security risks that just seem to emerge when technology moves this fast.
And that's the key, isn't it? The speed.
It is. So our mission today is laser-focused. We need to break down this complex transition from, managing physical hardware to managing abstract software layers. We're going from servers to containers, and then all the way out to that perimeterless world of mobile devices.
And for each of those steps, we're hunting for the specific, the non-obvious security risks.
Yes. And the sophisticated controls you actually need to manage them. Because the fundamental truth, and our sources really drive this home, is that control has moved from the physical cabinet to policy that's just written in code.
What's really fascinating, I think, is how the sheer complexity of modern IT is managed through all this. I mean, we're no longer just defining foundational technologies like hypervisors or APIs. We're really analyzing how to secure systems where control is exerted primarily through, like you said, software, code, and policy.
The physical security of a data center, That feels like the easy part now.
Oh, absolutely. The real challenge and the focus of this deep dive is understanding how these single points of failure and these interconnected risks are now hidden deep inside layers and layers of abstraction.
Yeah, so to give everyone a roadmap for this journey, how have we structured this?
We've tried to make it as logical as possible. We'll start right at the server. We'll compare traditional full virtualization with the rise of lightweight containerization. Then we'll move on to how connectivity and storage infrastructure have become entirely virtualized through things like VLANs and vSANs.
Which leads us right to the centralized power and the immense risk of software-defined networking.
Exactly. And from there, we'll tackle the governance nightmare of the cloud and that ultimate decentralized edge, the mobile endpoint.
That structural roadmap sounds perfect, especially focusing on how that control moves outward. So let's start right at that foundational layer. The server. Virtualization, I mean, it really kicked off this entire revolution. For those who might be catching up, what exactly is full virtualization and why did it fundamentally change data center architecture?
Well, full virtualization is a brilliant concept, and it's all built around something called the hypervisor. Essentially, the hypervisor is this specialized layer of software that acts as an operating system for other operating systems.
It's managing the managers.
Precisely. It allows multiple independent operating systems, which we call guest OSs, to run concurrently on a single piece of physical hardware. This creates what everyone knows as a virtual machine or a VM.
And the sources break down the different ways this is done, right? The architectures.
They do. They outline two main architectures for how that hypervisor interfaces with the hardware, and each has really distinct performance and security characteristics. The first is the bare metal approach. You'll also hear it called Type 1. Think of this hypervisor as sitting directly on the physical hardware. It's like the building superintendent. It controls everything directly and is therefore extremely efficient and fast.
So that's what you'd see in a big enterprise data center.
Almost always, yes. The second is the hosted approach, or Type 2. Here, the hypervisor actually runs on top of an existing traditional host OS, which is already on the hardware.
Like running Parallels or VMware Fusion on your laptop.
That's the perfect example. It adds a layer of abstraction, so it's less performant, but it's often much easier for testing or desktop environments where that raw performance isn't the primary goal.
Your analogy of the building superintendent is perfect. And the advantages of adopting this, I mean, they were so compelling, they fueled this massive growth. You had lower server hardware and maintenance costs, a vastly reduced physical footprint in the data center, and the ability to run multiple versions of different OSs for testing and development. It just unlocked enormous operational efficiency.
Exactly. And for an organization, it's simplified control in a huge way, provided, and this is a big caveat, provided the access control on the host itself was well built. But, those operational benefits introduced a monumental security trade-off. If we connect this back to our bigger picture, the primary security headache with traditional full virtualization is the single point of failure.
Okay, so let's get specific on that. Where does that vulnerability actually lie? Is it just in the hypervisor, or is it a broader problem?
It's both, really. Because that hypervisor manages all the guests, a successful attack on that single host layer immediately impacts all the guests.
One goes down, they all go down.
Or worse, one is compromised, and they're all compromised. The hypervisor itself is a critical, incredibly complex layer of software that must be patched, hardened, and secured just like any other operating system. But beyond a simple compromise, we see specific architectural threats emerge from this design.
Okay, like what?
First, and this is a big one, a critical vulnerability lies in the host configuration. An inadequate or sloppy configuration creates vulnerabilities that just cascade across all the guests running on that host. It's a multiplier for mistakes.
I can see that. Then you have attacks aimed at the host itself.
Right. We frequently see denial of service attacks aimed directly at the host. If an attacker can overwhelm the host's resources, its CPU, its memory, its network connection, the availability of every single guest machine relying on it is simultaneously affected.
So you're not attacking one application. You're taking down 10, 20, maybe 100 applications at once.
That's the power of it from an attacker's perspective. And third, there's the more insidious risk of data leakage between the guests.
How does that work?
This can happen if the memory management of the host is flawed. So the hypervisor doesn't reliably release and properly allocate memory when a VM is shut down or moved. This could potentially leave remnants of one guest's sensitive data accessible to another guest that gets allocated that same memory space.
And the worst-case scenario you mentioned earlier, a sophisticated attacker who compromises the hypervisor itself, maybe with a specialized rootkit. That's just devastating because you've lost fundamental visibility and integrity, haven't you?
It is the absolute nightmare scenario. Imagine a specialized rootkit that installs itself as a hypervisor. It runs below the actual operating systems that you believe are secure.
So your security tools inside the OS can't even see it.
They're completely blind. It can intercept operations, passwords, data transmissions, and it often remains completely undetected by traditional antivirus solutions because the malware is operating at a layer deeper than the operating system is even aware of.
So what's the mitigation for that?
It's constant diligence. You need strong logical access controls, immediate and rigorous patching of the hypervisor, and enabling host inspection capabilities to constantly monitor the security state of all your guests. It's a full-time job.
Now, the industry didn't stop with VMs, of course. We quickly shifted to an even lighter weight form of abstraction: containerization. Why did organizations feel the need to move on from virtualization? And how does container architecture fundamentally differ?
The motivation was sheer speed and efficiency. I mean, VMs are great, but they are heavy. Installing a full, separate operating system for every single application instance introduces a significant amount of overhead in terms of disk space, memory, and boot time.
So containers are the lightweight alternative.
They are. Instead of installing a separate guest OS and a hypervisor for each instance, containerization runs as an isolated process in the user space on the host's own operating system. And the critical technical distinction is this: containers employ the host OS kernel instead of installing a separate one for each instance. They all share the kernel, which is the heart of the operating system.
And that sharing is what makes them so fast.
It is. This sharing allows for extremely fast deployment, we're talking seconds, and minimal overhead. This lets organizations maximize their resource use and enhance operational efficiency by breaking big, monolithic applications into smaller, manageable microservices. This agility is absolutely vital for modern rapid-release software development.
Okay, this sounds like a huge boost in speed, but I have to ask, at what security cost? While containers provide isolation from other containers, sharing that kernel seems like a massive potential vulnerability.
That is the absolute crux of container security. You've hit on it perfectly. What's fascinating here is the isolation trade-off. Full VMs offer maximum isolation because they each have their own kernel and their own operating system instance. They're like separate houses on a street.
And containers?
Containers, however, provide isolation between processes, but they share the kernel. They're more like apartments in the same building, all sharing the same foundation.
So if the foundation has a crack,
The whole building is at risk. If a vulnerability exists in that shared host OS kernel, all containers relying on it are immediately at risk of a catastrophic event. This is often referred to as a container escape vulnerability.
so an attacker who successfully exploits a flaw in that kernel could potentially escape the container sandbox and get access to the host itself, and then subsequently every other container running on that host.
That's the fear.
That sounds like a single point of failure. That is, in some ways, even more dangerous than a hypervisor exploit, because the kernel is constantly exposed to all the running applications.
It creates immense complexity, and this complexity drives specific, non-obvious operational friction, particularly around something like patching.
Yeah.
You're now dealing with two interdependent components: the base container image, which is the operating environment, and the application image that's running on top of it. You can't just run an update command and call it a day.
Right. It's a multi-step process.
It is. You have to update the base image first, then you have to rebuild the application image using that new base, and then you have to redeploy it. If you have hundreds or thousands of microservices, this patch management becomes an incredibly complex pipeline process that demands close, constant coordination between security, infrastructure, and development teams.
And what about when something does go wrong?
Yeah.
Forensics must be a nightmare.
It is. Security teams really struggle with forensics and incident response. Containers are designed to be ephemeral, they're immutable, and they're meant to be quickly replaced, not patched. So if a security event occurs, the instance or even the entire host might have been cycled out and replaced before an investigation can fully get underway. This makes root cause analysis incredibly difficult unless you have specific, very detailed logging and monitoring implemented beforehand.
And traditional security tools don't work as well here.
Not really. Things like host-based firewalls or intrusion detection systems are not easily implemented in these lightweight, fast-moving environments.
Given that the isolation is weaker because of that shared kernel risk, I have to ask, for organizations running high-risk or extremely sensitive applications, aren't we just undoing all the efficiency gains if we have to layer on so many other defenses? What mitigation strategy does the industry use to regain that full isolation integrity?
That is an excellent and very critical question. The industry recognized this trade-off immediately, and the solution being widely adopted to mitigate that shared kernel risk is, well, it's a bit of a hybrid approach. It's running containers from an operating system that is itself running on a full VM.
So you're nesting the technologies, you get the best of both worlds.
That's the idea. This layered approach provides the strong, full kernel isolation of the VM environment against other applications, while still letting you benefit from the agility and standardized resource efficiency of the container architecture within that VM.
So you're trading a bit of performance for a huge gain in security.
Exactly. You trade a slight performance penalty for vastly enhanced security assurance, which for finance, government, or healthcare applications is absolutely worth the cost.
That VM plus container defense layer really shows that security often relies on clever architectural layering. Now that we've secured the core computational engine, let's pivot and look at how the entire network and storage infrastructure has followed this same path of virtualization and abstraction.
This shift is all about abstracting away the physical hardware and creating logical pathways and partitions instead. It allows your network architecture to be defined by software policy, rather than the physical limits of cabling and dedicated devices.
Okay, let's start with the logical pathways themselves. The sources call them virtual circuits, running over packet-switched networks. They mention two types: permanent virtual circuits, or PVCs, and switched virtual circuits, or SVCs. What's the difference, and why does one carry less security risk?
So think of a PVC as having a dedicated, pre-installed phone line between 2 points that is always open and connected. It functions like a leased line. It's always available for the user to send data.
Convenient, but always on.
Right. And while that's convenient, the security team has to be constantly monitoring it because it is constantly exposed.
Okay, so what about the SVC?
The SVC, by contrast, is created on demand. It leverages the best possible path at that moment in time, and critically, it's disassembled and torn down after the transmission is complete. It's like making a phone call and hanging up.
And that temporary nature is the key to its security.
That's the key security insight, yes. The SVC is inherently more secure than the PVC because it dramatically reduces the length of the circuit's exposure time. You simply can't attack something that doesn't exist for most of the time. This transient architecture is a massive benefit for high-security communications.
That's a perfect example of architecture reducing exposure. Now, moving from the communication pathways to network segmentation, we hit virtual local area networks, or VLANs. These are used everywhere. What's their core security function?
VLANs are a foundational hardware-imposed network segmentation tool. They allow you to logically segment a physical network without requiring any physical changes to the cabling or the topology. Switches are just configured to group various ports into distinct broadcast domains.
So you can separate departments or functions even if they're plugged into the same physical switch.
Exactly. And the core security uses are vital for modern compliance. VLANs are used to isolate traffic between these segments. You can put all your HR data on one segment, the general sales floor on another, and perhaps your PCI data on a third, completely separate segment.
And this helps contain a breach, right?
It's essential for controlling lateral movement in case of a breach. It also reduces the network's vulnerability to sniffers because traffic is segmented and not broadcast everywhere. Moreover, by controlling that broadcast traffic between segments, they protect against broadcast storms, which are essentially just floods of unwanted, performance-killing network traffic.
It's important that we clarify a concept here for the listener because people often conflate terms. We mentioned segmentation, but VLANs are not the same as subnets. Can you quickly clarify that distinction?
Absolutely. It's a very common point of confusion. VLANs operate at layer 2, the data link layer of the network stack. They're created by switches based on port configuration or a device's MAC address.
And subnets?
Subnets, conversely, operate at layer 3, the network layer. They are defined by IP addresses and subnet masks. They serve a similar purpose logical grouping, but they operate at different levels of the stack. You can have multiple subnets within a single VLAN, or even a single subnet that spans multiple VLANs, depending on your complex routing needs.
Okay, that's a great clarification. And finally, on the data storage side of things, we see the shift to virtual storage area networks, or vSANs. How does virtualizing the storage offer security advantages?
A vSAN is a logical partition that's specifically used to manage storage for virtual machines, and it isolates that storage traffic within the broader storage area network, or SAN. The massive organizational driver here is really cost, especially when you compare it to the traditional SAN architecture.
What's wrong with the traditional SAM?
Well, it's not wrong, it's just very expensive and rigid. A traditional SAN requires specialized dedicated physical storage hardware, dedicated switches, and a separate dedicated network. This makes it incredibly costly and really difficult to scale up rapidly.
And a vSAN is different how?
A vSAN, by contrast, is less costly because it leverages existing host physical resources. It dynamically allocates available storage as required. It's perfectly suited for dynamic environments like cloud computing or massive virtual desktop infrastructure rollouts because of its rapid, efficient scalability.
But the security benefit goes beyond just the cost savings. How does the architecture of a vSAN specifically help an organization guarantee that CIA triad confidentiality, integrity, and availability?
vSANs are categorized as a highly secure solution because they incorporate technologies like data replication and snapshots as intrinsic features. Their ability to dynamically allocate storage and ensure data recovery focuses intensely on guaranteeing availability, the CIA triad. You have resilience built right in.
So by handling availability so well, it frees up resources for the other two.
That's it. By handling that availability layer so effectively, the organization can then concentrate its expensive security resources and policy controls on the remaining two core components: the confidentiality and the integrity of the data itself. The architecture provides the resilience, the customer provides the policy and the encryption.
That transition where the architecture provides resilience, freeing up security teams to focus on confidentiality, that brings us naturally to the next evolution. Taking that segmented, virtualized infrastructure and putting it under unified, centralized control through software-defined networking, SDN. This feels like the culmination of everything we've been talking about so far.
It absolutely is. SDN is a direct response to the complexity and, frankly, the vendor lock-in that's inherent in traditional networks, where every physical switch and router holds its own control logic. The core architectural idea of SDN is radical. You separate the control plane from the data plane.
Let's use an analogy here for the listener. How does that separation work in practice, and what are the roles of the three planes involved?
Okay, think of a traditional router as a single self-contained entity. The router knows where traffic should go, and it's the one that actually forwards the packets.
It's doing the thinking and the doing.
Right. In SDN, we separate the brain from the muscle. We have the data plane, which is the muscle. This is responsible for the actual forwarding of user data. It just moves packets to their final destination, simple as that.
Okay.
Then you have the control plane, which is the brain. This dictates all the path flows and is where the administrator manages the entire network. This is usually centralized in a single controller.
And the third plane?
The management plane. This handles performance monitoring, fault management, and remote configuration, basically, the day-to-day oversight tools. This separation allows that one control plane to centrally manage hundreds of disparate devices in the data plane.
And before we dive into the risks of that, let's just quickly clarify the difference between SDN and its close cousin SD-WAN, because they are often confused.
The scope is the primary difference. SDN is typically designed to operate on local area networks, LANs, or within a data center. It's really aimed at simplifying internal network management and response.
And SD-WAN is for the wide area network.
Exactly. SD-WAN is designed to sustain connectivity over large geographical areas, linking numerous distributed locations, often using public internet connections to replace expensive private lines.
And there's a control difference there too, isn't there?
A